Plundering Worlds. I Have a Shotgun in a Fantasy World by Pax Lead was a lowly stable boy in a frozen, brutal medieval world where knights ruled with iron and barbarians crushed skulls with bone clubs. His life was worth less than the manure he shoveled. That changed the night he butchered a knight with a rusty dagger to pay a debt of blood. Chosen by the god of slaughter, Cl awakens the ether system. His cheat, the ability to project his soul into other worlds, live countless lives, and bring their powers back to reality if he survives. But power is not free. It is bought with pain, time, and sanity. World 1, the Wild West. He spends a lifetime as El Lobo, a legendary gunslinger. He returns with the muscle memory of a master marksman and a 12-gauge shotgun. World 2, the martial arts realm. He trains for decades as a Wuxia disciple. He returns with internal energy that can shatter steel. Now, as the kingdom faces war and monsters surge from the dark, the nobles sneer at the servant boy holding a strange metal tube. They chant spells. They draw enchanted swords. Cl takes a slow breath. He racks the slide. Click-clack. Parry this. Proceed. The floor dropped. The rope snapped. Darkness. Sync failed. Air scorched Claw's throat, dragging him from the void. He jackknifed, bile coating his tongue with copper. His boots scrambled for grip on the glazed ice while his fingers clawed at his neck, seeking a phantom noose. Only skin met his touch. Easy. Tom leaned on his spear, a scarecrow figure against the white. His eyes were as cold as the snow around them. You collapsed. Cl cleared his mouth, spitting a yellow smear onto the drift. I'm standing, barely. Tom gestured with his chin. The trap is bare. Cl hauled the chain up. The links rattled, sickeningly light. The beta rabbit offal frozen cylinder sat undisturbed, dusted with fresh powder. Even the rats had abandoned this ridge. That's 5. Tom massaged the raw scab where his fingernail used to be. The steward checks quotas at sundown. The wind bit through Claw's layers, sharper than any blade. On the horizon, the sun burned low, a dying ember strangled by grey wool. Daylight was failing. We moved to the ridge, Cl commanded. To what end? Tom stared at the skeletal tree line. The forest is sterile. We simply wait for the bell. Cl released the chain. The iron struck the ice, the sound swallowed instantly by the vast silence. He bent, fingers closing around the ashwood staff where it lay half buried in the drift. He hauled it free, frost cracking loose along the grain. As he tightened his grip, muscles tensing, a heavy, wet thud broke the silence. Cl froze. Bear. Tom whispered, his silhouette shrinking. Possibility. Cl slid his knife from its sheath. Sweat greased his palm against the leather. The fatigue evaporated, replaced by a sharp, animal focus, or a clumsy stag. Bears mean we run, Tom murmured, taking a step back. First, we verify. Cl crept toward the brush. The hard pack crunched under his weight. Each step a gunshot in the stillness. He swept the pine boughs aside. Metal glinted. A knight lay entrenched in the bank, plate armor breaking the monochrome landscape. Claw's pulse stuttered. A knight, here, dying. Tom peered over his shoulder. Gods. Then, greed twisted Tom's face. His gaze locked on the gold ring. His fingers dug into Claw's jacket, bruising the shoulder. Cl. He choked. Look. I see it. The quota, Tom stammered. A year's worth. Perhaps 2. He shoved Cl, his grip shaking. Harvest it. He's unconscious. Sever the finger. Cl advanced. It was a simple equation. Meat. Gold. Survival. He dropped to one knee, reaching for the hand. The knight jerked, a wet gasp tearing the air. No. His eye flew open, pupils blown wide. The gaze latched onto Cl, then the blade. Aggression bled from the man's face, replaced by absolute wretchedness. Aid. He wheezed, fingers scratching feebly at Claw's boot. Mercy. The knife trembled. Strike. Tom hissed, vibrating on the balls of his feet. He is barely a corpse. Before he screams. Cl met the knight's stare. He saw the desperation, raw and human. But he also saw the complication. Killing a knight brought inquiries. Inquiries brought the steward. He sheathed the dagger. We leave. What? Tom's jaw went slack. It sits right there. I said we leave. Cl pivoted, turning his back on the risk. Tom tore his arm free. Then give me the dagger. If you won't do it, I will. Behind him, a strangling noise erupted. The knight convulsed, spine arching in a violent bow. His hand clawed at his helm, starved for oxygen. With a metallic clack, the faceplate disengaged. Cl halted. The retreat withered in his muscles. Grey light washed over the exposed face. Cl paused. He looked at the scar. That crooked nose. Those lips that curled naturally into a snarl even in pain. Recognition struck like a hammer. Jansen, the Baron's patrol captain. The man who ordered old Miller's slow execution. The sadist who flayed the man until the screaming died, leaving only a corpse to stiffen in the frost. Tom yanked his sleeve. What? Changed your mind, good man? Cl rooted himself. The icy dread in his chest evaporated, replaced by a dense, molten heat. Jansen alive meant a hunt. Jansen remembered faces. Jansen silenced witnesses. Air. Jansen wheezed, blind to the boy looming above. Suffocating. Cl stared into the pleading eye. Then, a glint caught the dying light. The fine steel dagger at the captain's hip. A weapon worth a life. The tremor in Cl's hand vanished. We stay, Tom, Cl whispered. Tom stumbled back. So what was that? Pretending to be decent. Study his face, Cl interrupted, voice flat. Really look. Tom squinted, then recoiled. Captain Jansen? Color fled his cheeks. Oh gods, he breathed. He'll remember us. He won't. Cl stalked back toward the prone form. The snow compacted under his heel. A sound of finality. He drew the blade. It whispered free, lethal and eager. He looked down at the captain. Don't move. It will be quicker that way. Jansen gasped, a bubble of blood blooming on his lips. His eyes cleared, the fog of death parting to reveal the blade. Then the stable boy. A final, defiant sneer twisted his face. You filth. Cl's knuckles turned white. Heat rushed up his neck, a thin ringing filling his ears. Shut up, he screamed. The blade came down. Steel punched through the gap in the gorget and vanished into the throat. Cl tore it free, hot crimson spraying across his face. He struck again. The knife skidded off bone, ripped through meat. Again into the chest. Shut up, shut up. Jansen's body bucked beneath him, boots drumming weakly against the ice, but Cl pinned him down. The boy hacked at the night as if chopping wood, his swings growing stronger and more brutal with each strike. Die! Cl shrieked, his voice cracking. Just die! The blade rose and fell in a frenzied rhythm until a hot spray caught him mid-scream. It coated his tongue, heavy and thick. He gagged, swallowing the copper, choking on the metallic brine of another man's life. A viscous, warm film glued his left eyelid shut. Desperate for sight, Cl clawed at his face, trying to clear the blindness, but the motion only smeared the blood. He was trying to wipe away a nightmare with hands dipped in the same horror. Tom's voice pierced the haze, high and sharp. He's dead. Cl, stop. He's dead. Cl raised the knife for another blow. His shoulder twitched and nothing followed. His arm locked high in the air. The screaming stopped, leaving only the jagged, tearing sound of his own breathing. Cl gasped, sucking down freezing air, his chest heaving like a broken bellows. His heart hammered against his ribs, a bird trapped in a cage. White steam spilled from his mouth, tainted by the iron smell of the corpse. His stomach twisted. He gagged, on the verge of vomiting. A wash of heat filled his gut. It hit him with the force of a physical blow, violent and sudden. It rushed through his veins, burning out the hysteria and incinerating the exhaustion. The heaving of his chest ceased instantly, the shaking in his hands stilled. The nausea eased, the gagging urge slipping away. The red haze lifted, and the grey world snapped into brutal, high-definition focus. Text seared into his retina, indifferent to the massacre underneath him. Ether +5, Cl blinked. The text faded. The warmth remained, slow and steady in his veins. The thought came here and was gone before it finished forming. Cl's head snapped up. Tom was pressed against a pine tree, spine rigid. His gaze slid past the dead knight to fix on Cl alone. He looked terrified. Cl rose. He was lighter, buoyant. He wiped his brow, smearing sweat and blood together. He wouldn't die, Cl said. His voice was smooth. The weeping boy from seconds ago was gone. He surveyed the ruin of meat and iron, then turned his palms up, examining the red stain. He's dead now. He cut the purse strings at the knight's belt and weighed the silver. Heavy. Then, he reached for his own belt and pulled out his old skinning knife, a crude, chipped iron. A peasant's tool, he trusted. The knife spun through the air and planted itself with a wet thud in the snow at Tom's feet. Cl pivoted. The ring, he ordered, jerking his chin toward the knife. Take it. Tom's eyes darted from the rusted blade to the dead man's hand, where the gold band glinted. He searched Kl's face for something familiar and found only a stranger smeared in red. Take it, Kl repeated. Just a command. We earned it. Tom crept forward, gagging, aversion wrenching his face away from the pulverized neck. He grasped the skinning knife, hands trembling. The finger was swollen and stiff with cold. The ring sat fast. Tom squeezed his eyes shut for a second, then knelt in the slush. He grabbed the knight's hand. The skinning knife was dull, so he had to saw. Skin parted, then meat, followed by the wet, grinding pop of cartilage. Tom retched, dry and hard, but his hands kept working until the blade struck snow. He yanked the gold band from the severed stump and scrambled back, shoving the ring into his pocket, breath coming in short puffs. The wind died down for a heartbeat, leaving a heavy silence in the clearing. Kl stayed where he was, standing over the corpse, a faint sense that something was wrong creeping in. Then, the silence broke. Grump. A sound from the tree line. Distinct. Deliberate. Snow crushing under heavy weight. Kl stilled. The warmth in his blood cooled, replaced by a sharp prick of awareness. Grump. Closer this time. To the left. Human footsteps. Tom stiffened. Kl, he whispered, hissing through his teeth. He grabbed Kl's sleeve with sticky fingers, tugging hard. Someone's coming. We have to go. Now. Too late. Kl gripped the hilt, stepping between Tom and the sound. Branches snapped as a boot breached the clearing. A cracked leather and dried mud. An axe head followed, swinging low. At the man's side, dark and wet, something clung to the edge and let go, dripping into the snow. Then the wind shifted. Sour sweat, damp wool, heavy earth and pig manure. The scent of rot choked the air. A farmer emerged from the pines. His shoulders were slumped, his skin roughened by weather, a swollen nose running freely in the cold. Get back. The command rose, shaping itself behind Kl's teeth, but the words died in his throat. The farmer walked into the clearing. His dull eyes swept over the scene near the boys, the blood, the night sprawled in the slush or with the glassy indifference of a sleepwalker. He stopped, wedged his axe handle into his armpit, and twisted, his face tightening as he worked an itch through layers of stiff wool. Scritch, scritch. A low groan of relief escaped him. He withdrew the axe and studied the haft, picking away a strand of lint with a thick, calloused thumb. Tom shifted back, ice cracking under his heel. The farmer ignored the sound. Winds turned, he muttered to the air. Dry as the skin. Only then did the man acknowledge them. His chin lifted. Dull, unmed eyes dragged across Tom, the way a man glances at a post beside the road, before he sniffed and dropped his attention back to the blade. Seen a deer? Kl tried to answer, but his voice failed him. His focus narrowed to the axe head. The blade shone wet. Thick, crimson fluid slid along the edge and dripped into the white. It stained the steel and crept down the wood, slicking the man's knuckles. Had won, the farmer continued, taking a step closer. The air smelled of copper and rot now. Big buck. Slow. Wrapped in an iron shell. He smiled a mild, neighborly, but his eyes remained empty holes. You boys see it pass? Or is that my game? Bleeding in the snow? The question hung in the freezing air. Kl shifted his weight, his fingers adjusting around the hilt of the dagger. The farmer watched the movement and sighed. A wet, rattling sound broke it. The man mumbled, pointing a calloused finger at the dead knight. My game. Hardshell. He turned his empty eyes back to Kl. Now you have to be the toy. The man moved, knees loose, feet springing off the snow in a light, skipping rhythm. A left, right, like a child playing hopscotch. Kl stepped back. Then the skipping stopped. The heavy axe snapped from a lazy dangle into a blurred arc. Impossible speed for such bulk. Kl threw himself backward. His boots lost traction on the ice. He scrambled, kicking up powder as the axe carved the air where his neck had been, the wind of its passage punching his skin. Tom! Kl screamed, his voice raw. Strike him. Silence answered. Kl risked a glance. The edge of the clearing was empty. The snow lay unbroken except for a set of frantic tracks leading away into the trees. Abandoned. The realization hit him a split second before the farmer's boot did. Air exploded from Kl's lungs. He flew backward, slamming spine first into a pine trunk. Pain blinded him, graying out the world as he slid down the bark, chest locking tight. Through the haze, The farmer approached. The skipping was gone. Now, the steps were slow. Runners, the farmer mumbled. He stopped to pick something out of his teeth. Bad meat. He glanced at the empty woods where Tom had vanished, scratching his neck violently until he left red streaks. He raised the axe. Cle's hands scrabbled in the snow. He needed a second. Just one. Wait. He gasped, staying crouched, center low, muscles vibrating. The farmer paused. He rubbed the side of his head with the axe handle. Ear, he complained. Ringing. Shut up. Why rush? Cle pressed. Runners get tough, the man muttered. Annoyance rasped in his voice, like a man with a pebble in his shoe. Leather. Chewing leather. He bared his yellow teeth, tapping a rotten molar. Bad teeth. Soft is better. You sit still. Don't make it leather. He coiled for the swing. Tom. Cle wheezed. Now. The farmer swung through the plea. La. He grunted. Cle threw himself sideways. The axe bit into the pine bark, a thunker sending wood chips flying. It missed Cle's shoulder by an inch. The farmer yanked the blade free. Bored. Noise. The man sighed. Just noise. He raised the weapon again. His eyes stayed on Cle. Clatter. A sound behind him. Wood slapping against ice. The farmer froze. A long wooden shaft spun clumsily past his boots and lay flat on the hardpack. It was Tom's spear. The weapon meant to kill boars lay there, thrown with the weakness of a child. The farmer blinked. Stick. He turned his head. It was the opening Cle needed. He lunged, driving the blade forward. The farmer reacted on reflex, yanking his arm up and twisting aside. The dagger flashed up, steel meeting flesh as a red line opened on the man's wrist. The farmer hissed, jerking his hand back. The axe handle rattled in his grip, blood slicking the wood, but he held on. He kicked out blindly. Cle twisted, taking the blow on his thigh, and rolled away. Woof, woof. A bark echoed through the trees, hollow, deep. Then another. Closer. The farmer stared at the cut. He licked the blood, tasting it. Then he looked at Tom, who had emerged from the tree line, chest heaving. Tom stood there, pale, eyes wide, like he'd seen a ghost. Tom shouted, "Hide! The stewardsmen are there coming." The farmer looked at the boys, then at the woods where the dogs were barking. Crowded, he muttered. Too loud. He wiped his nose with the back of his bleeding wrist. He backed away, already listening for a way out. He turned and vanished into the snowfall. A slow, silent exit. Cle sagged against the tree. His vision pulsed. The world narrowed to breath and bark and the taste of iron in his mouth. Tom stood a few steps away, bent over, hands on his knees. He straightened, taking a hesitant step closer. "I didn't run," he said quickly. Cle stared at the snow. "I went the other way," Tom pressed. His voice rose, then dropped. "I heard dogs." I thought he reached out. Fingers hovered, uncertain, then touched Cle's arm. Cle's stomach lurched. A hot wave climbed his throat. He slapped the wrist a wire weak. "What the hell is wrong with you?" Tom snapped, his voice sharp with anger. "They're coming because of me. I brought them." "You'd be dead if I hadn't." Cle dragged himself upright, fingers tearing at the bark. His breath whistled, broken and loud in his ears. He looked at Tom. Really looked at him. "Did they see you?" Cle asked, breath rough. "Tell me the truth." Tom swallowed, not meeting Cle's eyes. "I don't think they did." Not meeting Cle's eyes. "If they saw you, then we don't have a choice." "No," Tom insisted. "I heard dogs and ran straight back." Cle had his answer. He limped toward the ridge, blood marking the snow. Tom stood where he was. He opened his mouth, closed it. He followed. "Cowardice." "All luck." "It doesn't matter." Cle pushed the thought aside and kept going. Cle grabbed Tom's collar, hauling him off the path and shoving him toward the base of a massive, ancient pine. "The dogs." Tom's teeth chattered. "They're coming." Cle drew his dagger and slashed at the bark, exposing the sticky, amber resin beneath, scraping a handful of sap and crushed needles. He turned on Tom. "Rub it on," Cle ordered. He smeared the paste over his own neck, armpits, and the crusted layer of the night's blood on his chest. The sharp, stinging smell of raw sap filled the air. "Cover the scent." "Now." Tom obeyed, hands shaking as he clawed at the resin. Down. Cle shoved Tom blind toward the dark gap where the lowest branches swept the snow. They scrambled underneath. The boughs weighed heavy, creating a tight, suffocating hollow against the trunk. Cle dragged the branches down behind them, sealing the gap. Light exploded in the clearing. Boots crunched on hardpack, Torches flared. The patrol leader strode in. Beside him, two mastiffs surged forward, dragging their handlers across the ice. They left the tree line for later, stopping instead at the red stain in the snow. The dogs snarled. Handlers pulled them back. The officer walked to the center and lowered his torch. The flame washed over the corpse. "Gods!" a guard whispered. He gagged, turning away. Jansen lay twisted in the slush. Armor held him together, limbs still attached, but the snow around his shoulders was dark, churned, and soaked through. The leader stepped closer. The light caught the neck. The gorget was split open and bent inward. The plate had been driven into the flesh beneath, tearing deep. He crouched, pressing two fingers against the helmet. It shifted. The head rolled slightly to the side. Loose, hanging. It was holding only by shreds of skin. Not a clean kill, a ruin. He reached down to check the belt. The leather was slashed. The coin purse gone. He checked the right hip. The loop hung loose. Empty. Daggers gone. Grabbing the corpse's right hand, he lifted it into the torchlight. Bare, pale against the red slush. The ring finger was missing, a sawed-off, a crude, jagged stump where the bone had been hacked through to get the gold. "Thieves?" the young guard asked. "Bandits." The leader dropped the hand. It hit the snow with a wet slap. "Bandits take money," he said, looking at the shredded neck and the ruined face. "They don't carve a man into dog meat." He wiped his gloves on his cloak. "Check the perimeter." He pointed his torch at the snow. The clearing was a mess of tracks. "3 people," the leader murmured, studying the tracks. His gaze lingered on one uneven trail. Hope a broken bar swing. Who moves like that in a fight? He looked at the deep axe gouge in the tree, then back at the mutilated corpse. A maniac. The dogs erupted, barking and straining at their leads. They lunged, chains snapping taut, humming with the force of their bodies thrown forward. Their barking turned jagged and high. The scent shifted. Blood lay thick in the air, heavy and metallic, drifting straight to them. The dogs locked onto it at once, noses lifting, bodies pulling hard toward the pine. They dragged their handlers forward, eyes fixed on the dark tangle of branches where Tom lay hidden. "Sir, they've got the scent." The handler dug in, boots sliding, targets close, very close. Cl pressed his face into the dirt, watching through the slit in the branches. 30 paces away. The torches flared, casting long, dancing shadows. The dogs were pointing right at him. Saliva dripped from their jaws. The leader stood over the corpse. He looked at the frantic dogs. He made the calculation. There were at least 3 of them. One was a maniac, waiting in the dark. He looked at his squad. The handler, a peasant wrestling a dog, useless. The young guard, knees shaking. They would be a drag in a fight. 1 man against 3? In the dark. "Pull back," he roared. "Sir, the trail is fresh. The dogs are ready." He waved the question away. He shoved his torch toward the handler's face. "Secure body." The officer barked, backing away, sword raised toward the trees. "We don't leave a captain." "Bag him." Now. 2 guards rushed forward, unrolling a heavy canvas sheet. They grabbed Jansen's arms and legs and lifted. The head rolled loosely, threatening to tear free completely. "Watch the head," he snapped. "Keep it attached, you idiots." They shoved the mangled corpse into the canvas, bundling it tight to hide the ruin. "Sir?" The young guard lingered, glancing one last time at the empty clearing. "The servants." "Tom, we came for them." The commander kept his eyes on the dark woods where the monster waited. "Not important," he spat. "But the steward." "Shut up." The commander turned on him, eyes hard, pinning him in place. The guard froze. "Who's in command here?" He turned his back on the forest. "Mission complete." "Move out." Double time. The patrol retreated. They carried their dead weight, running from the shadow of the woods. Torches bobbed and vanished. The ridge went silent. Cl lay still. He listened until the crunch of boots faded to nothing. Then he pushed the snow off his back and sat up, gasping, the smell of raw sap and fear thick in his throat. Tom crawled out beside him. "They took him," he wheezed. "They took the body." Cl stood up, brushing the ice from his knees. He gave no response, simply touching his pocket. "The dagger, coin purse, cold, real." "I saved you." The voice came from behind him. Louder now. Testing the lie. "I brought them." "If I hadn't gone for help." Cl walked toward him. Tom flinched, stepping back, his hand going to his belt. The skinning knife, the one he had used to saw off the fingerer, was still clutched in his grip. He held it out between them, a crude barrier. Cl closed the distance, stepping into Tom's space, looming over the shivering boy. He reached out and wrapped his fingers around the blade of the skinning knife. Tom froze. He looked at Kl's eyes, dead, calm, and utterly terrifying, and his nerve broke. He released the hilt instantly, as if the iron burned him. Kl took the knife. He didn't wipe it. He just shoved the bloody, rusted tool back into his own belt. It was tactics. Tom's voice rose, desperate to fill the silence. I knew we couldn't win. I went for the guards. You'd be dead if I hadn't. We have a quota. Tom stopped. The word died in his throat. What? The steward. Kl started walking toward the path, a limp in his step. He checks skins at sundown. We're late. Go back. Tom stared at Kl's back. After this, Kl limped into the dark, leaving Tom to choose. Tom stood alone in the clearing. He looked at the bloody snow one last time and shuddered. Then, head low, he ran to catch up. Tom's boot slipped. He skidded, colliding with Kl's heels and scrambling for balance. The rhythm broke. He lagged, then rushed. The word jumped out. High, sharp. Tom clamped his mouth shut. Kl kept walking. Tom forced himself closer. We're rich, he whispered, wiping his nose with a messy sleeve. That ring, and the pouch, even just the silver. It's enough for a week. 2 weeks. We stay out here. Kl's boots packed the snow down. Crunch, crunch. If we go back, Tom grabbed the hem of Kl's tunic. They'll beat us. The night is dead. Someone has to pay. Kl stopped. He turned. Number. Why? Kl veered left, stepping off the trail into the deeper woods. He found the roots of an old oak, heaved up from the earth to create a frozen hollow. He crouched, fingers digging into the soil, and emptied his pockets. The dagger clattered onto the roots. The fine leather pouch followed, heavy with silver. Kl looked up, extending an open hand. The ring. Tom stiffened. His hand flew to his pocket, fingers curling protectively over the fabric. He stood rooted. That ring meant freedom. It was the only thing that made the nightmare worth it. Tom. The voice was low and full of warning. Tom hesitated, his gaze darting between Kl's flat stare and the dark hollow of the tree roots. Finally, his shoulders slumped. He fished out the ring and dropped it into Kl's palm. Warm from his body. Kl ignored the gold. He trusted onto the roots next to the blade. He loosened the strings of the pouch, pouring the coins into his palm. Silver. A handful of heavy, tarnished stags. Spending money. Pocket change to a knight, but 3 years' wages for a servant. Kl divided the pile. The ring, the dagger, and the empty leather pouch embroidered with fine silk that screamed nobility went into a rag. He tied it tight, forced it deep under the roots, and packed dirt over it, then dead needles, then snow. He smoothed the bark until the evidence vanished. He put 5 silver stags into his own pocket. Loose. Just coin. That stays. Kl pointing at the roots. Until I say. Tom glanced back toward the clearing. So when do we come back for it? Kl answered at once. When we have the strength and a chance to fence it. Or when we're no longer moving as servants. He stood up. We go back. We survive. Tom glanced at Kl's side. Your waist. There's blood. Kl lowered his head and looked to the side. A dark splatter spread across his tunic at the waist. He walked to a thick pine. The bitter cold had split its bark, a fresh, jagged frost crack running down the trunk. Inside the wound, a clot of dark resin had oozed out, thickened by the freeze. Kl dug his fingers into the sticky black sludge. Stiff, like coal tar. He scraped a handful free and smeared it heavily over the bloodstain, adding another layer to the mess he had made earlier. He ground the thick paste into the fabric with his palm, the friction warming it just enough to bind with the wool. The red vanished, buried under a matted, black smear. Filth. It's covered, Tom whispered. They walked back, fast. The wind found the gaps in their clothes, pressing cold against skin. Blackstone keep crouched in the dark. The side gate was a crack in the wall. A guard leaned against the frame. Thought you two had tried to run, he said. The steward's looking for you. Get inside. He kicked the door. It groaned open. They crossed the yard and stopped by the sheds. Wait here. Kl walked to the main house alone. A knock. Sharp. Enter. The steward's room was a furnace. A roaring hearth blasted dry heat against the walls. The air smelled of ink, stale wine, and now, the sharp, stinging scent of raw sap rising from Kl's clothes. The steward sat behind a heavy oak desk, a dark velvet doublet pressing into the flesh of his thick neck. He kept his head down. His soft hand moved a quill across a ledger. Scritch, scritch. Finally, the scratching stopped. He raised his head, small, beaded eyes fixed on Kl. Late. The voice was flat. He sniffed, nose wrinkling. "And you smell like a damn forest fire." "What is that?" "Slipped climbing a pine, sir." Kl keeping his head down, checking a high snare. "I slid down a frost crack, covered in raw pitch." The steward grunted, a clumsy servant. "Believable." "Quota?" Kl stood still. "No skins." The trap line was buried. The steward leaned back, the chair groaning. A flicker of cruel amusement curled his lip. "Then you know the price." "The whipping post at dawn." He reached for the bell. Kl reached into his pocket. He pulled out the loose silver coins and placed them directly on the corner of the desk. Clink. Silver hitting wood. Clear. Distinct. The steward's hand paused inches from the bell. His eyes narrowed. A hand slid out to a pale spider moving across the wood. Fingers swept over the coins. 5 stags. The steward blinked. "A bribe, a week's worth of drinking money." "Found a cache." The voice oily. "Or stole it?" "Saved. Mine and Tom's." "Years of it." The steward took the answer for what it was. The question had been idle. He only cared that the silver was there. His hand swept across the desk, gathering the coins. "Clean, little wear." He noticed it and said nothing. They vanished into a drawer. "Click," he muttered, picking up his quill. "Fine. No whipping." He dipped the ink. "But you're still late." The steward paused, the quill hovering over the paper. He looked up, a nasty smirk playing on his lips. "And where is the other one?" "The runt?" "Outside." "Can't have the others thinking I'm soft just because you slipped me a few coins." The steward waved a hand toward the door. "Guards." The door opened. "Take him to the well. 3 buckets each." "Ice water," he sneered. "Consider it a bath for that smell." "Now get them out." Kl turned to leave. A blast of cold air hit the room. The patrol leader stood in the frame. Snow melted on his armor, and his face was grim. He stepped in, then stopped dead. His eyes locked onto Kl. The captain froze. His gaze swept over the boy, the heavy smell of pine, the wet clothes, the exhaustion. For a split second, the captain's hand twitched toward his sword hilt. He was looking at a servant, but his instincts were screaming wrong. The silence stretched, thin, dangerous. "Captain?" The steward's voice cut through the tension. He looked up, annoyed. He glanced at Kl, then back to the officer. "Don't mind the trash. He's just leaving." "Out." Kl lowered his head, slipping past the captain. He felt the man's eyes drilling into his back, suspicious and heavy. He stepped into the hall and closed the door. The courtyard. 2 guards waited by the stone trough, breaking the surface ice with the butts of their spears. Grinning. "Evening entertainment." "Step up, rats," one guard barked. Tom started shaking before the water even touched him. He stepped forward and stripped bare. The guard heaved a bucket. Splash. Liquid ice hammered him. "Ugh!" The scream tore out of Tom's throat. He doubled over, gasping, body convulsing in shock. "Gods, please!" The guards laughed. 2 more. Tom took them. He sobbed, lips turning blue. Next, Kl stepped up and stripped bare. The wind bit into his skin, but he barely reacted. The guard swung the bucket. The water crashed into him, drenching him from head to toe. Steam rose from his skin. The guards were watching, waiting for the show. He threw his head back. He opened his mouth and let out a raw scream. He dropped to his knees, wrapping his arms around himself. He willed his muscles to spasm, chattering his teeth. Kl kept his eyes on the mud. He remembered it. "Loud one." The guard jeered, dumping the second bucket. Then the third. Kl screamed again, louder. "Give them what they want." "All right, get out of my sight." The guard kicking snow at them. "Freezing clears the sin." Kl grabbed Tom, hauling the boy up. Dead weight. Legs useless. He scooped up their clothes and dragged him toward the livestock shed. They stumbled inside. The door slammed behind them, shutting out the wind. The air inside was thick with wet straw and ammonia, but it was out of the gale. Tom crumbled toward the pen. He crawled in, moving carefully to avoid spooking the animals. He found a spot in the center of the flock and curled into a tight ball, wrapping his arms around a U, burying his face into the warm, greasy fleece. "Gods! Gods!" Tom gibbered, teeth clicking like dice. "My hands. Cole sat in the straw, leaning back against the wood. Soaked to the bone. Cold water clung to his skin. The wind cut in. His body stayed steady. No shaking. No weakness. Something's wrong with my body. The water on his skin was already drying. Steam rose faintly from his shoulders in the dim light. Inside his chest, the breath moved steady. In, out. He closed his eyes. He shouldn't have been able to react in time. But he had. He'd moved. Clean and fast. His thoughts felt sharper now. Quicker. The dull, sluggish haze he'd lived with was gone. Something stirred in his gut. Ether? A blessing. The thought struck with the weight of conviction. Priests spoke of grace, of the light of the seven, of purity. But Cole was not pure. He looked at his hands. Rough, stained with invisible blood. He had just butchered a man. He had carved meat, stolen gold, and lied to a steward's face. He was a murderer. What kind of god looked down at a throat slit in the snow and offered a gift? What divinity watched a boy hack at a corpse and decided to grant him strength? Not the god of mercy. Not the mother. They would have struck him down. They would have burned him with cold. But this heat. This was not judgment. It was approval. Only one god smiled at the red work. Only one god rewarded the blade and the slaughter. God of slaughter. Cole stood still, eyes on the dark. He spoke the words only in his mind. Great God of slaughter, if you desire blood, I will offer it. The night stretched on. The warmth in his veins remained. Frost sealed the shed walls, dust motes swirling in shafts of freezing light. Cole flexed his fingers, bracing for the grind of frozen cartilage, but they snapped open, silent and oiled, blood surging through the joints. He sat up and inhaled. The freezing draft washed over his throat. A cool, harmless stream. Beside him, the straw hissed as Tom curled into a tight ball, jerking. Sweat coated the boy's forehead. His lips were dry, cracked, and grayed at the edges. When Cole touched the skin, it burned slick with sweat, yet tight and dry beneath his fingers. Cole rose, shaking the straw from his tunic, and shouldered the door open. The cold struck him and failed to take hold. He stepped into the courtyard. The keep stirred around him. Servants scuttled, heads tucked low against the gale. Cole cut through the wind to the mess line where a wooden crate held the rations, black bread frozen into bricks. Hob, grease-stained and surly, guarded the food. Cole snatched a heel, his hand closing around a second. Thwack! The ladle cracked against the wood, missing Cole's fingers by an inch. One ration. Hob bared yellow teeth. You knew? One per head. Cole's fingers locked around the second crust. For Tom. He stands, he eats. Bring him here yourself. Hob leaned over the crate, his hand trembling. The ladle shivered between them. Cole looked past the iron, crushing the second loaf in his fist, his gaze drilling into Hob until the man's rage broke against the silence. Cole pivoted away. Thief! Hob screeched, his voice cracking. Greedy rat! I'll mark you. Cole strode away, ignoring the shouts. He crossed the yard and headed back to the shed. He booted the shed door open. It landed with a dull thud. He walked up to Tom, tossed a chunk of black bread at his feet. Eat! Tom only whimpered. Cole left the shed and crossed the courtyard to where a drift had piled against the wall. Crouching, he scooped a double handful of snow and packed it hard between his palms before returning inside. Tom's lips were cracked, split at the corners and gray with thirst. Cole hooked 2 fingers into the boy's jaw and pried his mouth open, ignoring the weak sound of protest. He shoved the snow in, but it melted too fast. Water spilled down the boy's chin, soaking into the straw as Tom gagged, coughed, then swallowed. Cole grabbed more snow and forced it in again. He kept his grip firm while the same rhythm repeated: a gag, cough, swallow, until the boy's breathing steadied. The cracked lips darkened, the gray giving way to a faint wet sheen. Cole waited until it held, then turned away to tear at his own ration, grinding the dense dough between his teeth. Years of working together were paid for. Nothing more was owed. The sudden clang of the bell ruptured the morning. Assembly time had come, and Cole went back to the yard. Grable and bowed heads flooded the space, breath steaming in the cold air. At the front, the steward stood on the dais while the enforcer unspooled a braided leather whip. Quota of view. Guards dragged 3 men forward. Tunics fell, exposing pale, starved skin to the wind. They shook. Crack! The first man shrieked. Cole snapped a piece of crust and tucked it into his cheek. letting saliva soften the stone. The enforcer swung again. White turned to red, red to ruin. Sweat slicked the handle. As the screams died into a gargle of blood, the enforcer kicked the meat into the snow. Next, the woodcutter trembled. The whip cracked once, then twice. The enforcer paused, glancing at the steward, whose gaze drifted idly to the clouds. "Get back in line." The woodcutter scrambled away, breath coming fast, a broken sound of relief tearing out of his throat. The whip moved on. Cl swallowed the bread. Dismissed. The order came from the dais. As the crowd dispersed, Cl headed for the stables, the sharp reek of urine and wet hay hitting him. He seized a shovel. Head count. The patrol leader strode down the aisle, slate in hand. He halted, scowling at the empty stall. "Short one." "Where's the runt?" Silence filled the barn. 4 pairs of eyes shifted to Cl, who leaned on his shovel. "Fever." "Useless," the officer spat, chalk scratching the slate. "If he dies, drag him to the pit." "Stalls clean by noon." The officer marched out. The stable hands shifted, glaring at the unclean stalls. Bar knuckled his pitchfork. "I refuse to do his share." "I'll do it." Bar blinked. "What?" "I'll take his section." "And mine." The men exchanged glances, then drifted off. Cl stepped into the muck and the work began, heaving sodden slurry, forking dense, green hay. Cl cleared the first stall, pitched the straw, and paused. The ashwood shaft rose effortlessly, feather light in his grip. He moved on, the shovel becoming a blur of digging, lifting, and throwing. His breath stayed even. He finished his section and moved to Tom's. The warhorses stamped, their waist heavy with clay. Bar watched, but Cl kept the pace, hoisting a full bucket with one hand, his forearm holding steady as oak. When the noon bell rang, he drove the shovel into the earth and straightened. His legs felt tired, but steady. Warmth filled his body, easy and comfortable. Bar passed him, scanning Cl's face for sweat or ragged breath, and found only a faint sheen of sweat. Bar looked away, puzzled. Cl wiped his hands and inspected his palms. They were rough, calloused, and steady. The sun hung at high noon, a pale, unblinking eye, while shadows hid directly beneath the horses. Cl returned to the shed. Sickness saturated the air, choking out the stable stink with the copper tang of fever. Tom sprawled in the straw, limbs loose. The twitching stopped. Cl crouched as a wet, heavy rattle shook the boy's chest. He had heard that sound before. He peeled back an eyelid. The white had yellowed, the pupil staring wide, blind to the shaft of light cutting the wall. Frostbite blackened the fingertips. Too much heat. Too long. He had seen this before. Most didn't make it. The few who lived woke up without their memories. Names gone, faces gone, unable to remember who they were. Cl rose. He reached for the spear, then paused. His hand hovered over the boy. Days worked side by side, shared shifts. The routine of surviving together. Another thought followed. He'd been left behind. "I have done enough." His fingers twitched once, and he withdrew his hand. He seized the spear from the corner, the ashwood feeling weightless against his calluses, and shouldered the door open, the rattling breath fading behind the closing wood. Cl crossed the courtyard and went out through the side gate. The guard studied the grey horizon, eyes glazed, blind to the servant with the spear. He reached the tree line and followed last night's trail. Snow had softened the tracks, but the landmarks remained of the split pine, the frozen stream. He picked up his pace and moved on. The old oak loomed, the hollow buried beneath a smooth mound of snow. Cl dropped to his knees and drove the spear tip into the crust, clawing away dirt and dead needles until silk showed through. He hauled out the heavy, frozen pouch and tore the knot open. The dagger a fine steel, cold enough to burn. The ringer heavy gold. And the pouch of silver. Everything was there. Nothing missing, nothing extra. Cl gathered everything. He slipped the ring back into the pouch with the silver and cinched it tight. The dagger he kept separate, wrapped in cloth. He moved to another tree, dug a fresh hollow, and stowed the pouch and the blade side by side. He covered them carefully. At the base of the trunk, he cut a short line with his skinning knife. A mark only he would recognize. The gold was safe. The steel was hidden. Cl sheathed his knife and stayed where he was, standing alone in the quiet of the woods. He looked at his hands. Yesterday, they had shaken with cold. Today, They had shoveled tons of wet muck without a tremor. This was change. He remembered the text from the kill. The reward. Kel closed his eyes and focused on the heavy warmth moving through his veins. He spoke the word that had burned itself into his vision. Ether. The world grayed. The wind fell away. Text ignited in the air before him, hovering a silent, waiting. Status open. The text hung in front of his eyes. Plain, white. Status open. Ether. 5. World. None. Identity. None. Ability. None. Kel stared at the floating script. He had never seen anything like it before. But he remembered the moment clearly of the kill. And then, the words burning into his vision. Only one explanation made sense. This was a gift. A reward for blood spilled. Kel lowered his head and drew a slow breath. Gratitude, heavy and quiet, took its place in his chest. It was an offering. The god of slaughter had accepted the knight's death and offered something in return. A contract. Kel looked at the rows. He didn't fully understand the terms. World. Identity. They were abstract concepts. But the numbers were simple. The 5 burned brightly. It was currency. He mentally distributed the blood money. World, +1, identity, +1, ability, +3. He poured the bulk of the essence into power. Strength was the only truth he trusted. Confirm. He waited. He braced himself for the surge of heat, for the iron skin, for a weapon to materialize from the void. He waited for the god to answer. Nothing. The text flickered and vanished. The wind howled. The snow lay silent. Nothing stirred in his body. No surge of warmth followed. Kel stood frozen for a heartbeat, his hand half raised. Not enough? He murmured to the empty air. He lowered his hand. The meaning was clear. More killing was required. Fine, Kel said softly. Then there will be more. Survival came first. He turned away and headed for the trees. Kel breached the tree line and made for the clearing from last night. He stopped by a young pine, snapped 2 low boughs, and prepared to lash them to his boots. He froze. Fresh powder smoothed the world. The storm had accelerated, dumping a foot of new snow that buried the blood and erased the churned earth. Kel dropped the branches. Nature moved faster than him. To sweep now meant leaving new scars on a perfect canvas. Clean. He left the hollow. The frozen stream lay ahead. He dug out one buried snare, then another, farther on, and another after that. All of them were empty. He rose, taking a wide arc west to circle back to the keep. The cellar. Torchlight licked the wet stone walls. Vinegar and old blood choked the air. Sir Jansen occupied the slab, stripped of his surcoat, skin shining a rigid blue-white. Captain Valen stood in the center of the room, sleeves rolled up. Only at eunuch. Report. The watch sergeant stared at the wall, blind to the meat on the table. Found yesterday, my lord. A patrol leader discovered the body in the northern forest and returned before nightfall. The northern forest, Valen repeated, beyond the assigned patrol routes. Yes. Valen pivoted to the leech. The cause? The leech wiped gore from his hands. Impact. The chest plate is split by massive blunt force. A hammer? Too sharp, the leech countered, pointing to the jagged rent in the steel. A wedge shape. Rough iron. It didn't just dent, it cleaved. Valen's gaze traced the rust staining the wound. Not a weapon of war, he murmured. A tool, a laborer's tool. He shifted focus to the throat. And this? Butchery, the leech said, looking the body over. No way to tell exactly how many times he was stabbed. Too many wounds, all running into each other. But I'd say at least 20. Mostly to the neck. You can tell they were thrusts, not slashes. He was still breathing when it started. Lost blood faster drowned in it. By the time they brought him in, his head was nearly off. The neck armor had been driven so deep it was tangled with flesh. Took some effort to get the metal free. Valen went to the table where Jansen's effects lay, an empty dagger sheath, a belt slashed clean through. He tapped the dagger sheath with one finger. His eyes flicked over the table. No sword sheath, he said. Only a dagger. He went out arrogant. He'd been drinking, my lord, the squire ventured. And the dagger is missing. Valen released the belt. It fell back onto the table. He didn't expect a fight, Valen said, his voice cold. But he found a war. Bandits take coin on run. They don't strip a weapon and stay to finish the work. Valen looked at the watch sergeant. An execution. The word settled in his mind. Could it have been that pack of madmen? He turned to the door. Get dressed. We ride. Bring the man who found him. The keep came in through the side gate and into the main courtyard. The afternoon light had died, leaving the air grey and heavy. Clank, clank, clank. The portcullis groaned upward. Smoke and steam rolled in the freezing air as hooves struck stone and the horses surged from the yard. Captain Valen led his men. He wore no plate armor, no general's crest, only black ring mail under a heavy wool fur cloak. On his hip sat a single, functional short sword. He rode a black destrier, the beast stamping, breath pluming in the cold. Behind him, a squire struggled to mount a roan horse, clutching a heavy crossbow, the wood dark and oiled, along with a quiver of iron bolts. 6 guards followed. Valen reined in his horse in front of the patrol leader, who was already mounted, his horse dancing nervously. He stared at the white expanse beyond the gate. The snow had obliterated the trail they left yesterday. The snow is deep, my lord, the patrol leader said, voice tight. The trail will be hard to read. Valen stared at him. You know where you found him? A command, not a question. Yes, my lord. Then lead. The patrol leader swallowed and turned his horse. Cole slipped into the archway's shadow, breath held. The column lurched, Valen thundering past only feet away. The smell of oiled steel and wet fur washed over the gate. They rode north, into the white. Cole watched them go, his grip tightening on the ashwood spear. Valen. The name carried weight. The steward was a pig, greedy and lazy. But Valen was a wolf. He didn't care about quotas or coins. He hunted. The column faded into the distance. The snow offered a shield, but Valen rode past the hidden tracks. He followed the destination. Cole turned toward the shed. The game had changed. The north road. The column advanced into the open ground, the wind erasing their hoofprints almost as soon as they formed. Captain Valen reined in, pulling alongside the patrol leader. The discovery, Valen stated, voice cutting the wind. Why were you in the northern forest? That sector is off the patrol routes. The patrol leader answered. We went to look for them, my lord. Look for whom? 2 servants. They failed to appear at the evening count. By then, the light was failing. Valen sat silent, his presence pressing against the man. The steward assumed flight. The patrol leader continued, the words hurried. But servants miscount for a reason. If they were still in the forest, animals or an accident. I needed to know before night closed in. Valen turned. The flat winter light caught the sharp angle of his jaw. Names, and Tom. Valen stared into the pale, lightless woods ahead. The pieces clicked into place. 2 missing rats. 1 dead lion. Valen spoke without turning. Did you find them? Number. When I reported in, one of the missing men was already in the steward's rooms. Servants don't kill knights, Valen said softly, almost to himself. But they might have seen something. His eyes narrowed. Show me where you found the body. The shed. Darkness solidified. The air inside the shed smelled of damp straw and sickness. Hours had bled away since the portcullis groaned shut. Cole sat with his back against the rough wood, swallowed by the dark. His muscles burned, urging him to move, to run, to do something. But he remained frozen. Escape was a lie. He had weighed the risks in the silence. The main gate was sealed without a writ of passage. The guards would put a crossbow bolt through his back before he took 3 steps. The walls were 30 feet of ice-slicked stone. Even if he made it over, the storm outside was no longer a shield, it was a white tomb. To run into that blizzard without supplies was suicide. To stay was a gamble. If I run, I confess. If I stay, maybe they find nothing in the forest. Maybe the snow covered enough. He looked at Tom. The boy's breath rattled, a wet, broken rhythm filling the silence. A dying clock counting down the seconds. Cole closed his eyes and leaned back against the wooden wall. There was nothing he could do now. All he could do was wait. Thud. A vibration traveled through the frozen ground. Cole's eyes snapped open. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy hooves on cobblestone. Iron shoes striking stone. The sound echoed from the courtyard, growing louder, sharper. They were back. Cole's stomach tightened. They were back too soon. Had they found something? Or had they already put the pieces together? Or were they simply ready to close the matter? The hoofbeats stopped. Voices barked orders, clipped tones cutting through the wind. Then, silence. The heavy, suffocating silence of a predator crouching before the pounce. Steps approached the shed, heavy boots crunching on the snow. Cole let out a slow, shaky breath. He didn't reach for the spear. It was pointless. He simply waited for the verdict. Crash! The door exploded inward, wood splintering into the dark. Freezing wind and blinding torchlight flooded the narrow space. Armored hands seized him before he could stand, dragging him out into the snow, away from the warmth, away from Tom. He offered no resistance. He went with them. "Huh," one of them said. "Kid's pretty calm." "Sir was right," another said. "He probably knows something." "Sir's not here," the third replied. No need to play to him. The interrogation. The dungeon didn't smell of blood. It smelled of wet stone and the scent of a place that was cleaned often. Cole sat in the heavy wooden chair, steady and silent. His hands were still. His thoughts were working. Captain Valen stood before him, a flaying knife resting loosely in his hand. The tools laid out on the table remain unused. Cole had spoken without being pressed. "A farmer," Valen repeated, his voice echoing in the stone room. "You expect me to believe a peasant crushed a knight's chest plate with a hand axe?" "It wasn't a peasant," Cole said, his voice flat and hoarse. "It wore a peasant's skin." "But it moved wrong." Valen leaned against the table, the knife catching the torchlight. "Wrong how?" "It shipped," Cole said, staring at the flame. The memory was vivid, etched in ice. "Left, right." "It said the knight was a deer." "Said it was a game." "Tom and I were toys to it." "The wounds to the neck," he looked at Cole. "Those two are done by this farmer?" Cole lifted his eyes. "When I reached him, he was already done. He wasn't going to live." He paused, then went on. "I thought about ending it, putting him out of his pain. But when I saw his face, I lost control." The room went deadly silent. The patrol leader, standing by the door, shifted his weight, hand drifting to his sword. "Why?" Valen asked, the question driven by genuine curiosity. Cole looked at the flame. He saw the old man's face. The hands that had given him bread when he was 7. "He skinned old Tommy." Cole's voice was quiet. "Tommy took me in when I was small. Jansen made him scream for 3 hours. He laughed while he did it." Cole looked up, meeting Valen's eyes. Valen stared at the boy. He had expected a spy or a madman. Instead, he found something rarer. Loyalty. A servant who butchered a noble not for gold, but for a debt of blood. A slow smile spread across Valen's face. "Vengeance," he whispered, "and honest about it." He thrust the knife onto the table. Clang. "Commander?" The patrol leader stepped forward. "He confessed." "Do we execute him?" "No," Valen said, looking at Cole with a mix of disgust and fascination. "He's not a murderer. He's a wolf protecting his pack." "I don't kill wolves that can be trained." Valen turned to the door. "Throw him in the hole. Let him freeze for a night. If he's still alive tomorrow, I'll find a use for him." The hole was exactly that. A vertical shaft cut into the bedrock, 5 feet wide, covered by a heavy iron grate. Cold spread through Cole's limbs as he lay on the stone. The straw beneath him was damp, offering no warmth. Each breath burned faintly in his chest. He understood it clearly. Exposed like this, with no fire, no movement, no shelter, he would not last the night. By morning, he would likely be frozen stiff at the bottom of the hole. He breathed out slowly. "Just got it," he said to the dark. "A god's mark." A contract. A pause. "And this is how it ends." His jaw tightened. "I should have fought or run for the wilds." He knew the odds. Either way would have meant death, but it would have been movement. Choice. Lying here was neither. Cole drew his knees in, holding on to what little heat remained. The cold kept coming. He closed his eyes. He slept. Hot, wet breath blasted against his face. Heavy, suffocating. Cole tasted copper before he even woke. The hair on his neck bristled, and his eyes snapped open. Teeth glistening inches away. A low, vibrating growl rattled in the throat above him. "Fuck." Cole's forearm smashed into the creature's throat. His other hand flipped up, locking behind the jaw. The beast yelped a high, startled sound. Claws raked at his chest, leaving 3 raw gashes behind. He rolled hard, throwing his weight until his shoulder dropped. He drove his chest down, locking the thing beneath him in place. Crunch. Bone crumbled. Wet and muffled. The thrashing stopped instantly. Cole shoved the limp weight aside and sat up, lungs heaving. The carcass lay in the dust to a coyote. Gray-yellow hide, narrow snout, ribs poking through the fur. Starved thin. He let his trembling hands fall into his lap. His knuckles were white, but beneath them, His breathing was already evening out. Fresh blood welled in jagged lines across his chest. Muscles corded under dust-stained skin. No ribs sticking out here. Something was wrong. This wasn't his body. The strength under his skin felt unfamiliar. Too solid, too whole. A dry wind scoured him as he stood, carrying the smell of ancient sand and sagebrush. Cl reached behind his back. Fingers traced the spine. Down, smooth, unbroken. They lingered, searching for the ridges, the scabs, the thick knotted scars he knew had to be there. Gone. My back should be a ruin. The thought echoed in the silence. Where are the marks? He looked up. Above him stretched a dome of ink-black sky. Stars like spilled salt, a sharp, brilliant, indifferent. The chill was dry, hollow, slicing straight through the skin. A shiver ran through his spine, but the ice in his stomach was colder. Where am I? He lowered his gaze. The horizon stretched out endlessly, a sharp line separating the black sky from the dead earth. Was this a god's trial? A test? Or was this what the god's favor truly looked like? After all, only a god could have taken him somewhere else and given him a body like this. Cl flexed his fingers. Then his hands clenched, slow and deliberate. Strength answered without hesitation. A breath escaped him, sharp, almost a laugh. He forced his legs to move. His first step sent a jolt through his heel. The ground here wasn't just dust, it was a graveyard of sharp shale and dried thorns. Pain flayed her and he welcomed it. One step, then another. Time lost its meaning in the dark. The wind picked up, carrying fine grit that settled into his pores and stung the fresh wounds on his chest. The only sound was the crunch of his own bare feet crushing the crust of the earth. Just as black spots danced in his eyes, the shadows ahead hardened. The shapes were unnatural, angular, deliberate. The bones, bleached skeletons of structures, standing stark against the black earth. Shapes took form. A water tower rose on narrow stilts. Hitching posts stood in crooked rows. Wind pushed a tumbleweed against the remains of a porch, where it snagged and rattled in place. Yellow light bled through the cracks of boarded windows from the only building on the street that was still lit. Saloon. The word formed in his mind before he read it. He knew the letters. He knew the meaning. Strange, he thought. I never learned to read. Rough laughter and the heavy thud of glass on wood spilled out. Cole stepped onto the boardwalk and pushed the doors open. It hit him a wall of stale alcohol, sweat, and cheap tobacco. 8 bodies, 2 at the bar, 4 at a center table playing faro, 2 in the shadows. Cole scanned the room. His eyes landed on the weapons at their hips. Strange iron tools with wooden handles. He had never seen them before. And yet, a whisper in his mind named them. Colt. Revolver. 6 shots. Death. It was a cold, alien knowledge, dripping into his brain like ice water. The room shifted. The laughter at the card table broke, then returned in a lower register. Heads turned. They took in the bare chest, fresh claw marks crossing it in red lines, the dust-caked legs, the bloody feet. Well, I'll be damned. A gravelly voice broke the quiet. A man leaned against the bar, wine stains mapping his mouth. He spat on the floor, eyes sweeping over Cole's bare legs. Look at what the dust spat out. Stripped clean. Where do you find such polite road agents? Usually they take the life with the boots. His eyes narrowed, locking onto the bleeding lines on Cole's chest. Fresh cuts. Coyote marks. Laughter rippled through the room, low and mocking. Lucky son of a bitch, another voice chimed in from the shadows, thick with grit. Must have tussled with a lone pup. A pack would have picked his bones clean. Cole stood still. The stares meant nothing. The laughter, less. He focused on a patch of noise near the corner where voices were still overlapping, drunk and oblivious. Talking about the second fastest gun? Don't make me laugh. Hell, I got that beat. I'm the first fastest. Just ask the girls at Rosie's. Laughter again, sharp, cruel. He walked to the bar. A dirty mirror hung behind it. He glanced at it once, then looked away. The bartender stood behind the counter, thick-set, short sleeves bearing heavy arms. His face was wide and worn, a broken nose and a beard gone grey at the edges, eyes dull but watchful. He stopped wiping a glass and looked Clover, his gaze settling on the scratches across the chest. This ain't a charity ward. son. He jabbed a thumb at the empty counter. Coin or dust. Golden liquid foamed in a glass nearby. Cle's throat seized. 0 coins. No pockets. No name. Black spots swam through Cle's vision. His mouth was dry and raw, his tongue thick as he swallowed. The bartender sighed. His hand moved beneath the bar. Something pulled. Cle's sight lurched sideways, then slipped free of his body altogether. He was no longer standing at the counter. He was watching. The room unfolded from another angle, steady and detached, as if seen through someone else's eyes. The bar, the tables, the bodies are alive, unaware. The first motion came without warning. Then blood, then screaming. Chairs overturned. Glass shattered. A slaughter, unfolding with calm efficiency. Cle saw himself move through it, saw hands that weren't his, saw the work finished. The vision tore away. 12 heartbeats. Something pressed in on his thoughts, heavy and unmistakable. It pulled toward blood. Guidance, Cle thought, a shiver running down his spine. Was this the will of the god of slaughter? The path was clear. Cle paused for a heartbeat, guided by his conscience. He needed to know whether anyone among them was innocent, someone untouched by guilt and undeserving of death. Wait! Cle shouted, his voice carrying across the room. The bartender paused. His hand rested under the bar, finger near the trigger. The barrel wasn't raised just enough to make the point clear. The room went deadly quiet. Cle turned his head, looking at the men seated around the room. What sins have you committed? He asked. What guilt do you carry? Silence. Then, a bark of laughter broke the tension. Sins? The man with the wine stain split a grin, rotten teeth on display. Listen to this, kid thinks he's a preacher. Laughter burst out around the room. Chairs scraped. Someone slapped the table. They loosened up, seeing nothing but a barefoot nobody talking big. You want a confession, boy? The card player leaned back, rolling his revolver along the felt with his fingertips. I busted a hard hand outside San Marcos once. Wouldn't work for free. So I broke his leg and rode on. A chuckle drifted out of the dark. I chased a family off their land last winter, another voice said. Burned their fence. Shot their mule. Told them next time I'd burn the house with them in it. Someone at the back lifted his glass. I took a woman on the road last spring, he said, grinning. She screamed. I didn't stop. Still think about it. Worth the trouble. The laughter came back harder. Meaner. They started talking over each other of fists used for settling things, threats made because they worked, small thefts that never reached a sheriff's desk. Ugly things, said plain. Done because no one stood in the way. They grinned. They drank. They enjoyed remembering. And they waited to see what the barefoot boy would do next. Good, Cle whispered, a genuine smile touching his lips. Then tell me, he said softly. Are you ready? I will be done. The bartender's finger tightened on the trigger. Cle moved at once, with the sudden, terrifying grace of a viper uncoiling. He struck to leave the face intact, so there would be eyes left to see. His hand blurred, snatching the heavy whiskey bottle. He swung it down at the wrist hidden beneath the bar. Crack. Bone snapped. The gun clattered to the floor. The bartender shrieked, clutching his ruined hand, collapsing into the corner. Watch, Cle commanded softly. The card player stood up, clawing for his holster. The hell you think you're doing, you little punk? Cle vaulted the bar in one smooth motion, his body gliding over the wood like smoke. He landed softly and pulled the shotgun straight from the wall rack. He had no idea yet what the thing in his hands was meant to do. His hands already knew. The god guided his thumb. Hammers cocked. Thunder. Cle spun. The card player raised his revolver. Cle pulled the triggers. Boom. The recoil struck Cle's shoulder, sharp and heavy. He fired again before the first blast finished echoing. The card player took both shots in the chest at point-blank range. The first load tore through cloth and bone. The second drove straight into what was already breaking apart. His ribs collapsed inward. The front of his torso gave way. The man behind him caught the spillover at the same moment, pellets tearing into his side and throat. He went down without a sound. The card player was thrown backward. The table split under his weight. Blood sprayed across the room, mixed with splintered wood. The room erupted in chaos. You son of a bitch. Bullets chewed the wood around him. Thwack, thwack. Cle was already moving. The shot was barely finished when he twisted aside, a round tearing past his shoulder close enough to feel the heat. Gunfire cracked through the saloon. Bullets ripped into the bar top, wood splintering into the air. Cl dropped behind the counter and let the shotgun fall. He stayed low, pressed against the shelves and the casks beneath them. Bottles shattered overhead. Glass rained down. The bartender froze beside him, hands half raised. Cl reached across the floor and picked up the revolver the bartender had dropped. He checked the cylinder once. 6 rounds. "Don't move," he said, without looking at him. Cl rose just enough to see over the bar. A man was charging him, knife raised. Cl fired once. The man crumpled mid-stride, sliding across the sawdust. Cl shifted, fired again. A second man tried to dive behind the overturned card table. The bullet found him before he hit the floor. The third shot took a man in the shoulder as he tried to flank along the wall. The impact pinned him against the wood. The fourth caught someone mid-run toward the door. The fifth cut off a shout from behind a post. The sixth caught the last man as he started to raise his gun. Smoke hung low over the bar. Empty chambers clicked under Claw's thumb. Silence began to reclaim the room, broken only by whimpering. One man remained, the one who had bragged about the woman on the road. Claw bent down and picked up a revolver from the floor. He straightened, then walked toward him, one step at a time, unhurried. The third shot had caught him in the shoulder. His left hand was clamped over the wound, blood leaking between his fingers. His gun lay forgotten on the floor. He backed away in short, panicked steps, shoulders scraping the wall, trying to make himself smaller. "Please," he said, voice breaking. "Please." He kept retreating until there was nowhere left to go, his hands shaking, his eyes fixed on Cl. "No, no, wait." The man blubbered, snot running down his face. I was lying. I was just talking big. I never touched her, I swear." Cl stopped. He stood amidst the carnage, the smoking revolver hanging loosely at his side. He tilted his head, looking at the weeping man with cold curiosity. "Lying?" Cl asked. "I didn't mean it. Whiskey talk. I ain't a bad man, I swear." "Please." Cl stepped closer. The floorboards creaked. He loomed over the man. "Let's play a game," Cl said softly. "I'll ask you a question. You have 1 breath to answer. If you miss it, I kill you. If you answer in time, I let you go. Do you understand?" The man nodded frantically. "Yes, yes. I understand." Claw's face stayed calm and empty. 3. What color dress was she wearing? The words coming out in a rapid rush. The answer flew out of the man's mouth, born of terror and memory. "Blue." It was pale blue calico. The man froze. His eyes went wide as the realization hit him. Cl smiled, his eyes flat. "You have a good memory for a lie." "Noah." His voice cracked before the word was finished. Cl lowered the gun and aimed at the man's crotch. Bang! The shot hit. His body folded in on itself. He dropped to the floor, knees jerking up, both hands clamping over his groin. His mouth opened, but no sound came out. Blood soaked through his fingers and spread across the boards as he convulsed, breath breaking in his throat. Cl ignored the noise. He turned away and jammed the pistol against his side, held in place by nothing but his loincloth. He had work to do. He walked to the man with the wine stainer, the one who had mocked his bare feet. The corpse lay face down. Cl sat on the bloody floorboards. He pulled the man's coat off first, then his shirt. He took the trousers next, working them free without hurry. He stepped into the pants, fastened them, then cinched the belt tight around his waist. A gun belt came with it. He slid it on, testing the fit, checking the loops. He took the holster last and threaded it into place. The boots came off next. He pulled them on, tight leather biting at his feet. He laced them slowly, adjusting the fit, while the wounded man behind him choked and sobbed. Cl stood and stamped his heels once. Solid. He found a hat on another body and set it on his head, pulling the brim low. Then he went from body to body. He knelt, searched their pockets, took the coins, the dust pouches, the loose cartridges. He picked up the knife from the man who had charged him at the start, of the one who had come in with the blade raised. Cl tested its weight once, then kept it. He checked their pistols one by a near weight, balance, the wear on the grips. He chose the best of them and swapped it for the one tucked against his side. The screaming in the corner had turned into low, gurgling sobs. Cl walked back to the bar. The bartender sat slumped against the shelves, his broken wrist pressed to his chest. His breathing was shallow. His eyes tracked Cl without blinking. "You're lucky," Cole said to the bartender. You didn't speak of any sins you'd committed. Maybe there were none. Cole reached for a bottle of amber whiskey that had survived. He uncorked it and took a long, burning swallow. The liquid washed the dust from his mouth. He set the bottle down, then reached for a water jug behind the bar. He drank again, slower this time, until the burn was gone. Cole looked at the bartender. Food. Where? He paused once. And get me a pack. The rapist in the corner was still twitching, breath bubbling wetly in his throat. Cole crossed the room, chewing slowly. Beans and grease stuck to his teeth. He stopped in front of the man and looked down at what was left. Time to go. Bang. The room went quiet. Cole turned to leave. Then he saw it. Pinned to the wall beside the shattered mirror, spattered with fresh blood, was a sheet of rough yellow paper. He stepped closer. The charcoal sketch was crude, the lines rushed but the eyes were unmistakable. The same ones he had seen staring back at him. Wanted a dead or alive. El Lobo. Reward, $7,500. Cole tore the notice from the wall. He folded the blood-stained paper and slipped it into his pocket. He looked at the bartender once more. Tell them, Cole said. Then he turned and walked out into the night. The darkness closed in behind him. The wind swept the street clean, hard enough to sting bare skin and steal warmth on contact. The street was empty. Dust rolled along the ruts. Doors were shut. Windows were dark. The buildings stood bare and hollow, frames of wood and stone under the night sky. Cole stood on the boardwalk, the new boots stiff against his ankles. Ether. The text burned into the air. Ether. 0.8. Cole stared. He blinked once, as if dust had drifted into his eyes. 0.8. 8 lives. And the reward was less than a single point? A joke. His voice was flat. He thought of the night. 1 man, 5 points. He thought of the men inside. 8 bodies on the floor. Less than 1. Quality, Cole realized. The god does not care for chaff. Or maybe. He looked at the heavy revolver at his hip. Too easy, the thought struck him. Distance. Gunpowder. No effort. No struggle. It was efficient, yes. But was it worship? Perhaps Vras demanded more than just death. Perhaps he demanded a cruel slaughter or the blood that spilled forth. Cole ground his teeth. If what he had just realized was true, then those 8 people had died for nothing. He had wasted them. It felt like crushing a gnat with a hammer. Too much effort, too little blood. I'll have to try again, he muttered. With a better one. Inside the saloon, the bartender was trying to wrap his crushed wrist with a dirty rag, teeth gritted against the pane. The door hinges creaked. He froze. He looked up, terror draining the blood from his face. The wolf was back. Cole walked in. He didn't look at the bodies. He walked straight to the bar, his boots scrunching on the broken glass he had created. The bartender shrank back, pressing himself against the shelves. You said. I forgot something, Cole said. He placed his hands on the counter. A horse. I need one. The bartender nodded frantically. The livery. Out back. Take the gray. She's fast. Good. Cole didn't move. He stared at the man. One more thing. A map. The bartender fumbled with his good hand, pulling a rolled parchment from under the counter. He pushed it across, trembling. Cole unrolled it. Lines. Towns. Mountains. It meant nothing to him yet. He looked up. I need to find people, Cole went on, the kind who live by blood. His eyes went cold. I want the worst you have. Where do such wretches hide? The bartender swallowed dryly. He pointed a shaking finger at a jagged ridge drawn in the west. Red Rock Canyon, he whispered. The Jackal Gang. They skin people alive. They hang them from the cliffs. Cole looked at the ridge on the map. Skin them alive. That sounded like 5 points. Maybe more. Perfect. Cole stepped out the back door and followed the route the bartender had given him, toward the livery. The livery stable stood in the shadows, a rough wooden structure leaning against the wind. The smell hit him instantly. Ammonia, wet straw, and warm animal sweat. For anyone else, it was a stench. For Cole, it was a familiar smell, worn in by 9 years. He walked into the dark aisle. The horses stirred, ears flicking, hooves shifting in the straw. The bartender had said to take the gray. Cole found it in the second stall. He looked it over. Long legs, sleek coat. Pretty. Cole snorted. He ran a hand down the gray's foreleg. The muscle twitched. Too skittish. And the hooves were cracked at the heel. A runner, not a fighter. It would throw a rider at the first gunshot and go lame after a day on the rocks. He moved on. He walked down the line, reading muscle and temper at a glance, with a stable hand's eye. He knew horses. He knew them from the bottom up. He knew that a shiny coat could hide worms. He knew that a high head often meant a weak back. For 9 years, he had shoveled their waist, groomed their flanks, and watched knights ride them out while he stood in the mud. Head down, lad. Clean the stall, lad. He stopped at the last stall. A dark bay gelding stood in the shadows. It wasn't pretty. It had a thick neck, a coarse mane, and a scar running down its left flank. It looked at Cl with a dull, mean eye. Cl opened the gate. The horse tried to bite him. Cl slapped the muzzle hard. The horse reeled, confused by the blow. Cl ran his hand over the chest. Deep, massive lungs. He checked the legs. Thick bone, tendons like iron cables. He lifted a hoof. The frog was healthy, the wool thick and hard as stone. This beast could run for 3 days on thin feed and stubborn will. You'll do, Cl breathed. He tore a saddle from the rail. Heavy, worn leather, rank with old sweat. He slammed it onto the horse's back. 9 years, 3,000 days of waking before the sun to clean up after these animals. 3,000 days spent caring for them, never once stepping into the saddle. He knew every horse in the keep by habit and by hand, which ones kicked, which ones bit, which ones tired early. That was his work. Saddles were not for him. Touching one meant the lash. Sitting one meant the rope. He had learned that early, learnt it well. Cl tightened the cinch. The horse grunted, expanding its chest. Cl kneed it in the gut, forcing the breath out, and pulled the strap tighter. Old trick. Horses puff up to keep the girth loose. He broke the breath and cinched it tight. He led the bay out into the cold night, mounted straight from the ground, one hand on the pommel, the other buried in the mane. This was the crossing. Cl knew the animal. The motion answered to the body. As his foot found the stirrup, muscle and balance aligned, El Lobo surfaced. He swung up at clean, practiced, and settled into the seat. From the saddle, the fence dropped to waist height. The trough slid past his knee. The ground rolled out ahead of him. So this was the view. Cl closed his hands around the reins. The leather pulled taut. The horse answered. He wanted this in his hands, and he meant to keep it there. He turned the horse west, toward the jagged ridge marked on the map, toward Red Rock Canyon. He drove his heels in. Hi-ah! The bay lunged forward, hooves hammering the hard earth. The wind tore past him, bending around his shape. It answered him. Earth, beast, distance. Each fell into order beneath the ride. Cl bared his teeth to the dark wind. El Lobo. 2 days of dust. 2 days of silence. The world west of the settlement lay dead. Cl rode through a graveyard of small towns, hollow shells of wood and stone stripped by time and scavengers. A stone marker stood where the road broke apart. Dust Haven, it reared marked on the map as the last supply before Red Rock Canyon. A lone street lamp still stood at the edge of town. Something shriveled hung from it, blackened and dried by the wind. The skies stayed empty, untouched even by vultures. Just the wind, hissing through broken windows like a dying breath. Cl pulled on the reins, bringing the bay gelding to a halt near a collapsed water tower. The horse's head drooped, its coat matted with sweat and grit. Cl dismounted. His boots hit the dry earth with a heavy thud. By the second night, his stomach tightened with hunger. He counted what remained and knew it was less than it should be. Hunger. It burned steady in his gut, hot and demanding. He checked the saddlebags. Empty. The dried meat was gone yesterday. The cheese, gone this morning. He pulled out the last item, a single, rock-hard heel of bread. Cl looked at it. It wasn't enough to fill a tooth, let alone a man. His stomach cramped, demanding it. He looked at the horse. The beast was watching him, its large dark eyes fixed on the bread. It nudged his shoulder, a weak, tired motion. For 2 straight nights, the horse carried him on without faltering. The scrub grass along the road lay dead and yellow, offering nothing to graze on. Eat up, he muttered, breaking the bread and giving it over. We're moving again tonight. The horse took it gently, warm lips brushing against his calloused hand. Cl turned away and walked toward the center of the ruins. He needed water. He found the town square, dominated by an old stone well. Most wells on the road had been dry, choked with sand and bones. He picked up a stone and dropped it into the darkness and waited. Splash, faint, deep but wet. Cole let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. He grabbed the frayed rope of the bucket mechanism. The wood groaned in protest as he cranked it. The handle fought him, rusted and stiff, but Cole's arm moved with mechanical steady force. Up, up, up. The bucket cleared the rim. It was half full of murky, brown water. It looked like mud. It smelled like wet copper. It was enough. Cole tipped the bucket into the stone trough. The bay thrust its muzzle forward at once, then drank greedily, sucking the water down in noisy gulps. Cole lowered the bucket again, and again. On the third draw, he lifted the bucket to his own lips. The water was gritty and tasted of iron, but it was cold. He drank until his stomach hurt. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. The sun was high now, a white hammer beating down on the anvil of the earth. To continue now would be suicide. The heat would suck the moisture right back out of them. Cole led the horse into the shadow of a ruined general store. The roof was half gone, but the walls were thick enough to block the sun. He sat down in the dirt, leaning his back against the cool stone. "We wait," he told the horse. "We move at dusk." The horse huffed and closed its eyes, resting one back leg. Cole closed his eyes and listened to the wind. He listened to the silence. He waited as the hunger settled into a dull roar. He slept. Red Rock Canyon was a few hours hard ride away. The shadows stretched long, turning from gray to deep purple as the sun finally dipped below the horizon. The heat slackened, still heavy, but no longer crushing. Cole opened his eyes. He had slept lightly, never fully at rest. Always listening. He stood, joints popping. Hunger tightened as he moved. It was the kind of thing he had long learned to ignore, it just not in this body. "Up," he told the horse. The bay gelding groaned and hauled itself to its feet. Cole went back for the bucket and let it drink again. Cole tightened the cinch, then walked the horse out of the ruins, giving it the first mile to stretch and settle before the ride. When the last of the light faded and the stars reclaimed the sky, Cole swung into the saddle. They set off again. The land changed. The flat scrub broke into slopes and rock, with the first signs of vegetation clinging to the ground. The wind grew louder, threading through the stone. He rode for 3 hours. The moon rose, painting the desert in silver and black. Ahead, the horizon broke. Red Rock Canyon. Even in the moonlight, the rock lived up to its name. Great slabs of sandstone rose from the earth like the rusted ribs of a giant beast. The canyon mouth was a dark throat, swallowing the road. And deep inside that throat, there was light. Flickering orange dots. Campfires. Cole folded the map. The smell came on the wind. Faint smoke. Stale sweat. Something old and wrong beneath it. The horse shifted under him, ears flicking back and forth. Cole drew the reins in and laid a hand on its neck. "Easy," he whispered. Cole stopped short of the canyon mouth and swung down from the saddle. Riding straight in was for another kind of man. He guided the horse off the main trail, path through loose shale until the rock folded in on itself. A narrow fissure opened along the walletite, sheltered from the wind, and invisible from the road. He dismounted there and tied the reins to a thick mesquite root half buried in stone. "Stay," Cole commanded. "If I don't come back, break the rope and run." The horse huffed, lowered its head, and nosed at the sparse grass clinging to the rock. Cole left it there and moved on foot toward the canyon. 2 men were posted along the canyon's edge. One slumped against the stone, head bowed, breathing slow and even. The other sat nearby, boots stretched out, staring into the dark. His eyes tracked Cole for a second, unfocused, then drifted away. Cole walked straight across the stone, boots grinding against the shale without concern. The sleeper stirred. He smacked his lips, eyes still half closed. "Already?" he muttered. "Shift change?" He swallowed and squinted into the dark. "You got any liquor?" Cole didn't answer. The knife slid free. 2 days of dust. 2 days of silence. The world west of the settlement lay dead. Cole rode through a graveyard of small towns, of hollow shells of wood and stone stripped by time and scavengers. A stone marker stood where the road broke apart. Dust Haven, it reared marked on the map as the last supply before Red Rock Canyon. A lone street lamp still stood at the edge of town. Something shriveled hung from it, blackened and dried by the wind. The skies stayed empty, untouched even by vultures. Just the wind, hissing through broken windows like a dying breath. Cl pulled on the reins, bringing the bay gelding to a halt near a collapsed water tower. The horse's head drooped, its coat matted with sweat and grit. Cl dismounted. His boots hit the dry earth with a heavy thud. By the second night, his stomach tightened with hunger. He counted what remained and knew it was less than it should be. Hunger. It burned steady in his gut, hot and demanding. He checked the saddlebags. Empty. The dried meat was gone yesterday. The cheese, gone this morning. He pulled out the last item, a single, rock-hard heel of bread. Cl looked at it. It wasn't enough to fill a tooth, let alone a man. His stomach cramped, demanding it. He looked at the horse. The beast was watching him, its large dark eyes fixed on the bread. It nudged his shoulder, a weak, tired motion. For 2 straight nights, the horse carried him on without faltering. The scrub grass along the road lay dead and yellow, offering nothing to graze on. "Eat up," he muttered, breaking the bread and giving it over. "We're moving again tonight." The horse took it gently, warm lips brushing against his calloused hand. Cl turned away and walked toward the center of the ruins. He needed water. He found the town square, dominated by an old stone well. Most wells on the road had been dry, choked with sand and bones. He picked up a stone and dropped it into the darkness and waited. Splash, faint, deep but wet. Cl let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. He grabbed the frayed rope of the bucket mechanism. The wood groaned in protest as he cranked it. The handle fought him, rusted and stiff, but Kl's arm moved with mechanical steady force. Up, up, up. The bucket cleared the rim. It was half full of murky, brown water. It looked like mud. It smelled like wet copper. To Cl, it was enough. Cl tipped the bucket into the stone trough. The bay thrust its muzzle forward at once, then drank greedily, sucking the water down in noisy gulps. Cl lowered the bucket again, and again. On the third draw, he lifted the bucket to his own lips. The water was gritty and tasted of iron, but it was cold. He drank until his stomach hurt. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. The sun was high now, a white hammer beating down on the anvil of the earth. To continue now would be suicide. The heat would suck the moisture right back out of them. Cl led the horse into the shadow of a ruined general store. The roof was half gone, but the walls were thick enough to block the sun. He sat down in the dirt, leaning his back against the cool stone. "We wait," he told the horse. "We move at dusk." The horse huffed and closed its eyes, resting one back leg. Cl closed his eyes and listened to the wind. He listened to the silence. He waited as the hunger settled into a dull roar. He slept. Red Rock Canyon was a few hours hard ride away. The shadows stretched long, turning from gray to deep purple as the sun finally dipped below the horizon. The heat slackened, still heavy, but no longer crushing. Cl opened his eyes. He had slept lightly, never fully at rest. Always listening. He stood, joints popping. Hunger tightened as he moved. It was the kind of thing he had long learned to ignore, just not in this body. "Up," he told the horse. The bay gelding groaned and hauled itself to its feet. Cl went back for the bucket and let it drink again. Cl tightened the cinch, then walked the horse out of the ruins, giving it the first mile to stretch and settle before the ride. When there, last of the light faded and the stars reclaimed the sky, Cl swung into the saddle. They set off again. The land changed. The flat scrub broke into slopes and rock, with the first signs of vegetation clinging to the ground. The wind grew louder, threading through the stone. He rode for 3 hours. The moon rose, painting the desert in silver and black. Ahead, the horizon broke. Red Rock Canyon. Even in the moonlight, the rock lived up to its name. Great slabs of sandstone rose from the earth like the rusted ribs of a giant beast. The canyon mouth was a dark throat, swallowing the road. And deep inside that throat, there was light. Flickering orange dots. Campfires. Cl folded the map. The smell came on the wind. Faint smoke. Stale sweat. Something old and wrong beneath it. The horse shifted under him, ears flicking back and forth. Cl drew the reins in and laid a hand on its neck. "Easy," he whispered. Cl stopped short of the canyon mouth and swung down from the saddle. Riding straight in was for another kind of man. He guided the horse off the main trail, path through loose shale until the rock folded in on itself. A narrow fissure opened along the walletite, sheltered from the wind, and invisible from the road. He dismounted there and tied the reins to a thick mesquite root half buried in stone. "Stay," Cl commanded. If I don't come back, break the rope and run. The horse huffed, lowered its head, and nosed at the sparse grass clinging to the rock. Cl left it there and moved on foot toward the canyon. Two men were posted along the canyon's edge. One slumped against the stone, head bowed, breathing slow and even. The other sat nearby, boots stretched out, staring into the dark. His eyes tracked Cl for a second, unfocused, then drifted away. Cl walked straight across the stone, boots grinding against the shale without concern. The sleeper stirred. He smacked his lips, eyes still half closed. Already? He muttered. Shift change? He swallowed and squinted into the dark. You got any liquor? Cl didn't answer. The knife slid free. The other sentry frowned. Already? That was early. Cl stepped inside his reach. A hand over the mouth. The knife slid up under the ribs and stopped. The sentry's eyes went wide in blank confusion. His mind stalled. The body failed. Cl held the weight as the man went limp, then lowered him quietly to the shale. He left the body where it lay and stepped over it. He moved to the second man. The sleeper was turning at the sound, shoulders shifting against the rock. His head came up, eyes cracking open as he looked toward the body on the shale. Cl was already there. He knelt. He placed the cold edge of his knife against the man's throat, just enough to break the skin. Then, he clamped his hand over the man's mouth. The man jerked under the blade. His eyes snapped open, wide with terror, fixing on the dark silhouette looming over him. He held still. The blade bit deeper, a line of hot blood running down his neck. Easy, Cl whispered. Move, and the head comes off. The man froze. He nodded frantically against Kl's palm. Cl shifted his weight, reached down, and slid the man's sidearm free from its holster. He set it out of reach on the shale. He loosened his grip on the mouth slightly. How many in the canyon? T20, the man stammered, his voice a wet whisper. Maybe 22. Plus 2 women. Where's your head man? In the big tent. The one with the broken bar, the drying racks. Good. Cl leaned closer. The man smelled of stale sweat and fear. Perfect. Last question. Cl spoke even and low. What did you have to do to get in with them? The man blinked, tears welling in his eyes. If I tell you a broken bar, you'll let me go? I came looking for them, Cl whispered. Figured I'd join. He glanced back once, toward the body on the shale. That one, Cl nodding at the corpse. That counts as my proof. Enough, right? The sentry's eyes widened. He studied Cl again, slower this time, then nodded once. In or for yeah, enough. The man rushed out, desperate to please the new monster. Once you've killed, they don't ask more. Just go down there. Tell them you did it. They'll take you. Cl tilted his head. So killing someone's enough? Yeah. The man breathed. That's all it takes. Good. Cl tilted his head. Then what did you do to get in? When Cl walked away, the canyon was quiet again. The man lay where he had been left. His mouth hung open, tongue gone. Large sections of skin were missing from his arms and legs, red muscle fibers exposed and uneven, cut too deep in places. Whoever worked on him did it clumsily, taking too much meat with the skin. Blood soaked the shale around the body, pooled thick and dark, smeared where he had twitched at the end. Ether, 1. No difference. Close or distant. Slow or clean. The yield was the same. Either the method didn't matter or they were simply worth very little. Cl wiped the blade clean. He stood and moved toward the ridge. Below him, the canyon opened up. The camp lay quiet. Most of the tents were dark. Fires had burned down to embers. Only a few men remained awake near a shallow pit, voices low, unhurried. At the center of the camp stood the largest tent. It was impossible to miss. The pavilion rose higher than the others, its poles wrapped and bound with pale strips. Shapes hung from the frame long, uneven pieces that caught the firelight dully. Some still bore marks, a stretch of inked skin, a warped nipple, the curve of a shoulder taken wrong. Human skin. Other parts with it. It was on display. Cl understood without seeing the man himself. That was where the head man stayed. A madman, rotten to the bone. Men like that drew others to them. Violence bred followers. Followers bred bodies. He checked his revolver, then his knife. The metal felt right in his hands. Familiar. His eyes moved over the camp again, slower this time. Lanterns hung from posts, their glass filmed with soot. Each one threw a shallow pool of light, leaving long stretches of shadow between. Crates were stacked near the cook fire, lids warped from heat and use. One had split at the corner, grain spilling out onto the dirt, already trampled flat. Off to one side, near the horses, stood a pair of barrels. One had leaked. The ground beneath it was dark and slick, the smell faint but unmistakable. Oil. Cole filed it away. The camp breathed in its sleep. A horse stamped once and settled. Somewhere deeper in the tents, a man muttered, then went quiet. Embers shifted in a fire pit, collapsing in on themselves with a soft hiss. Too many places to watch. Not enough eyes. Cole slid down from the rocks, boots finding shale and dirt, letting gravity finish the descent. He didn't rush it. A fall would carry sound. A stumble would carry worse. He reached the canyon floor and stayed there, crouched low, letting the night accept him. No one noticed. They were loose. By the fire pit, two men sat with their boots out, passing a bottle back and forth. "Hell," one of them muttered, staring into the embers. "How long's it been since we had any real fun?" The other snorted. "Too long." He tipped the bottle, shook it, frowned at how light it felt. "Ain't much left around here," he went on. "We picked this stretch clean. Folks hear our name, they turn around or run dry." "Yeah," the first said. "Word travels." He spat into the dirt. "Guess that's what happens when you do the job too well." They laughed, low and tired. Cole moved while they weren't looking. He crossed one dark stretch, then another, timing his steps with the murmur of voices, the crackle of dying wood. Every shadow had weight now. Every shape could turn into a man. A dog lifted its head near one of the tents. Cole froze. The animal sniffed the air, ears twitching. A hand reached down and cuffed it without looking. The dog whined once and curled back in on itself. Cole let his breath out, slow. He adjusted his grip. It had already begun. "So," one of them said, voice low and amused, "what's it like, getting a taste of the second in command?" "Don't know." Cole stepped into the light behind them. "Me neither." The man on the right started to turn, mouth opening. Cole's blade flashed. He cut across the man's throat in one clean motion. The man staggered back, a wet sound forcing its way out as he clawed at the ruin of his neck. Cole twisted his wrist and drove the knife through the throat of the second man from behind. The body shuddered. A muffled whine escaped him as his legs buckled and gave out. They collapsed almost together, boots scraping weakly against the dirt. Blood sprayed across Cole's cheek. He wiped it away with the back of his hand and moved on. Two down. The camp went on breathing, unaware. The dog by the tents didn't bark. It only lifted its head, sniffed once, then settled back down. Cole stepped into the first tent. A snore, a shadow. The knife went into the ear canal. Silence. This was slaughter. He worked the way men work livestock, one throat after another, quick cuts, letting the blood run out before a sound could carry. Most of the bandits were asleep, sunk deep in liquor and heat. Cole moved from tent to tent like a plague. A few stirred. Eyes opened. Some even understood. It didn't help. Years of drink had dulled their bodies and slowed their minds. By the time danger registered, their hands wouldn't answer. They knew what was happening. They just couldn't react. Ether, 1.6. Next tent. Two men sleeping back to back. One slashed to a throat. One blade punched straight into the heart. A wet sound. A brief shudder, then stillness. Ether, 1.8. He worked methodically. It was intimate, quiet work. The numbers in his mind ticked up. It wasn't a fortune, but it was steady. He cleared the outer ring. Then the middle. 12 men died without ever touching their weapons. Now, only 6 of the lesser bandits remained, scattered in the tents closer to the center, and the leaders. Cole approached the large pavilion in the center. But he stopped at a smaller, canvas tent pitched right beside it. The fabric was thin. Light flickered inside. Voices drifted out, low, urgent, and poisonous. Cole paused in the shadow, listening. "I can't," a man's voice whimpered. It sounded broken, edged with hysteria. "I can't go back in there, Mara." "Not tonight." "Hush, Caleb," a woman's voice answered. It wasn't kind, it was impatient, like a mother scolding a slow child. "He asked for you." "You know what happens when he waits." "It's not right." Caleb's voice cracked. He rips me apart." "And you just watch." "You sit there and drink while he uses me like I keep you alive." The woman hissed. "I share my bed with you when he's done." don't I? I give you the powder to numb the pain. Don't you forget who saved you from the cage, little rat. I hate him, Caleb sobbed. And I hate you. Hate keeps you warm, she said. Wipe your face. If he sees you like this, he'll enjoy it. You know what that leads to. Cole stood outside. Filth, he thought, are no different from the dealings of nobles. He shifted his position outside the tent, easing along the canvas, careful to keep his weight low. Knife ready. He waited. Someone inside would step out soon enough. Snap. A stone scraped softly under Cole's boot. The voices inside stopped instantly. Who's there? The woman, Mara, called out. Her voice was sharp, dangerous. Cole stayed silent, muscle coiling. Is that you, Griggs? She snapped. I told you to stop creeping around my tent, you pervert. I'll cut your hands off. She moved. Cole saw her shadow grow large against the canvas. She was coming to the entrance, aggressive, expecting a peeping subordinate. She threw the flap open. Get in here, you gutless whore. She stopped short. She didn't see a subordinate. She saw a shadow with burning blue eyes. Clacked immediately, silent. Clacked immediately, silent. His arm struck forward like a snake. Thwack. The knife entered her right eye socket. It went deep, punching through bone and brain. Mara stiffened. The snarl never formed. Her hands twitched, then dropped. Cole yanked the knife free with a wet sucking sound. She collapsed backward into the tent. Inside, Caleb stared at the woman's body. He stared at the blood pouring from her ruined face. Then he looked up at Cole. He screamed, "Ah, attack, attack!" Caleb scrambled backward, tripped over a cot, and snatched for the revolver on the table. Cole dropped the knife and drew his iron. He squeezed the trigger, the shot cracking through the smoke. The shot caught Caleb mid-motion. His head snapped back as the round tore through his skull. He went down hard. Bone cracked. The body slammed into the table, sending it skidding, the revolver clattering across the floor. The gunshot echoed like thunder in the canyon. The camp woke up. What is it? Who's shooting? Men stumbled out of the remaining tents, pulling up pants, grabbing rifles. The 6 survivors. Cole was already moving. Stealth was finished. Shots would follow. He sprinted toward the barrels he had seen earlier. The oil. A roar cut through the camp. Who the fuck's making noise at this hour? Another bellow followed, thick with rage. I'll skin you alive. Rounds snapped past Cole's shoulder and ear. He dove behind a stack of crates near the cooking fire. He grabbed a heavy log from the fire pit. It burned bright orange. Gunfire cracked from behind the crates opposite him. Rounds punched into the wood as men fired blind toward his position. Someone shouted over the noise, voice raw with panic. Fuck. He killed Thema. He killed our boys. Cole watched the muzzle flashes stutter. A pause. Reloads. He moved in that gap. The burning log left his hand, arcing through the dark, trailing sparks as it smashed into the base of the leaking barrel. Whoosh! The oil caught instantly. Fire rolled outward, swallowing the nearest tents. Men screamed. Shapes broke and ran. Smoke thickened, black and choking. Cole stepped into it. The shotgun went off. The impact hit him like a sledgehammer. The spread caught his left side, chewing through leather and flesh. The force lifted him off his feet and slammed him into the dirt. For a moment, there was nothing. No pain. Just heat and pressure. Like someone had buried a coal under his ribs. Then it started to spread. Boots scrunched closer through the smoke. A laugh came through the smoke, low and wet, dragged out like it was being chewed on. Fuck, the voice said. So it's you, El Lobo. The steps stopped nearby. I ain't killing you quick, the man went on. I'm gonna keep you breathing. A pause. I'll peel you slow, piece by piece. Cole lay in the dust, breath trapped in his chest. His left arm was heavy, bleeding from the scatter, and his ribs burned with the sharp, grinding heat of fractured bone. He tried to push himself up. Click-clack. The sound of a pump action racking a fresh shell froze him. Boots scrunched closer. Through the haze, Cole saw the barrel dip. Not at his head. Lower. Stay. A voice growled. Boom. Cole lunged to get clear. The second blast went off anyway, chewing into the dirt and tearing through his calf. His leg buckled and he collapsed again, biting back a scream. Heat flared sharp and bright in his leg. Pellets burned under the skin, deep enough to cripple speed. A laugh carried through the smoke. Low, wet, and amused. Cole dragged in a ragged breath. He pulled himself across the dirt, dragging his wounded leg, his good hand fumbling for the revolver. One round slid into the cylinder. It clicked home. "How do you know it was me?" Cl rasped, his voice tight with pain. A beat of silence. Then the laugh came back, thinner this time. "You serious?" The voice scoffed. "What, you're gonna play dumb now?" The shadow stepped closer, looming over him through the smoke. "Act like you don't know me?" A low chuckle slipped out of him. "Or should I use your real name, me? A broken bar?" "A broken bar, Cl." The shock of the name drowned out the pain for a moment. "Not now." The pump action clacked again. Cl fired. Crack. Cl rolled and fired. All 6 rounds hit, each one ringing back hard, metal on metal. The shotgun answered at once. Boom. The blast missed his body, but ripped past his neck, chewing the ground open where his face had just been. Gravel slammed into his cheek. Cl kept rolling. He scrambled behind the cover of a supplely wagon and stayed there, chest heaving. He checked the damage. It was bad. His calf was shredded. His left arm was bleeding freely from the first hit. And his ribs. Every breath felt like stabbing a knife into his lungs. Blood kept coming. He knew the math. Not long. The threats lingered behind him. The blast earlier had scattered the other 6 shapes, breaking and running. Their deaths were the only way he'd stay on his feet. "Find him." Krell's voice roared deep, gravelly, and used to screaming. "He's hurt." "Put him down." The smoke from the fire and the blast thinned as a sudden night wind swept through the gap in the wagon wheels. He saw them. 6 men. They were regrouping as they fanned out, rifles raised, squinting into the thick black smoke rolling off the burning oil. And behind them, the madman. Krell the Jackal. He was a giant of a man, wide as a doorframe. A crude iron plate hung from straps across his chest, covering most of his upper body, dented and dark with old stains. He wore no shirt beneath it, only a cloak stitched together from cured human skin, slung over his massive shoulders like a butcher's apron. In his hands, he held a sawed-off shotgun. "Spread out," Krell bellowed. "Flush the rat out." The 6 bandits moved forward. Krell stayed where he was. He topped off the revolver, seating 6 rounds in the cylinder. He waited. A bandit stepped near the wagon, coughing in the smoke. Krell stayed down. He let a sound crawl out of his throat, to wet, broken, the kind a man makes when he's not done dying yet. His body shook with it. Pain sold hard. "Help, a broken bar." He dragged himself through the dirt, slow and uneven, one arm useless, breath stuttering. The bandit heard it and came closer. "You alive?" He crouched. A hand grabbed Cl by the shoulder and rolled him. The knife came up with the turner under the chin, through the brain. A wet snap, then Cl ripped it free, blood bursting into his face, hot and blinding. He caught the body as it went slack, turning with it, pulling it tight as the first shots came in. 2 men saw him. They fired. Thwack, thwack. The dead man jerked in Kl's grip as bullets tore into the corpse. Kl fired back over the dead shoulder. The revolver spoke twice. 2 rounds, 2 lives. Both heads snapped back. Bone burst. They dropped where they stood. Ether. 2.3. Kl plunged into a tent the fire hadn't reached yet and went flat to the ground. Gunfire ripped through the canvas. Bullets tore holes overhead, shredded poles, kicked dust and cloth down around him. The tent jumped and sagged, but nothing touched him. He stayed pressed to the dirt, breath locked tight in his chest. Ether surged through him, pushing the pain back. Kl stayed flat and worked fast. He tore the canvas down in long, dirty strips. One went around his left forearm, wound tight and knotted with his teeth. Another wrapped his calf, cinched hard until his leg shook. Then his ribs, a cloth dragged across broken flesh, pulled tight around his chest. Breath crushed out of him as he bound it in place. Outside, the shooting faded. Silence crept back in, broken only by the crackle of tents and wreckage burning down. Footsteps sounded all around him, slow, measured, coming in from every side. They were closing in. Kl held still. The revolver was loaded, his aim fixed on the canvas, waiting for the first hand to break the line. Go in and grab him, Krell bellowed. Drag his ass out. 3 shadows wavered against the canvas, thrown there by the firelight. Then boots scrunched on the gravel. They were coming in. Kl lay prone in the dirt, revolver raised, sights fixed on the tent's only opening. One hand gripped the support rope. He watched the shadows grow larger, sharper in the firelight. They didn't rush the flap. Only one came straight on. Cole saw the hand slip through the entrancia. Steel hissed on both sides at once. Blade slicing canvas, left and right. Cole saw the hand first, 5 fingers, right hand, slipping in from the side as it pulled the canvas aside. He raised the revolver and fired where the head had to be. The shot hit. The body folded forward with its own weight, collapsing into the opening. The canvas sagged as the man came down, pressed flat from the outside. Blood soaked through the cloth. A human shape slumped there, wrapped in canvas, twitching once before going still. No time. Cole kicked out with his good leg, slamming it into the central support. Snap. Wood cracked. The pole snapped. The pole snapped. The tent collapsed inward, canvas dropping fast as dust and broken supports gave way, dragging everything under it. The 2 bandits who had just leaned in were swallowed whole, heads and shoulders dragged under as the canvas folded over them. Fuck. Get it off or get it off. Panic broke loose. Guns went off at random beneath the canvas, shots tearing through fabric as men thrashed and cursed in the dark. Cole stayed low in the collapse, every fold of canvas mapped in his head. The screams and curses gave him direction. He crawled toward the sound, hand sliding through dirt and cloth until his fingers closed around a bare ankle. The man shouted and jerked upright in panic. Claimed by sound and height alone and fired twice. Bang. X2. A body went limp. A rifle went off toward him. Blind and panicked. The rounds tore through canvas and dirt, missing him by luck alone. Cole moved anyway. He crawled under the sagging cloth, dragging himself toward where the shots had come from. The canvas shifted and a leg suddenly appeared in front of him, planted, unguarded. Cole drove forward with his good foot, shoving hard. The push carried him straight into the man's space. He looked up. The bandit's face was right there, eyes wide with sudden terror. Bang. X2. One round tore through the neck. The other punched into the lung. The man went down choking. His throat was ruined. Blood bubbled up instead, thick and wet, every breath turning into a choking, retching sound as he tried to swallow it back. It leaked out anyway, gurgling, spilling across the canvas. Ether, 2.9. Then a boom. A massive force slammed into Cole's back, hard enough to drive the air out of him. Crushing like being hit by a charging animal. He was shoved forward, face first into the dirt, vision flashing white. The canvas beside him ripped open. A huge hand tore it aside. Fingers closed around the back of Cole's collar and lifted. Not carefully, one-handed. Cole was dragged out from under the tent, his body scraping over rock and dirt. Blood smeared wide behind him, streaking the ground as his feet bumped uselessly along. The night air hit him all at once. Thud. Krell stopped near the fire. He loosened his grip and let Cole drop, then stood over him, blotting out the stars. The giant looked down at him, eyes wide, unblinking, burning with hatred and something disturbingly familiar. Hell of a thing, Krell said, low. You used to light up every room. He nudged Cole's ribs with his boot. Cole's breath broke. Blood leaked from his mouth as the cloth at his side darkened, soaking through under the pressure. Number 1, Golden Boy. A short huff of a laugh. Wherever you stood, eyes followed. He crouched a little, closer to Cole's level. I came up different. A shrug. I learned earlier the safest spot stayed right behind you. Krell glanced off to the side, seeing it again. When you broke loose, you went straight through. A brief pause. You kept moving. You cut through whoever stood there. He looked back down, stretched a leg out and planted his boot on Cole's face. He ground it in, slow, deliberate. I went flat. Krell bent at the waist, leaning close, studying Cole's expression from under the brim of his shadow. I stayed still. I held my breath. A faint smile touched his mouth. It didn't reach his eyes. I saw the whole thing. Another pause. You cut your way through them, left the floor soaked red. Krell stood up again. When there wasn't anyone breathing anymore, a nod, like admitting something small and ugly. I followed the trail you left and walked out. He lifted his foot. Hawkata. Spit dropped onto Cole's face, warm and thick, sliding down through blood and dirt. He looked at Cole now. Really looked. So yeah. A beat. You walked free. Something tightened in his jaw. And I walked out on your back. He let that sit. Funny part? He said softly. You never saw me. He squatted down next to Cole. Clay motionless. His eyes were half closed, glazed over. His chest barely rose. One arm was twisted under him. Krell grinned. He reached out and touched Krell's right leg. The good one. I'll start here, Krell whispered, the knife tip tracing a line on the denim. I'll peel the skin off in one long strip. I want to hear you scream. I want to see if you break this time. Krell leaned in closer, eager, hungry. He wanted to see the fear in the eyes of the monster who had haunted his nightmares. He looked up at Krell's face. He saw clarity. Krell's eyes were wide open, a blue, cold, dead calm. The same look as before. Exactly the same. And between them, resting right against Krell's temple, was the cold steel of a revolver barrel. Krell had saved one bullet. It's over. Krell's eyes went wide. His mouth opened, like something was about to come out. Click, bang. The shot was deafening at point-blank range. The bullet entered the temple and blew the other side of Krell's skull out. The giant body jerked once, violently, and then collapsed sideways like a felled tree. The knife dropped from his hand. Silence reclaimed the canyon. The text burned in the air, gold and violent. Ether, 5.9. Krell let the gun fall from his hand. It hit the dirt with a dull thud. He lay still beside the corpse of his brother, eyes fixed on the smoke-choked sky. He was still bleeding, but the flow had slowed. 3 points of ether, taken from killing Krell, were holding it back barely. He thought back to how this mess started. The tent, the woman, the crying man. If he hadn't stopped to listen to their drama, he might have cleared the camp without taking a scratch. Krell coughed, a spray of blood flecking his lips. Damn it, he wheezed, closing his eyes. I'm never listening to gossip again. Footsteps reached him through the dark. Krell reached to where the revolver lay beside him, took hold of it, and raised it only enough to bring the barrel around toward the sound. The steps hesitated, then slowed. A woman's voice followed, low and careful, as if she were afraid to speak too loudly. Hey, a broken bar, are you all right? Another pause. Do you need help? Krell remained silent. Two women stood at the edge of the firelight. One stayed half a step behind the other, smaller, holding tight to the woman in front. The one ahead held a revolver, its barrel lowered but not gone. We're not with them, the woman said quickly. They took us, dragged us here. She swallowed, then added, slower this time, we're not part of it. Her eyes dropped, not to the gun, but to the dark stain spreading across Krell's side. You're hurt. Doesn't matter. They didn't retreat. You're bleeding bad, she said. If we leave you like this, you'll die. She paused, then added, quieter, you saved us. The revolver shifted in her hand. Her fingers loosened first, easing their grip, the barrel dipping a fraction lower. She bent slightly at the waist and set the gun down on the dirt. Her hand left the grip. She straightened, empty-handed now. Then she took a step toward him. Not a long one, just enough to close the distance. Another step, careful, measured. She stopped within reach, eyes already on the wound, waiting to see if he would stop her. Stop. The barrel tracked them as he spoke. The woman in front froze, then raised both hands slowly, palms open, holding them where he could see them. The one behind her had been pressed close, half hidden by her body. At the command, she hesitated, then edged out from behind the woman in front. She lifted her hands as well, mirroring the motion, fingers stiff and spread. They stayed where they were after that. No one moved. Any other weapons? Neither of them answered right away. The woman in front moved first. She patted herself down her waist, sides, the line under her arms. The sound was dull and soft. Cloth against skin. Nothing else. The one behind her followed, slower, copying the same motions. Hands over her jacket, along the ribs, down her thighs. Again, only fabric and flesh. No metal. No rattle. They finished and held their hands away from their bodies, waiting. We just want to help. Krell tried to thumb the hammer. His thumb slipped on the sweat and blood. It didn't matter. He knew the cylinder was empty. He lowered the gun. He no longer had the strength to resist Anya, not even a woman. Not even someone unarmed. If they chose to do anything to him, he was incapable of fighting back. The woman closed the distance until she could see the blood soaking through his clothes. Her eyes dropped to the wound immediately, not to his face. This needs to be cleaned, she said. We have supplies. The other woman finally moved, still staying close, behind her sister. We can bring them, she said. From the main tent. Krell's arm shook. His fingers loosened. The pistol slipped from his hand and sank into the dust. Donta, he started, then stopped. The warning died unfinished. The woman nodded once and turned back toward the camp. She returned quickly, carrying a bundle of cloth, bottles, and bandages. The sharp smell of alcohol cut through the smoke and blood. They knelt beside him. One of them pressed cloth against the wound to stop the bleeding. The other cleaned it with practiced movements, jaw tight, hands steady. Cl clenched his teeth, making no sound. "This is going to hurt," she said. It was a statement of fact, delivered without apology. They worked in silence for a moment, wrapping, tightening, securing. The bleeding slowed. Cl exhaled, long and shallow, staring up at the dark sky. No one was pointing a gun anymore. "You two doctors?" Cl asked. "No," the older woman said. "Our pa is." Cl gave a short nod. That explained the clean work, the speed of it, the way their hands never hesitated. "Got somewhere you're headed?" he asked. "Or I can take you both back home." They stopped short. Both of them, like the words, had landed somewhere they hadn't expected. "Our home's Dust Haven," the older woman said after a moment. "You come through there, didn't you?" She hesitated, then asked, "What's it like now? Anyone still there?" Cl answered plainly. "There's no one left," he said. "Not even the vultures." Silence settled between them. Cl shifted, the pause stretching too long. "What are your names?" he asked. The older woman drew a breath. "Name Asa." Her head snapped apart mid-word. Something warm and wet struck Cl's face. His vision flashed red and pale, the smell hitting before the sound fully registered. Cl turned at once, toward the direction of the shoulder, then lurched forward, trying to reach the other one, to drag her down. He was too slow. Pain locked his body. Wounds screamed. His legs refused him. The second shot came before his hand could close. The younger one dropped, her body folding without a sound. Footsteps came slow and deliberate. A man stepped into view. Leather coat, dusk darkened. A hat pulled low, its brim cutting his face into shadow. Cl couldn't make out his features, only the cigarette caught at the corner of his mouth, the ember dim, breathing with him. He turned his head, spotted the revolver on the ground. His body moved before his mind caught up. He reached for it. The man lifted his hand. The shot was already gone. Kl's good right hand burst apart as the revolver flew from his grasp, skidding across the dirt before the sound fully caught up. Another shot followed, clean and measured. It tore through his good knee. Kl went down hard, face first, the ground knocking the breath from him. He tried to move. Nothing answered. Using his shoulder, he rolled himself onto his back. Pain washed through him in waves, but he kept his eyes open, fixed on the man. The man came closer, one step at a time. Kl stared up at the shadowed face beneath the hat, waiting for it to come fully into view. The brim lifted just enough. He caught the eyes, a dark green, deep set, the kind that didn't flicker or rush, steady as old glass. The man slipped a hand inside his coat and drew out a folded sheet of paper. He held it up, glanced down at Kl's face, then back to the paper. Slow, methodical. "You sure made me work for you," he said. "Been a long time." Kl swallowed, jaw locked tight, anger and refusal burning in his chest. He stared up at the man. "Who are you?" he demanded. "Who the hell are you?" The cigarette stayed at the corner of his mouth, as his eyes remained on the paper. With the same unhurried motion, he lifted the rifle, barrel settling toward Kl's head. "Morgan!" Gasp. Kl jerked upright, his body arching off the freezing stone. A ragged, desperate breath tore through his throat, echoing in the darkness. His hands flew to his forehead. He pressed hard, both palms moving over his brow and down his face, fingers digging into skin again and again, checking, searching. He expected the wet collapse of a skull, the heat of shattered bone. The whole Morgan's rifle should have torn through him, and his hands kept moving, over his temples and cheeks, over his face, as if touch alone could tell him whether he was still whole. Nothing, just cold, clammy skin. Sweat. He scrambled backward, boots scraping against the rough floor until his back hit the solid stone wall. Ha! He stared into the darkness. There was no light at all, only a thin wash of moonlight, and his heartbeat struck hard against his ribs, loud enough that he could feel it in his chest. No desert, no fire, no smell of smoke, ash, or blood. Just the smell of damp straw, sharp rot, and stagnant air. The hole. He was back. Cl lifted his right hand. He brought it close to his face in the dim light filtering from the great high above. In the dreamer in that hellish canyon. The shot had blown his hand open, flesh forced outward by the impact. The fingers flared apart like a ruptured bloom, the shape of a hand still there, but torn wide by the bullet. Now, it was whole. He flexed his fingers. They were stiff, blue-tipped from the cold, and trembling uncontrollably, but they moved. He clenched his fist, feeling the tension, the reality of the bone and tendon beneath the skin. He ripped his thin tunic open. He ran his hands over his chest. No buckshot wounds. No broken ribs from the wagon wheel. He reached over his shoulder. His fingers traced the thick, jagged ridge of scar tissue running down his spine near the old marks from the whip, years ago. The map of his life in this world. The scars are back. The realization hit him like a physical weight. The perfect, strong body of El Lobo was gone. He was back in his own skin. Thin, starved, freezing. Still alive, he rasped. His voice was a wreck, dry and hoarse. The cold bit into him immediately. The damp straw beneath him leached the heat from his bones. His limbs felt heavy, his blood sluggish. I should be dead, he thought. I closed my eyes to die. It had been nothing more than a brief illusion, already thinning, already pulling away. Still, it had been real in every way that mattered. A trial, perhaps of Varus's dinger, and whether it had satisfied him was not for the dream to say. A faint white light pulsed at the center of his vision. It wasn't a hallucination. In the absolute darkness of the shaft, it was painfully bright, cutting cleanly through the black world. Western Era. A world fragment. Identity, El Lobo Atl. Ether, 5.9. Abilities available for exchange. Close Combat A Dagger, Mastery, Cost, 1 Ether. Marksmanship A Firearms, Grandmaster, Cost, 3 Ether. Horsemanship A Horse, Mastery, Cost, 1 Ether. Other A Knowledge, Cost, 1 Ether. Items available for exchange. Revolver A Colt, Cost, 0.5 Ether. Ammunition A.45, 10 rounds, Cost, 0.5 Ether. Knife A Standard, Cost, 0.5 Ether. Shotgun A Double Barrel, Cost, 1 Ether. Ammunition A Buckshot, 10 shells, Cost, 0.5 Ether. Cole stared at the number. 5.9. So I killed 29 men, and 1 madman. And all that together was worth only a little more than a single dying night. But as the text dissolved, he felt it. A warmth bloomed in his chest, then spread with his blood, a slow, deliberate flow. It reached places that had been numb for hours, the soles of his feet tingling as sensation crept back in enough to carry him through the cold of the night. Varus had given him a way to grow stronger, measured in how many he killed, and how quickly. Great Varus, he thought. Lord of Slaughter. I will spill blood in your name. Hours bled into one another until the darkness finally turned to gray. Clang. The sound of metal striking stone echoed down the shaft. Cole looked up. The heavy iron grate was being dragged aside. Snow and pale morning light flooded the hole, blinding after the long darkness. A face appeared at the rim. A guard, wrapped in fur and steel. He peered down, expecting to see a curled, frozen corpse. He saw Cole looking back at him. The guard stiffened. He pulled back, turning his head to shout to someone unseen. He's awake. Bullshit, a second voice replied. If he's still breathing, then he's crippled. The cold would have taken his hands and feet. Look for yourself. The second guard appeared. He squinted down into the shaft, meeting Cole's steady gaze. The disbelief on his face was plain. Well, I'll be damned, the man muttered. Drop the rope. A knotted rope was tossed down. It hit the straw with a dull thud. Climb, the guard ordered. If you can move. Cole stood up. His joints popped, stiff and sore, but they worked. He grabbed the rope. His muscles are the thin, starved muscles of a servant are strained, but the ether gave him just enough strength to haul himself up. Hand over hand, up the slick stone walls. He crested the rim and collapsed onto the snow-covered cobblestones of the courtyard. The cold wind hit him instantly, stripping away the lingering warmth of the shaft, but he didn't shiver. 2 guards grabbed his arms and hauled him to his feet. They didn't drag him this time. They walked him. Captain Vallon was in his office, tightening the straps of his gauntlets. When they entered, he raised his head and turned toward them. He looked at Cole, at the thin tunic and bare arms. They should have been blackened, swollen from the cold. They weren't. Valen's eyebrows rose slightly. I expected to be burying you this morning, Valen said, his expression unchanged. Cole stood there, swaying slightly, his chin held up. Valen stepped closer. He examined Cole's face for shaking, slackness, anything that would mark a night spent in the hole. He didn't find it. Instead, he found a pair of eyes that were too calm, too cold. Yesterday, Cole had looked like someone who followed orders. Today, he looked like someone who had seen death often enough that it no longer moved him. That's unexpected, Valen said. Do you have unusual blood? Barbarian stock, perhaps. Number. Cole answered without hesitation. The barbarians killed my parents. I'm human, pure. Valen nodded to himself, a decision made. I don't waste resources, Valen announced to the room. A man who refuses to freeze is a resource. Valen signaled to a sergeant standing by the barracks. Put him in the vanguard. The sergeant paused, glancing at Cole's slight frame. The vanguard, sir? He's barely got meat on his bones. The first charge will break him. If the cold didn't break him, the charge might not either, Valen said indifferently. He turned away, dismissing the matter. Get him armor that fits. Give him a spear. We march in 2 days. He glanced back at Cole one last time. Don't disappoint me, boy. You're part of the death charge now. Try to take a few of them with you before you die. Cole watched Valen walk away. The vanguard, the suicide squad. The first wave thrown against the enemy walls to soak up arrows and tire out the defenders. Fodder. A death sentence by another name. But he wasn't afraid. Death meant nothing to him. Vras was with him, and that was enough. The vanguard barracks felt closed in and heavy, the air stale and pressed down, as if the presence of death lingered above it, unspoken but understood. Cole had passed other camps on the way here loud with argument, laughter, men full of noise and movement. Here, there was almost no talk at all. Only the sound of boots on the floor, and the occasional, low exchange that never lasted long. Cole stood in the doorway, holding the bundle of gear the sergeant had just shoved into his chest. Inside, the room was dimly lit by tallow candles. It was crowded, but it wasn't the number of men that filled the space here, it was the size of them. Not all of them had been sent here in chains. Some had come on their own. The vanguard drew men who were out of chances, men who chose the front line because it was the only place left where a life could still be won. When Cole walked in, the noise stopped. 20 pairs of eyes turned to him. They looked him up and down at his thin wrists, his servant's tunic, his slight frame that looked like a strong wind could snap it. A heavy snort broke the silence. You've got to be joking, a voice grumbled from the corner. A man with a nose broken so many times it lay flat against his face spat on the floor. They're sending us children now? He's dead weight, another muttered, turning back to his dice. He'll trip and put a spear through my back before we even reach the wall. The sergeant ignored them. He pointed to an empty bunk near the drafted row, the worst spot in the room. That's yours, the sergeant said. Now listen up. 2 rules in the vanguard. He held up a thick finger. 1. Knowing fighting. You want to kill something? Wait for the enemy. You touch a blade to a brother inside these walls, I'll hang you myself. He held up a second finger. 2. Eat. He gestured toward the far end of the barracks. The vanguard mess hall is through the. Take as much as you want. Waste nothing. Meats unlimited. Ales unlimited. Fill your bellies. The sergeant clapped Cole on the shoulder. I've got a good feeling about you, lad. Get settled, lad. Don't worry about the fit. The previous owner doesn't need it anymore. The sergeant turned to leave, then paused. Stay alive. He gave Cole a brief look. I wagered 5 coppers you make it past the first charge. He went out, and the heavy door boomed shut behind him. Cole looked at his gear. Garbage. The gambeson was dark with old blood around the neck and reeked of rot. The chainmail coif had rusted stiff. The spear, at least, was serviceable. Cole inspected it. The shaft cracked but tightly bound with twine, the head pitted with rust, yet straight enough to hold. It was gear recovered from the battlefield, taken from the dead and handed to whoever came next. Hey, runt, the flat-nosed man called out. Do us a favor. When the fighting starts, just lie down and die quietly. Don't get in the way of the men. Laughter moved through the room. A short, rough bursts to them. Cole was dead weight. Someone who would slow the line, break early, and get others killed. Cl moved past them without a word. He went to his bunk, dropped the rusted armor onto the straw, and set the broken spear against the wall. Then he headed for the mess hall. Hunger hit him hard. Under the pull of ether, it went beyond anything he had known before. He felt as if he could eat an entire ox and still keep going. He sat down at the end of the bench. Before him, the table was crowded with food of beef, mutton, pork, chicken, bowls of beans, piles of potatoes. There was even cheese. He grabbed a leg of roasted mutton, greasy and heavy, as big as his face. Cl took a bite. He tore a massive chunk of meat from the bone, swallowed it almost whole, and went back for another at once. He ate without pause, hands moving, jaw working, meat disappearing from the bone. The mutton leg vanished in under a minute. Cl tossed the bone aside and grabbed a whole roasted chicken. Bones crunched between his teeth. He ate the skin, the meat, the cartilage. He reached for a loaf of hard bread, tore it in half, and shoved it down to soak up the grease. Then he grabbed a slab of beef brisket. Others in the mess hall watched. At first, there was amusement, then confusion. Finally, surprise. By the gods, someone muttered. How does he even fit all that inside him? Maybe he's a starving ghost in disguise, another voice answered. Pile after pile of food disappeared into Cl. By the time he finished the brisket, he had consumed enough food to feed 3 grown men. The pile of clean bones next to his plate grew higher. He grabbed a pitcher of water and drained it in one long pull. Cl wiped the grease from his mouth with the back of his hand. A stronger warmth spread through him, deeper than what ether alone had given before. He paused, considering it. Perhaps ether needed food to fully take hold. He finally stopped. He raised his head. The mess hall was silent. He raised his head. The noise in the mess hall had died down. Several men were staring at him, forks hovering halfway to their mouths, looking at the mountain of bones and then at Kl's flat, unbloated stomach. Where did it go? Cl left the mess hall and returned to the Vanguard barracks. He would need to be ready. Fully ready. Staying alive was only the beginning. On the battlefield, he would kill as many as he could. The march had stopped. The Vanguard had set up a temporary staging ground in a depression between 2 frozen hills, shielding them from the biting wind but not from the dread. They were hours away from the enemy line. Cl sat alone on a frost-covered rock, away from the huddled groups of veterans. He held the rusted spear the sergeant had given him across his knees. He looked at his hands gripping the wood. They were small, pale, and rough, the skin split and hardened from years of work. The wrists were thin, the fingers old beyond their age. Although Cl had spent the last 2 days eating heavily and training alongside the older soldiers, the time was far too short. His strength, his speed and nothing in him had undergone any real change. He looked up at the other men. They were giants compared to him, thick-necked, scarred, wearing armor that actually fit. Even the smallest among them outweighed Cl by 50 pounds. And the enemy? The barbarians were worse. Legends said they were bred in the ice, wild men who could cleave a horse in 2. Cl analyzed the battlefield logic coldly. I am already dead. In a shield wall, he would be crushed. In a spear clash, he would be overpowered. The enemy would see him as a small, unarmored boy and they would do one of 2 things: ignore him to focus on the bigger threats, or target him instantly as the easiest way to break the line. Either way, this spear was useless. He didn't belong in this kind of fight. He didn't have the strength to block a great axe or the reach to pierce thick furs. He needed to change the rules. The chatter of the soldiers faded as Cl sank into the darkness of his own mind. The text appeared before his eyes. Ether, 5.9. Abilities available for exchange. Close combat A dagger, mastery, cost, 1 ether. Marksmanship A firearms, grandmaster, cost, 3 ether. Horsemanship A horse, mastery, cost, 1 ether. Other A knowledge, cost, 1 ether. Items available for exchange. Revolver A Colt, cost, 0.5 ether. Ammunition A .45, 10 rounds, cost, 0.5 ether. Knife A standard, cost, 0.5 ether. Shotgun A double barrel, cost, 1 ether. Ammunition A buckshot, 10 shells, cost, 0.5 ether. Cl assessed the options without illusion. He did not have the body for close combat. Exchanging for dagger mastery would only mean dying faster. This was a battlefield, and he would be facing the first enemy charge head-on. Skill meant nothing without a body that could sustain it. That left only one option: a weapon. For the past 2 days, he had considered every way to conceal something that did not belong to this world, or something beyond its common sense, its understanding. Every path ended the same way. There was no place to hide it, no way to explain it. He abandoned the idea. If survival was possible at all, it would not come from subtlety. It would come from firepower. Revolver precision was good, but a .45 round made a small hole. Against barbarians blessed by their priests, a madman who ignored pain and knew only how to attack it was insufficient. He needed stopping power. He needed something that could halt a charging enemy on impact. Even a mortally wounded body could keep moving under its own momentum long enough to reach him, and that was more than enough to kill him. His eyes settled on the shotgun. Double barrel, buckshot. At close range, its spread covered a wide area. Against a dense charging formation, one shot could kill multiple enemies. Fur and flesh offered no real protection, but a shotgun kicked. It was heavy, and reloading it under pressure with clumsy, frozen fingers meant death. He looked at the skill list again. Marksmanship, A firearms, Grandmaster. Cost: 2.0 ether. Expensive. Grandmaster meant a level of marksmanship he had possessed before, briefly, but completely. Even with his body shattered and death closing in, he had still been able to place a round precisely where it mattered. It wasn't just marksmanship, but vision, prediction, spatial awareness, of the ability to read movement, distance, and timing as one. That is the path, Cl decided. He focused his will. Exchange: marksmanship, A firearms, Grandmaster. Cost: 3.0. The sensation hit him instantly. A sharp, precise clarity settled into his mind, like a lens locking into focus. Calluses formed along his palms and fingers where a gun was meant to rest. Subtle changes ran through the muscles of his hands and forearms, tightening, aligning, reshaping themselves for recoil and control. He felt the difference immediately. His breathing fell into a steady rhythm. His fingers moved with exact purpose. He judged the distance to the ridge line and accounted for the wind without conscious thought. The motions were already there, clearing a jam, fanning a hammer, snapping a breech. Cedar etched into his body as instinct. He was ready for the tool. Exchange: shotgun, A double barrel. Cost: 1.0. A weight materialized in his lap, hidden beneath the folds of his oversized, blood-stained gambeson. Cl slid his hand under the cloth. His fingers closed around cold, oiled steel and smooth wood. It was the same shotgun, the same weight, the same balance, identical to the one he had used in the saloon. Nothing about it was unfamiliar. Remaining ether: 1.9. Exchange: ammunition, A buckshot, 10 shells, X3. Cost: 1.5. Remaining ether: 0.4. Heavy cardboard boxes materialized in his deep pockets. He tore them open by feel, dumping the loose shells into the pouches of his tunic. 30 shells, more than enough for a first charge. Cl worked silently under the cover of his coat. He broke the shotgun open. Click. He slid 2 red shells into the breech. Thunk, thunk. He snapped it closed. Clack. He hooked the weapon onto the rough rope belt tied around his waist, letting the loose fabric of the gambeson drape over it. It was invisible to anyone watching. He was just a skinny boy clutching his stomach. Hey, runt. A shadow fell over him. Cl held his position, lifting his chin with deliberate calm. It was Griggs, the flat-nosed veteran. He paced, his spear tapping against his boot. His face was pale. The bravado from the barracks was gone, replaced by tight breathing and a clenched jaw as he waited for the slaughter to start. Stop staring at your crotch, Griggs spat, though his voice lacked heat. You're making me nervous. You praying? Cl looked at Griggs. With the Grandmaster instinct now active, Cl saw things he hadn't before. He saw the tremor in Griggs' trigger finger, or rather, spear hand. He saw the poor maintenance of the weapon's tip. He saw the way Griggs shifted his weight to his left leg, a sign of an old injury. I'm done praying, Cl said softly. Griggs frowned. He squinted at the boy. There was something different about him. The boy sitting on the rock looked anchored. Still. Suit yourself, Griggs muttered, turning his gaze toward the ground they would soon have to cross. Just a broken bar when the horn blows, Stay behind me. Don't trip. Griggs turned to walk away, his hand shaking as he adjusted his helmet. Cl watched him go. They would see a small body and a cheap spear. That was fine. No one planned around someone like him. Cl kept his eyes on the grey sky. His breath caught for a moment, then settled into a forced rhythm. He slipped his hand under his coat, resting his palm on the wooden grip of the shotgun. It was cold, solid, and ready. Captain Vallon sat high in his saddle, the leather of his gloves creaking as he adjusted the brass spyglass. His gaze passed over the tree line, swept across the frozen plains beyond, measuring the empty ground and the wind-cut distance. Then he drew it back, letting it settle on his own men below. They're quiet. He lowered the spyglass. Something has them under control. Beside him, the sergeant adjusted his grip on the spear. 50 men, sir. Holding a line meant for twice that. Hard to say if they'll hold through the first charge. Vallon gave a slight nod. Then we'll see. The vanguard marched. They halted at the edge of the frozen plains. Boots sank into crusted snow. Men shifted in place, breath coming out sharp and white. The air was thick with sweat, damp cloth, and the stale smell of bodies waiting too long to move. Cl sat on a cold stone near the rear of the formation, away from the others. The stone pulled heat from him through the thin layers of cloth. He kept his hands still, fingers resting where the weapon lay hidden, aware of every breath around him. Nearby men avoided looking at one another. Boots shifted, leather creaked, then stilled again. The air felt heavy, like clouds gathering too low and too fast. Behind them, 30 paces back, the overseers stood watching. Beyond them, the main force waited nearly 100 meters away, banners slack in the wind. The silence didn't last. From the blowing snow ahead came a rhythmic, guttural chanting, followed by dull, heavy impacts landing again and again. Thump, thump, thump. The shouting came first, carried hard by the wind. Short cries overlapped with drawn-out howls, rising and falling without rhythm. The frozen ground shook under repeated impacts, boots and bare feet striking together, close enough to feel through the soles. Shapes broke through the storm. Men emerged from the snow, spreading across the width of the plains as they advanced. They were tall and broad, shoulders hunched against the cold. Pale skin showed between layers of fur and iron, scarred and reddened by frost. Breath burst from their mouths in thick clouds, hanging low before being torn apart by the wind. Hair was braided tight to their heads, stiff with ice. The sound echoed in wavy surah, then another, then many at once, hoarse and unbroken as they closed in. Their faces were built for the cold. Cheekbones jutted sharply. Noses were wide and flattened. Skin lay thick and pale, split at the lips, raw around the eyes. Brows hung heavy over deep-set eyes, lashes clotted white with frost. Their mouths stretched wide as they closed in, teeth bared. Jaws locked and released with each breath. Hoarse shouts tore out of them, broken and uneven, carried forward by the wind. Spittle sprayed and froze along beards and chins as the noise rolled closer. Griggs stood beside Cl, his hands shaking around the spear. The shaft rattled against his grip. Fuck. Last time wasn't like this. He glanced down at Cl, his face pale, sweat beading on his forehead despite the freezing wind. Stay behind me, runt, Griggs muttered, his voice cracking. When the heat had just curl up. Maybe a broken or maybe they'll pass you over. A horn blew, a deep, mournful sound from the barbarian lines. Their warriors already in motion pushed harder, legs churning again, the mass accelerating instead of breaking. Raga. The ground shook. At least 300 warriors drove the charge, the impact carrying through the frozen earth into Claw's boots. Brace. The squad leader screamed. One of the older hands the vanguard had pushed forward. Spears up, brace. The two lines met in a detonation. The impact crushed the air itself. The force drove up through Claw's boots in a seismic surge, locking his knees and rattling his teeth. The front rank collapsed into motion, bodies compressed and forced out of shape under the weight. Bodies slammed together with wet, crunching sounds as flesh met iron. Ashwood spears burst apart on contact, exploding into jagged splinters that tore through the ranks like shrapnel. 3 paces to Claw's left, the space of the line distorted under the hit. A barbarian struck the shield wall with the force of a siege ram. He carried straight through a soldier, mass and speed driving past the point of contact. A sickening crunch followed, the wet pop of a ribcage collapsing inward. The soldier left the ground, his body thrown backward as the momentum reversed. He landed hard in the snow, limbs slack, soundless and still. Hold the line, Griggs screamed, thrusting his spear blindly ahead. The shout cut through the crush. The mass in front of him surged. Bodies were thrown aside as something heavy drove straight through the ranks, forcing a path by sheer weight. A giant broke into view. He stood a full head and shoulders above the barbarians around him, towering over men who barely reached his chest. His frame was a mountain of tattooed muscle and the matted hair. A massive iron maul dragged at his side, its head slick with fresh gore. The sound of the command pulled his attention. His head turned toward it at once, eyes fixing on Griggs. His lips pulled back, filed teeth flashing as a grin spread across his face. Griggs saw it. He saw the giant's eyes lock onto him, felt that weight settle, heavy and final. Something in him snapped. His breath tore out of his chest in a harsh bark of sound. The spear shook violently in his hands as he lurched forward a half step, fear spilling over into something hotter and louder. "Come on!" Griggs screamed, the words ripped raw from his throat. "Come on!" Spittle flew from his mouth. His face twisted, eyes, wide and wet, teeth bared as he roared again, louder this time, hurling the sound straight at the giant. "Come on!" His feet stayed planted. His body shook. The fear stayed, but it burned now, turned outward, loud enough to drown itself for a heartbeat. The giant surged forward. Griggs screamed again and drove the spear with everything he had. Snap! The point punched into the barbarian's belly, tearing through fur and skin, burying itself deep. The shaft jolted hard as dense muscle closed around the blade, stopping it short. Blood spilled hot and dark over Griggs's hands. The giant didn't slow. The iron maul came down in the same breath. Its head dropped in a brutal arc, air screaming around it, filling Griggs's vision as it fell. Impact followed. Boom! Cole stepped out from the shadow behind Griggs. A blast ripped across the battlefield. The iron maul fell. The strike never landed. The sound tore through the chaos, loud enough to cut over screams and steel, a concussive roar that rolled outward and forced heads to turn. The giant's head burst apart in an instant. Bone, blood, and fragments of skull exploded outward, spraying across the snow and the bodies around him. The massive frame lurched forward without direction, the maul slipping from slack fingers as the body collapsed in on itself. The spear tore free as the weight vanished. Griggs staggered back, drenched, choking, still screaming. Then the sound died in his throat as he realized he was still breathing. The massive frame lurched forward without direction, the maul slipping from slack fingers as the body collapsed into the snow. Cole glanced at the ether count. The giant was still alive. He stepped in, boots crunching into blood-soaked snow, and lowered the barrel. What was left of the giant's head filled his sight. He adjusted the angle and pulled the trigger again. The second blast erased what remained of the head. Flesh, bone, and fragments vanished into the red mess across the snow, leaving only a ruined body slumped in place. Ether +5. Cole looked down at Griggs. The flat-nosed veteran was on his knees, staring up at Cole with eyes wide enough to show the whites all around. He looked at the dead giant, then at the smoking weapon. Cole's face was expressionless. The cold wind blew the sulfur smoke past his cheek. "Your spear is broken." Cole reached back, pulled the spare spear from across his back, and shoved it into Griggs's hands. He turned toward the enemy line. "Get up. We're not done." Silence, absolute and terrified, rippled out from the epicenter of the blast. Cole broke the shotgun open, spent shells dropping into the snow, and snapped fresh rounds into place with practiced speed. The barbarians around the fallen giant froze. They stared at the body. They stared at the place where the head should have been. Griggs hauled himself upright, breath ragged. "You killed a centurion," he rasped. Cole's eyes stayed on the line. "A what?" Griggs swallowed, nodding toward the corpse. "The tattoos." "The size." "There's always one." Then they looked at the small boy holding the smoking metal tube. "Sorcery, a broken bar," one of them breathed. Another barbarian, screaming in a rage to deny his fear, charged from the left. Axe raised. Cole pivoted on his heel, body turning as one. The gun tracked smoothly with the motion. Boom! The second barrel fired. The charging barbarian's head snapped back violently. Half of his face vanished in a spray of red. He dropped like a stone mid-stride. Click! Cle's hands moved in a blur. With a sharp flick of his wrist, he broke the shotgun open. One smoking shell popped free, spinning once before sinking into the snow with a hiss. His left hand was already there, drawing a fresh red shell from his pocket and seating it into the open breech. Snap! The gun closed. The rear guard, Captain Vallon, lowered the spyglass, eyes narrowing as he measured the damage. No chanting, no runes, he muttered. That wasn't how the dwarves do it. He had seen dwarven fire lances before, a thick iron tubes driven by pressurized magic, one charge per shot. Each discharge vented the force in a single, blunt blast. Powerful but slow. This was different. The weapon in the boy's hands worked without magic. He used it the way a man used a bow or a crossbow, by hand, by motion, but faster, simpler. Vallon's eyes narrowed. A new dwarven design, sir? The sergeant glanced toward the line. Do we pull the boy out now? Vallon made his decision instantly. He measured what he had seen. A single pull of the trigger carried the stopping power of a knight's heavy warbow at full draw, delivered instantly, without wind-up. Sound the advance, Vallon barked, his voice snapping like a whip. Cavalry first. Drive a wedge between the boy and the main horde. Do not let him fall. Yes, sir. The sergeant turned and blew the iron horn. Boom. The main force of Blackstone Keep's regiment began to move. The earth trembled under the hooves of armored war horses. The front line caught the rhythm of the harvest, steady and relentless. Ether 10.9. The number rose at once. Thunder never stopped. The roar rolled without pause as the barbarians surged forward together, as if pulled by the same command, wave after wave crashing toward him. Each shot cut one down. Each body fell. Ether 11.4. With every kill, something shifted. Strength crept into his limbs in small, measurable steps. His stance settled faster. Recoil bit less. Breath came easier between shots. The count kept climbing, and with it, so did he. He fired again, and with the number, the feeling returned. The ether he had gathered flowed into his body, threading itself through muscle, breath, and movement. The more he moved, the smoother everything became. His reactions tightened. His aim found its mark faster. The motion from thought to trigger shortened with each shot, hands and eyes working in closer sync. Joints loosened through use, limbs responding cleanly as strain burned away under momentum. A different state took hold. His awareness lifted past the limits of flesh and bone. The charging barbarian slowed in his perception, their movements stretching wide and clear, each step laid bare before it landed. His body moved on its own rhythm now. Sight aligned, aim settled, the trigger broke. The breech opened and closed, each action flowing without pause, without instruction, carried forward by momentum alone. Boom! A head vanished in a spray of red. The shotgun broke open and closed in the same breath. Another skull burst apart mid-step, the body folding a heartbeat later. Hands moved without pause. A shell slid home. Steel locked. Two more heads were erased as they charged, bodies carrying forward for a step before dropping into the snow. 6 had rushed him. 4 were already down. The last 2 stopped where they stood. Weapons sagged in their hands. Pupils quivered, shrinking and widening as they stared, breath trapped high in their chests. The barrel shifted. They never finished inhaling. A barbarian lunged at him from behind. Cl didn't even turn his head. He just extended his arm. Ether 14.9. Thud. Cl stepped forward. The barbarians gave ground at once, backing away in uneven steps, eyes locked on him, feet sliding through the snow. None of them turned their backs. Weapons stayed raised but unused, hands shaking as the distance widened. A sudden, crushing pressure struck the back of his head. He turned just enough to catch it in the edge of his vision, a shape already almost on him, closing fast. Cl spun in the same motion. The pressure peaked. The shotgun came up and fired twice in rapid succession, both shots breaking loose without hesitation. The thing in the air shattered mid-flight. Ice burst apart under the blasts, fragments spraying outward. One shard tore across Cl's cheek, cutting skin before flashing past. It was an ice spike. He finished the turn with the barrels still up, eyes already tracking the source. Warm blood ran from a cut along his cheek, slick against the cold. A figure stood on a ridge 50 yards away. A shaman, draped in human bones, face painted with frozen blood. The shaman raised a spinal column staff. The air distorted. Scree-ee-ee-ee. A jagged spear of solid ice, 3 feet long and sharp as obsidian, launched from the staff. Cole stepped and twisted in the same breath. The spike raised past his ribs, close enough for the cold to bite through cloth and skin. His heart slammed hard against his ribs. The smooth rhythm shattered, breath-catching as sensation rushed back in full force. The narrowed focus broke apart, time snapping back to speed. Weight returned to his limbs. Sound flooded in. The state slipped away. Cole felt the cold again. He felt the blood on his face. And he felt how close the strike had come. Fast, Cole muttered, slotting 2 new shells. The shaman raised the staff again. A third surge of blue light gathered at its tip. The state had broken. The certainty was gone. Cole felt the gap and moved at once. He sprinted and threw himself behind the trunk of a frozen pine, trusting mass and instinct more than timing. The third ice spear hit. Thunk. The impact split the tree down the middle. Wood cracked with a sharp, tearing report as the trunk snapped and folded, the upper half shearing away and crashing into the snow. Shards of ice and splintered timber blasted outward, hammering into Cole as he was thrown sideways by the shock. The tree didn't hold. It broke. From the ridge, the shaman shrieked a sound of pure frustration. He slammed the butt of his staff into the ground. A red pulse rippled out across the battlefield. The effect was immediate. Barbarians surged forward with renewed force, heedless of wounds, heedless of death. The vanguard's line collapsed under the sudden pressure. Men were cut down where they stood, shields crushed aside, spears torn from hands. Screams rose and were cut short almost at once. Eyes burned brighter. They turned back toward Cole as one. The harvest had ended. Something else had begun. The barbarians, who had been backing away from the thunder of his shots, stopped. Their eyes rolled back, turning entirely black. Veins bulged along their necks and arms. Fear drained from their faces, replaced by something empty and violent. They howled and surged toward Cole. Their bodies dropped low as they ran, spines pitched forward, arms and legs driving at unnatural angles. The movement abandoned anything human or built only for speed, for closing the distance as fast as flesh could carry them. Cole checked his pocket. 9 shells left. The berserkers kept coming, packed tight, bodies filling the ground ahead in a moving mass. There was no gap to cut through, no space to stand and trade shots. Cole turned and ran. Thud thud thud. A shadow swept over the snow. A warhorse, clad in steel barding, smashed into the flank of the berserkers like a battering ram. Bones snapped. Men were trampled into the mud. A long sword flashed in the grey light, severing a barbarian's head in a clean arc. Behind the lead rider, the full weight of Blackstone Keep's cavalry poured in like an avalanche, a tide of steel and mass that swallowed the berserkers whole. Bodies vanished beneath hooves and armor, the charge rolling over them without slowing. Where the vanguard's line had stood in desperation, only black steel remained, advancing without pause. Cole slid to a stop behind the broken pine, chest heaving. One berserker, somehow still alive after the cavalry hit, tore himself out of the crush. He was blind to the horses, blind to the steel. He saw only Cole. His skin burned dark red, veins standing out like cords. He lurched forward, roaring through shattered teeth. Cole raised the shotgun. Boom! The shot took him in the head. Bone and fragments burst outward, half the skull tearing away as the face collapsed into ruin. But he stayed on his feet. Blood poured down what remained of his face as he lurched forward again, momentum carrying him on despite the fatal damage. What the hell, a broken bar, Cole thought, his eyes widening. Something is holding it together. Boom! As the distance closed to arm's length, the second shot tore through what remained of the man's neck. The head vanished completely. The body stood for a heartbeat, blood pumping hard into the air, before finally collapsing into the snow. Ether, plus 0.6, total ether, 15.5. The kills are worth more, Cole noted coldly. But they are harder to kill. He snapped the gun closed, but there were no more targets. The cavalry had swept the field. In the center of the melee, Captain Vallon sat astride his black stallion, moving with precise economy. His black greatsword rode low in one hand, balanced and ready. A barbarian centurion or a giant equal to the one Cl had killed roared and brought a massive iron axe down in a killing arc. Valen simply raised his blade one-handed. Clang! Steel met steel. The impact rang out sharp and flat. The axe stalled instantly. The blow that could shatter stone met Valen's wrist and stopped the force crushed into stillness. Bone, muscle, and steel collided, the impact snapping through the air. The centurion drove forward. On instinct alone, weight and momentum pouring into the strike, veins swollen, breath tearing from his chest in a raw snarl. Valen held. His arm stood locked, unyielding, an iron pillar set into the ground. The shock traveled back through the axe shaft, into the centurion's shoulders, into flesh pushed past its limit. The weapon trembled. Valen did not. In that narrow instant the old force spent, new force not yet born of Valen stepped in. The black blade flashed once. Snick! The centurion's head left his shoulders and hit the snow a step later, the body folding forward without ceremony. For the first time, Cl saw Blackstone Keep's greatest strength revealed in motion. Valen flowed through the melee from the saddle. His blade rose and fell in clean arcs, each cut delivered without excess. Arrows struck his armor and skidded away harmlessly. Spearheads bent on contact with his pauldrons. Nothing checked his advance. Cl lowered his shotgun. He felt a doubt surface. He wasn't sure his weapon would bite through that armor. He felt the distance. A gulf. Valen stood on the far side of it, an entirely different level of existence. Strength, balance, instinct, control. Every part of him belonged to a world Cl had never touched. Sky and ground. Two ends that didn't meet. The slaughter ended quickly. The shaman had fled, and the rest were meat. Valen circled his horse back. He stopped in front of the broken pine tree, looking down at Cl. His sword was wet with red, but his breathing was even. His eyes were cold, assessing, and visibly impressed. "Well done, soldier," Valen said evenly. "You exceeded what I expected." He pointed his sword toward the ridge where the shaman had vanished. "We'll clean up the rest. Get yourself treated." Valen turned and rode away, the Black Reaper returning to his command. Leaned back against the tree, letting the shotgun rest across his knees. He touched the cut on his cheek and looked at the blood on his fingers. Blackstone Keep itself was nothing more than a listening post on the edge of the map, built to signal invasion, not to withstand it. And Valen was merely its captain. A fire took root inside him. It burned with discipline and direction, its heat measured, its purpose fixed. Ambition, given shape. In Cl's mind, the map expanded. Blackstone Keep revealed itself in full, a frontier stronghold. A listening station set at the edge of settled land. Stone and signal, built to watch the horizon and carry warning to greater powers beyond. He imagined Valen standing at the highest tower, armor catching the light. From there, the world stretched outward, roads cutting through fields, lines of fortresses marking the limits of order. Cl saw the road continue. He had heard these stories before. Bards told of paladins riding beneath consecrated banners, entire crowds falling into ordered silence at their approach. Faith spoken as law, authority carried in steel and oath. They sang of dragon riders in the open sky, ancient beasts bearing armored figures bound by blood, will, and fire. Their passage cast moving shadows across the land. Their descent marked turning points remembered by generations. They recited the names of archmages who shaped treaties and campaigns, of grand sorcerers whose clashes carved scars into the world, leaving marks that maps still traced. These were the stories of the world as it was told. Power, already present. Heights, already occupied. Cl possessed Varus's gift. All that remained was to kill enough. The path before him took form. He would walk it past holy orders and dragon flame, past crowns and spells, until ambition reached its natural conclusion. When the wind and snow at last fell silent, the ground was no longer white. Cl walked back toward the vanguard's position, or what was left of it. 50 men had marched out this morning. He counted the living. 3. Himself, Griggs, and another man about his size, older by many years, lying in the snow with one arm gone, his face already turning grey. The veterans were gone. The men who had said little, who had taken the forward positions without comment, leaving the smaller bodies to the rear. Whatever their reasons, The result was the same. They had met the charge first and the snow was littered with what remained. Griggs sat on a rock, staring at nothing. His helmet was gone. His face was splattered with blood that wasn't his. When Cl approached, Griggs flinched. He looked up, his eyes wide and hollow. He looked at Claw's face, then at the shotgun resting in the crook of Claw's arm. The runt was gone. "We're broken," Griggs breathed. He swallowed, shifting back a step. "You're still standing." Claw moved and sat down beside him. "You are too," he answered. "I shouldn't be," Griggs muttered. His eyes drifted over the bodies scattered across the field. Men he had cursed, men he had shared bread with, men whose voices he could still hear in his head. "Looks like it's just us left, kid." He drew a breath that shook despite himself. "Guess that makes us the veterans now." A laugh tore out of Hema, short, uneven, edged with something too close to grief to sit comfortably. Cl sat with him in silence. The weight settled into his shoulders as the surge ebbed, leaving behind the deep, honest ache of strain and impact. His arms trembled faintly, muscles spent, body reminding him of every weakness it still carried. A shadow fell over them. Captain Valen rode up and dismounted, his boots grinding red into the snow. He stood over Cl, iron and fresh blood cutting sharp through the cold air. Valen looked at the dead vanguard. He looked at Griggs. Finally, he looked at Cl. His eyes lingered on the shotgun. "Come with me." Cl followed. They walked past the broken line and away from the men, boots cutting tracks through the snow until the noise of the battlefield thinned behind them. Valen stopped. He turned. "Dwarven?" Cl hesitated for a fraction of a second, then answered, "I don't know." "I found it." Valen hummed, a sound of thoughtful appraisal. He stepped closer, his eyes flicking once to the weapon in Claw's hands. Then he held out his hand. "Give it to me." Claw passed the weapon over without a word. Valen took it, weighed it once in his palm. "Good." Valen straightened. "You're done with the vanguard." He gestured toward the main camp. "Get your wounds treated. Eat. Then return and wait for orders. I'll send for you when I'm ready." Valen remounted and rode off, the Black Reaper returning to his command. The medical tent. Pain spread and deepened, layering itself through his body. Cl sat on the edge of the cot, hands braced on his knees to keep them steady. The sensation went beyond bruised muscle or the cut along his cheek. His body carried the weight of exhaustion, dense and unresponsive, while his thoughts remained sharp, watching from a step ahead of the flesh that refused to keep up. Cl closed his eyes, breath steady, trying to understand the sensation. A simple thought surfaced, unfinished and uncertain. Too much? Or was his body simply too weak to keep up with so much ether? Then another followed, quieter and almost careless. Cl called the panel up. "World, Western Era, a world fragment. Identity, El Lobo Atl. Ether, 15.5. Abilities available for exchange. Close Combat A Dagger, Mastery, Cost, 1 Ether. Marksmanship A Firearms, Grandmaster, Cost, 2 Ether, exchanged. Horsemanship A Horse, Mastery, Cost, 1 Ether. Other A Knowledge, Cost, 1 Ether. The choices were made in silence. One after another, the remaining entries dimmed and vanished. 3 points of ether were spent. Abilities available for exchange. Close Combat A Dagger, Mastery, Cost, 1 Ether. Exchanged. Marksmanship A Firearms, Grandmaster, Cost, 2 Ether. Exchanged. Horsemanship A Horse, Mastery, Cost, 1 Ether. Exchanged. Other A Knowledge, Cost, 1 Ether. Exchanged. Ether, 12.5. Claw's body reacted before his thoughts could catch up. Fine adjustments rippled through muscle and tendon. Too small to see, too precise to be accidental. Fingers settled into new balances. Wrists aligned. The angle of his shoulders shifted by fractions, like years of repetition. His hands no longer rested idly. They knew where to go. Throat, jaw hinge, eye socket. The spaces between bones, the points where force ended a fight quickly and without noise. Movements that once required thought now existed as reflex, etched directly into muscle and nervous habits forged by long use, forced into place all at once. Techniques without context, names without memories, sequences of motion that had never been practiced yet were already familiar. A foreign knowledge sitting cleanly in his thoughts, as if it had always been there. The heaviness vanished. One moment it was there, dragging at every joint and breath, and the next, it was simply gone. In its absence, he felt something else settle in its place, a faint fullness in muscle and bone, like flesh that had been worked, fed, and allowed to recover all at once. He couldn't be sure, he only knew his body felt a broken bar sustained. The tent flap opened. A soldier grunted, not stepping inside. "The captain wants you." The air outside the tent was sharp enough to cut. Walked behind the soldier sent to fetch him. Snow crunched in a steady rhythm under their boots. Watched the man ahead, tracking each step, each shift of weight, the set of his shoulders as they moved through the cold. Stride length, uneven. Fatigue in the left leg. Posture, slouched. Neck exposed between the helm and the collar. Weapon, standard issue dagger on the belt. Position, too far back. Claw's eyes traced the line. If he reached out now, he could draw the soldier's own dagger before the man noticed the weight was gone. A single upward thrust under the base of the skull. With this body, half a breath was enough. Time to terminate, less than a heartbeat. Resistance, negligible. Back there inside the body of El Lobo it had felt unremarkable. Movements like this had blended into the whole, lost in speed and momentum. There had been no sense of scale, no awareness of how extreme it truly was. Only now, inside this thinner, human shell, did the difference stand out clear, measured, and impossible to ignore. They reached the edge of the camp, near a grove of frozen ironwood trees. "Wait here," the soldier grunted, glad to be away from the silent boy. He hurried away. Captain Vallon stood by a heavy wooden table set up in the snow. He had removed his plate armor, wearing only a thick black gambeson. Even without the steel, he looked like a fortress. He held a scroll in one hand. Approached and stood at attention. Vallon read from the scroll in his hand, eyes moving steadily down the page. He said. Born in a village behind Blackstone's outer lands. No recorded family. His finger traced the next lines. At 7 years of age, a barbarian raiding party slipped past the border patrols. The village was put to the torch. Every resident killed. He paused for a breath. 2 children survived. You, and another boy named Tom. Vallon continued reading. Taken in by the keep afterward, assigned to the stables. Shovel dung for 9 years. No disciplinary record. No commendations. Vallon looked up, his grey eyes piercing. No combat training, no lineage. No magic awakening. He rolled up the scroll and tossed it onto the table. And yet, today I watched you butcher a squad of berserkers and a centurion with the efficiency of a veteran killer. Even if part of it relied on an external implement, your performance was sufficient. Met his gaze, his face impassive. Suddenly, the air around Vallon grew heavy. Felt the pressure hit him head-on. It was the same instinctive terror he'd felt the first time he stood too close to a brown bear. No, worse than that. Colder, sharper. His knees softened without permission, balance wavered. His pupils trembled, shrinking and dilating in quick, involuntary spasms. Every signal coming up from muscle and nerve carried the same message: submit. Vallon nodded, a faint smile touching his lips. Good. You have a spine. Rare for a conscript. Vallon let the pressure withdraw. Air rushed back into Kl's lungs all at once. He drew a sharp breath, then another, chest lifting too fast before he forced it back under control. The tension drained from his joints in uneven waves, leaving them weak and unsteady. Cold sweat broke across his brow and slid down his temple, tracing the line of his cheek as his heartbeat slowed. Vallon reached down and lifted the shotgun from the wooden table. He inspected it with the eye of a master. His fingers tested the trigger mechanism, checked the brake action hinge, then traced the smooth bore of the barrel. Each time he examined it, the same thought returned. Craft like this bordered on the uncanny. Such a simple structure, nothing ornate, nothing excessive, yet it granted an ordinary man the means to contend with the extraordinary. Simple, Vallon murmured. Disturbingly simple. He held out his hand. The rest of it. Opened his pouch and poured the remaining red shells into Vallon's waiting hand, the cartridges clacking softly together as they changed owners. He turned the barrel toward the ironwood tree 10 paces away. The weapon aligned with casual precision. Boom! The barks burst apart, splinters sprayed across the snow. Vallon walked to the tree and laid a hand against the torn wood, fingers tracing the deep scars where the lead had bitten in. A frightening kind of power. Vallon turned, placing the shotgun back into Kl's hands. The motion carried intent. Courtesy shaped into instruction. Valen unfastened his collar and drew his upper garments aside, exposing scar-lined skin to the cold air. Old wounds crossed his chest, clean and deliberate. Shoulders like carved stone, chest thick as layered armor, arms packed with dense muscle that shifted in slow, controlled rolls, veins sunk deep under the skin. Every movement carried weight, like his flesh itself had been forged for war rather than grown. He raised a finger and pressed it to the center of his chest. Aim here. Silence held. His finger touched the sternum again, steady and exact. I will read your hands. A final tap. Fire. Kl raised the shotgun. He aligned the barrel with the center of Valen's chest. His finger settled on the trigger. A sharp, instinctive warning ran through Hema, every nerve insisting this was not something he should do, not a target his hands were meant to point a weapon at. The sensation was immediate and physical, a reflex older than thought. He ignored it. Finger tightened. Boom. The blast tore the air apart. Smoke and heat punched forward. Valen didn't move. The impact struck his chest and spent itself. The lead flattened and scattered, dropping into the snow at his feet. The outer layer of skin split where the shot landed, a shallow tear opening across the surface, a deep red mark blooming instantly beneath it. Valen looked down at his chest, then at the deformed pellets on the ground. He exhaled once. Against men. His voice was steady, unquestioning. It kills. He paused, then continued without drama. Against a transcendent, it's different. He lifted a finger and tapped just beneath his eye, then traced a short line to the side of his face. Maybe, he went on, measured and cold, if you aimed for the eye and kept firing a shot after shot to each one landing in the exact same place. His finger circled once, slow. Crack the eye socket. Grind through bone. Turn what's inside to pulp. He lowered his hand. That is the only sequence that leads to a kill. Valen took a small knife from his belt. From the shells Kl had just handed over, he selected one, turned it in his fingers once, and made a precise cut along the casing. He split it open and poured the contents onto the table: black powder, lead pellets, and a small primer cap. He rubbed the black powder between his fingers, smelling the sulfur. I remember this smell. Valen's voice carried a trace of distance. Years ago, when I was studying at the Royal Academy in the capital. Back then, I even entertained the idea of becoming an alchemist. He brushed the powder away. I had a classmate, one of those inventor-tracks. Brilliant mind, but obsessed with mechanisms over mana. He built things like Thesa tubes that spat fire by mixing volatile substances. Valen looked at the lead pellets on the table. Everyone laughed at him. The instructors, the knights, the mages. Do you know why? Kl stayed silent. Because his work threatened the order, not the enemy. Valen went on, voice level. His weapons didn't reward years of training. They didn't care about bloodlines, blessings, or rank. They work the same in the hands of a prodigy and a nobody. He tapped one of the pellets with a finger. A knight spends decades becoming what he is. A mage spends just as long mastering control. He built something that let a man skip all of Theta and still kill. Valen's gaze hardened. That's why they laughed. Valen finished. Not because it was useless, his finger stilled on the table, but because they were afraid. And mockery is easier than admitting fear. He paused, eyes lingering on the pellets. Had he not been broken by that ridicule, had he not turned to magic instead of continuing his work, I suspect he might have refined it far enough to create something like yours. Valen fell silent for a moment. But that was never going to be allowed. Rulers do not permit ordinary men to hold the means to kill the extraordinary. Valen shook his head, a quiet, sharp breath escaping him. If they did, would the world still look the same? Would there be fewer massacres carried out simply because one side was born untouchable? Would people finally possess the means to protect themselves? He didn't wait for an answer. I have seen too many slaughters begin with that question left unanswered. Too many villages erased while waiting for help that never arrived. The high seats in the capital fear escalation to them. This is frozen waste. Not worth the expense. They accept the raids as the cost of peace. His voice hardened. I do not. I will not repeat that outcome. Arms crossed. I intend to form a knife unit. Small, precise. We will go deep into the northern reaches and erase the camps of the half-bloods. one by one. No honors, no official records. We will be ghosts. Valen stopped. He looked down at Kl. For a moment, it felt as though Kl stood fully exposed, every layer laid bare under Valen's scrutiny. For a long time, I have had the men, I have had the steel. But I lacked the edge. I have plenty of soldiers who follow orders. I have men who can hold a shield. But I never had someone who does not flinch, someone who does not look away. I didn't have a leader for this unit yesterday. The gray eyes locked onto Kl. I do now. For the people who live between them. Do you accept the command? Something hot and immediate rose in Kl's chest. He straightened and brought his fist to his chest in a rough, practiced salute, copying the motion he had seen the soldiers use. I do, sir. The supple depot. The quartermaster, a man with grease-stained fingers and a missing ear, glanced down from his high desk. He took Klin at a glance, expression flattening. His hand flicked outward, dismissive. Servants don't come in here. Kl placed the iron token Valen had given him onto the ledger. The heavy seal of the captain struck the page with a dull thud. The quartermaster stiffened. His eyes fixed on the mark of the Black Wolf of Valen's personal command. Color drained from his face. Full requisition. Specialist issue. Not Vanguard stock. The quartermaster was already moving, chair scraping back as he reached for the shelves behind him. Immediately, sir. 10 minutes later, Kl stood before a polished bronze mirror in the back of the depot. The servants' rags lay in a pile on the floor. In their place, he wore black leather hardened with wax, reinforced with steel studs at the joints. The cut ran long on his frame, straps drawn tight to keep the armor from shifting, the excess leather folded where height should have been. A dark gray cloak, thick wool lined with fur, hung from his shoulders to mask his silhouette. Kl looked at his reflection. He was still too short for it. The barracks, rear area. Griggs was sitting on a crate behind the latrines, sharpening a knife that was already razor sharp. A half-empty skin of sour wine sat beside him. He jumped when a shadow fell over him. He grabbed the knife, spinning around with the jittery nerves of a man who had seen too many ghosts. He saw the black leather, the officer's cloak. Gods, Griggs breathed, lowering the knife. You look like one of them. Pack your kit, Kl said. Griggs blinked, his eyes bloodshot. What? I still have 3 campaigns left before I'm released. I'm supposed to stay with the Vanguard until then. Not anymore. Kl tossed a badge onto the dirt. It was the insignia of Valen's new uni to a simple iron dagger. You're the first pick. Griggs stared at the badge. I'm a farmer, he muttered. That's all I've ever been. That's enough. I need someone who follows orders. A brief pause. You faced a centurion. Death was already there. You still struck back. Come with me. The odds are the same as the Vanguard's. A slim chance of survival. Where do we get the rest? Griggs asked, standing up. The veterans are all dead. We don't need veterans. He turned toward the disciplinary pits. We need men with nothing left to lose. The disciplinary pits. This was where the keep sent soldiers who had committed offenses beyond pardon, crimes that could not be erased by service, nor balanced by merit. Men already written off, no honors waiting, no path back. Kl walked into the sunken mud pit. 20 men sat around sullen fires. The air smelled of unwashed bodies and aggression. He folded the roster in his hand and began reading names. Kogan. A man stepped out from near the largest fire, leaving the noise behind him. He had beaten a noble, acting on his own reasons, and lived long enough to be arrested. That single act determined everything that followed. His rank was stripped. He was discarded into this place, and left here to wait for death. Kogan looked at Kl's small frame, then at the shiny new leather armor. He grinned, showing yellow teeth. Look at this, Kogan boomed, his voice like gravel. Valen sent a boy to play soldier. Did you get lost on the way to the nursery, little lord? The men laughed. The sound was sharp and grating. Kl walked until he stood 3 paces from Kogan. Now, I will give you a chance to be reborn. Kogan laughed harder and stepped in close, crowding Kl's space. He stood a full foot taller. You? A thick finger jabbed into Kl's chest. What are you supposed to be? Coming in here talking about giving us a chance. Kogan leaned closer, grin sharp. Do you even know what we did to end up here? You think you've got more power than the noble lords? Kogan bent down and seized Kl by the collar with one hand, dragging him close. Little runt. Kl's arm moved in a tight, efficient arc. Steel slid up beneath their jaw, the blade angled inward where flesh was soft and exposed. Cold metal pressed in. The movement finished before Kogan could adjust his stance. 1 inch deeper and the artery would open. Kogan froze. His grip slackened. Kl stepped back. The dagger vanished as quickly as it had appeared. Kl reached into the lining of his leather armor, took out a metal token, and let it fall to the ground between them. It struck the dirt with a dull sound. Kogan stared at the token, then touched his own neck, fingertips brushing the spot where the blade had rested. He crouched, picked the token up, wiped the grime away with his thumb, and examined it from every angle. Examined it in silence. The unit has 4 slots left. The assignment ahead leads straight toward death. It pays in freedom. The pit fell into silence. Every mouth closed. Kl looked at Kogan. You choose the remaining 3. If you refuse to join, turn around and go back. Kogan held his gaze for a long moment. Then he straightened, lowered his head a fraction. I'll join, he said at last. Captain Valen's office. Evening had fallen. Kl stood before Valen's desk, presenting a rough list of names. Valen scanned the list. Griggs, Kogan, Silas the Rat, J. Bren. His finger stopped at Kogan's name. Former Centurion. Knows how to command men and break formations. Valen rolled up the list and leaned back in his chair and looked at Kl. You're good at choosing people. I thought you'd take men from my personal guard. Valen continued. If I didn't know your background, I wouldn't believe you were once a servant. He paused, then waved a hand. Go and choose your equipment. When spring comes, 6 months from now, that's when your unit moves. Kl brought his left hand up, fist closed against his heart, fingers turn inward. As you command. Valen spoke again, almost as an afterthought. By the way, I had your countryman Tom sent to the infirmary. He woke this morning. Kl had already turned away. His body stopped mid-step, just for a moment, as if the motion had been checked. He turned back. Understood. The infirmary. Kl went to the infirmary. The room lay quiet. Most of the cots were empty, the vast room holding only a handful of men. The air heavy with herbs and old linen. Kl saw Tom lying alone on a cot in the corner. He walked over, a bag hanging from his hand. He set the bag down beside Tom's cot. The movement stirred him. Tom's eyes opened, unfocused at first, then slowly clearing. He looked at the figure standing beside the bed, taking in the leather armor and the cloak. His brow creased. Kl. His voice was rough from sleep. What happened to you? Kl did not react to the question. He glanced at the bag by the bed. The goods have been cleared, he said. What's inside is your share. He turned away at once and walked out of the infirmary, leaving the bag where it was. Tom stayed where he was, staring at Kl's back until it disappeared beyond the doorway. Then he moved. He grabbed the bag at once and slipped out, keeping his head down. He found an empty corner away from the lamps. There, he loosened the tie and looked inside. His eyes widened. Gods, he muttered. That much? The training grounds, Sector 4. Sector 4 lay beyond the archery butts, where broken targets and packed earth marked an older training ground. It had once belonged to Captain Valen's personal guard. Now, it was assigned to Kl. Kl heard Kogan's voice before he saw him. Move, you rats. Get your feet up. The enemy will carve you apart while you drag your asses. Kl stepped into the clearing. Griggs, Silas, J. and Bren were running laps through deep snow, carrying logs on their shoulders. They dragged in air, breath tearing from their lungs, steam rolling off their bodies. Kogan stood in the center, holding a heavy wooden staff. He saw Kl approach. Halt! Kogan bellowed. The men dropped the logs with a collective groan, collapsing into the mud. Kogan walked over to Kl, wiped the sweat from his bald head, and came to a stop. They're soft, Kogan grunted, gesturing toward the men. But they have potential. Introduce them, Kl replied. I know Griggs. Tell me about the others. And why you chose them. Kogan nodded and pointed the staff at the thin man gasping for air. Silas. A thief, but a capable one. He fits scouting work. Offense? He was assigned to guard a noble boy and his sister during a visit. He stole from them. A mage in the entourage caught him. The girl intervened. That's why he's still breathing. Good hands. Bad judgment. Kl looked at Silas. Fast hands. Greedy, but skilled. Kogan pointed to the man with the long arms and calloused fingers. J. Kogan continued. Archer. Best eyes I've seen in a long time. Kl gave a slight nod, signaling him to continue. Poaching, Kogan spat. He dropped a stag in the ironwood forest. Clean shot, through the eye, from 80 paces. The animal was being run down by a lord's son and his hunting party. The boy flew into a rage over an archer stealing his kill. He wanted blood, then decided mercy would look better. So he let the sentence stand instead of the blade. Jack lifted his head. It was my arrow. Cl nodded. A man who could hit a moving target from 80 paces was valuable. Finally, Kogan pointed to the last man. Bren. He was average height, average build. He had a face that was remarkably forgettable. If you looked away for a second, you'd struggle to remember what he looked like. And him? Clasked. Kogan frowned. He looked at Bren, then back at Cl. Bren. All-rounder. Can use a sword, a spear, a bow. Knows how to set traps. Knows how to cook. Kogan hesitated. Unknown offense, the former centurion admitted. His file is sealed. Black wax. Even I couldn't read it. Not one of ours, not a soldier from this camp are dumped here without a file, and silent about whatever he did. Bren looked up at Cl. He didn't look exhausted like the others. He gave Cl a dry grin, stiff and strained, lips pulled back to bear a mouthful of white teeth. I'm just an ordinary man, Captain. Happy to serve. Cl stared at Bren for a long second. A sealed file in a place like this usually meant one of two things: someone with a powerful background, or someone who had offended a presence that could not be named. Fine. Cl looked at the group: a thief, a poacher, a mystery, a farmer, and a former centurion. Cl told Kogan, turn them into weapons. Kogan grinned, slamming his staff into the mud. With pleasure. The snow no longer melted at midday. Winter had settled over Blackstone Keep, turning the world into a monogram of grey stone and white drifts. 3 months had passed. In the secluded training grounds of Sector 4, Cl stood bare-chested in the freezing wind. His breathing was steady, his posture relaxed, skin still holding the warmth of recent exertion. His breath drifted out in pale smoke. A thin sheen of sweat clung to his shoulders and chest, cooling slowly in the wind. The body that had once been dry and undersized now carried visible muscle. His frame had filled out completely. His shoulders broadened, arms thick with trained massa until his build matched that of Valen's personal guard, compact and powerful, shaped for sustained violence. All of it had taken place within a span of 3 months. The transformation came from abundance. Valen's resources had been constant and excessive: endless meat, crates of salted jerky, marrow broth thick as oil, dried liver, concentrated nutrient paste, restorative tonics, and a steady supply of ether sufficient to sustain continuous physical adaptation. Ether moved through his body with every breath, carried through muscle and bone by blood still running hot from training. Soreness faded faster than he expected. Strain dispersed within hours, leaving only residual heat and weight. Day after day, the effect accumulated: longer sessions, same-day recovery, and no loss of output. In 90 days, he had grown nearly 1.5 hands taller. The cost of that speed was written across his entire body. Deep purple stretch marks spread along his back, across his thighs and shoulders, branching over muscle that had grown faster than the skin could accommodate. They traced the lines of rapid expansion: a bone lengthening, muscle thickening, structure changing all at once. His joints carried a constant, grinding ache. At night, pain burned through his shins, spine, and shoulders as muscle and bone continued to push against their limits. The result was undeniable. The loose, folded leather armor that had hung off him 3 months ago now fit like a second skin. Straps pulled tight to their last notch. Muscly dense, corded, and precisely filled every gap. He wasn't built like Kogan. His body held tension instead of bulk, drawn tight like a bowstring pulled to its limit. Captain. A messenger stood at the edge of the training ground, looking nervous. The commander wants you. Captain Valen's office. The fire in the hearth was roaring, but Valen didn't look warm. He stood by the window, watching the snow fall. When clentered, Valen turned. His gaze moved over him once, then lingered. The difference from 3 months ago was complete. The boy who had stood here then no longer existed. Kl's presence had changed. His movements carried weight and control, his bearing composed, the kind that reshaped first impressions. You look almost like a noble now, Valen said, voice even. Hard to believe what you were when you arrived. He studied Cl for another moment. I'd rather not imagine what you'd be like if someone with your talent had been cultivated from childhood, Valen added. You'd be something else entirely. The resources you provided made it possible, Cl replied, his voice deeper than before. Valen walked to his desk and picked up a letter sealed with red wax. He thrust it onto the wood. A problem has surfaced. It's yours to handle. Cl looked at the letter. The seal was unfamiliar, one he had never seen in Blackstone. Valen barely glanced at the letter as he spoke, fingers idly turning the seal as if it were routine correspondence. Sir Jansen's family. They're displeased. They demand the head of the man who killed their son. Cl didn't flinch. I thought he was listed as killed in action. He was. Valen gave a short, dismissive tilt of the head. But nobles don't accept bad luck. They need a villain. They are pressuring the keep for an investigation. Valen tapped the letter with a finger. I told them it was the work of Myriad. Cl knew the name. Myriad, an assassination network threaded through the entire empire. Its operatives hidden in plain sight are clerks, servants, mercenaries, priests. No uniforms, no territory, only reach. Their most infamous success had shaken the continent decades ago. A reigning emperor, guarded by an entire capital and layers of oath-bound protection, had died inside his own palace. No siege, no uprising. One blade, one moment, and an empire woke leaderless. Since then, Myriad had become the explanation whispered whenever someone powerful died too cleanly. They were proof that rank, walls, and titles meant little once a name appeared on the wrong list. The family demands justice, Valen continued, a cynical smile touching his lips. They want the killer found, arrested, and executed. He looked at Cl directly. You were there. You know best what the killer looks like. I was, Cl agreed evenly. Good. Then you are the best man to lead the investigation. Valen pushed the letter toward him. Take your squad. Bring me a head that fits the crime. I don't care whose it is, as long as it closes this case. Understood. Cl reached for the letter, but Valen held up a hand. He opened a drawer and pulled out a thin, battered book. The black leather cover was rubbed smooth, the corners rounded, the spine softened from being bent open countless times. Title words had been deeply scratched out with a knife, leaving gouges in the leather. Only breathing technique. A foundation remained legible. The word before breathing had once been night. Valen slid the book across the desk. Stop using the standard army breathing method, Valen said. It was never meant for anything beyond fodder. Cl took the book. Valen's gaze lingered on him, measuring. You've grown. Your bones are strong enough now. Keep using an infantry technique, and this is where you stop. Cl looked at the scratched-out title. He had questions. He looked up at Valen. Sir, about the next stage. The transcendent state. No, Valen cut him off sharply. When you reach the level of the centurion brutes you've faced on the battlefield, then I'll tell you. Valen waved a hand, dismissing him. Now go. Jansen's family is impatient. Cl brought his fist to his chest in a perfect, sharp salute. As you command. The training grounds, Sector 4. Cl walked into the squad room. The air was thick with the smell of oil and leather. Griggs was polishing his shield. Kogan was oiling his massive hammer. Silas was sharpening a dagger, and Jack was restringing his bow. Bren sat apart from the others, fully absorbed in a book, eyes fixed on the page, unaware of anything beyond it. They stopped when Cl entered. They saw the letter in his hand. They saw the book tucked into his belt. To everyone except Bren. Gear up, Cl said, his voice cutting through the room. We have a target. Chairs scraped against the floor. Weapons were sheathed. Packs were shouldered. 5 minutes later, the squad walked out of the barracks and toward the northern gate, leaving the safety of the keep behind. Beyond the gate was the ground he knew best, his hunting ground. The hunt was on. Cl returned to the place where Sir Jansen had died. The snow was deeper here, burying the blood in the churned earth of 3 months ago under a pristine white blanket. But Cl remembered the trees. He remembered the specific angle of the ridge where the ambush had sprung. At that time, he was nothing more than a servant. Now, he stood in fitted black leather, the cold wind feeling like nothing more than a refreshing breeze against his heated skin. He raised a hand. The squad behind him stopped instantly, facing north, the direction where the farmer from his memories had once walked. A while. Cl lifted his chin slightly. Silas, Cole said quietly. Front scout ahead. Silas said nothing and was gone. Snow held his outline for a breath, then dissolved as he moved, a muted shape threading through the pines, the ice unmarked beneath him. 5 minutes passed. Silas came back the same way he had left, breathing steady, shoulders loose. Clear. Cole nodded. Move. They pushed into the denser tree line. The trees closed in. Branches low, snow packed hard underfoot. The brush gave way under something heavy. To their left, the undergrowth burst apart. Snow and dead leaves sprayed outward as something drove through it, fast and low. Jack was already moving. The bow came up, string drawn to the cheek, arrow leveled into the gap where the brush still shuddered. Griggs stepped in front of the line, shield rising by instinct. Kogan reached past him and tore it free in one pull, wrenching the shield from Griggs' hands and planting himself forward instead. A brown bear filled the clearing. It stood massive among the trees, thick fur and winter fat hanging heavy over its frame, its bulk crowding the space around it. When it rose, it towered over the snow, close to 3 meters tall, blotting out the light behind it. Snow slid off its coat in sheets, breath pouring from its mouth in loud, wet bursts. Then it dropped. The bear came down onto all fours and surged forward in the same motion, snow tearing up under its weight. One forepaw swung out, fast and wide, cutting through the air toward the front of the line. Kogan stepped forward, feet biting into the snow. The shield came up angled, chin down, his shoulder rolling in behind the iron as his weight settled and held. A dull, heavy impact slammed into the shield. The bowstring snapped and the arrow crossed the gap in a flat line. It struck the bear's right eye and buried to the fletching. That was enough. Jack loosed. The bear roared, rearing up to strike down over the shield. A single arrow hissed through the air. The bear's roar broke into a high, tearing shriek. Jack's arrow struck the left eye and drove in hard, the shaft biting deep before stopping short. Blood spilled immediately, dark against the snow as the bear recoiled, head jerking to the side. The bear dropped to all fours and twisted away. It drove off hard, claws tearing furrows through the snow as it lunged for the trees. "It's breaking for the tree, sir, Captain." Cole surged forward. Snow detonated under his boots. He ripped the spear from Griggs's hand as he went, momentum never breaking. The bear was fast, but Cole was a blur. In 3 heartbeats, he had closed the distance. The bear hauled itself up the slope, snow shearing loose under its weight. Cole broke into the incline and jumped. The ground fell away beneath him. He cleared the churned snow and exposed rock in a long, flat arc, body stretched tight, both hands locked on the spear in a reversed grip. The drop pulled at him as momentum drove him forward, everything narrowing to the point of the spearhead. The spear punched through hide and sank deep. Cole drove the spear down. The iron tip punched through the thick fur, through the spine, through the heart, and drove deep into the frozen earth beneath. The bear convulsed once, its massive frame pinned to the ground like an insect. Then, it went still. Cole landed on the beast's back, his breath even. He wrenched the spear free with a wet sucking sound and jumped down. The squad stared. Kogan lowered the shield, a low whistle escaping his lips. "Clean," Kogan grunted. They moved in closer. The bear lay half on its side, blood darkening the snow beneath its head. One eye was gone, the shaft of the arrow still lodged there. Its chest no longer rose. Steam bled slowly out of the wound and thinned into the cold air. Griggs crouched near the body, one hand resting on his knee as he looked it over. "Captain, we taking the hide?" Cole gave the carcass a brief glance. "On the way back. If it's still worth the work." "Didn't think we'd mesh that clean," Bren said, looking around at the others. "Do we follow it back to the den?" he asked. "Stories always say beasts like that leave something worth taking." Cole traced the churned snow with his eyes. "All right. We've got time." He turned toward the tracks. "Let's see if the stories ever get one thing right." Kogan turned and pushed the shield back into Griggs's hands. He gave Griggs's shoulder a firm pat. "Good work. You stepped in front when it mattered." Cole stepped in and returned the spear as well. Griggs accepted it without meeting his eyes, jaw working once before he adjusted his grip and stepped back into line. Silas moved first. He slipped ahead along the torn snow and broken brush, reading the bear's retreat in the scuffed ground and snapped branches. The others followed in a loose line behind him, spacing out as the trees closed in. As they walked, Bran glanced over at Jair. "I thought you were exaggerating." 80 steps, straight through the eye. Jair ducked his head, a brief, awkward smile. "Hey." Rathmere, Greyfield Manor, nearly 1,000 kilometers south of Blackstone Keep. The fire burned low, coals settling into a dull red bed. A man stood near the wall, snow melting from the hem of his cloak and darkening the stone beneath his boots. "Did you find the truth?" The figure at the table lifted his gaze, fingers resting flat on the wood. "A servant named Cl carried it out." A brief pause followed, measured. "You're certain?" The claim came from Claw's associate. The man replied, "Tom. He's waiting outside." The name lingered in the air. The man at the table turned slightly toward the fire, watching the coals shift and glow. "Tom," he said, testing it. He rose, straightening his coat. "Bring him in," he added. "I want to hear it from his mouth." The fire crackled once, sharp in the quiet. Inside the den, the smell thickened. Old blood, damp fur, rot pressed into stone. "Captain." Bran held up a human femur. The bone was darkened, one end gnawed rough where the bear's teeth had worked it over. "Found this in the back, along with a few skulls." Cl took the bone. The marks were familiar enough. The bear had fed on it. The break at the end was something else. "Look at this." Bran tracing the split near the top. The bone had been hacked through in a single blow. "An axe," Kogan diagnosed instantly, stepping closer. "Or a heavy cleaver." "That's a chop mark." Cl let his gaze move across the back of the den. There was more than one set of remains. Too many bones, too many sizes, scattered where the bear had dragged them together. His jaw tightened. "More than one. Whoever did this has been killing in this area." Cole stepped out of the den and into the open ground beyond the rocks. Cold air cut in immediately. "This is our anchor point. Search outward." He drew his long sword from his belt and traced a line in the dirt with the tip, then split it with 2 cuts. 3 teams. He turned first to Bran. "You're with me." Then to Kogan. "You and Silas." Finally, his eyes settled on the archer and the shield bearer. Jair. Griggs lifted the sword and pointed it toward the trees. "We regroup here before the sun reaches its peak." "Move." They nodded and split at once. Kogan and Silas broke east, disappearing into the trees. Jair and Griggs turned west, moving low along the slope. No one went south, back the way they had come. Cl headed north with Bran at his side, pushing deeper into the forest as the ground rose ahead of them. They worked the slope for half an hour, cutting a wide arc through the trees. Tracks thinned. The forest settled into its usual stillness. Cl slowed and drew a breath, turning slightly as if to speak. Bran's hand closed on his shoulder. Cl stopped. He followed Bran's line of sight into the trees ahead. Trunks, shadow, brush. Nothing stood out. Bran's grip tightened once. "There, I saw it." He stepped off the line and moved between the trees, pace steady, eyes fixed forward. Cl went after him, boots crunching softly over roots and frozen ground. The trees opened just enough. A low wooden structure sat tucked against the rise, roof sagging under old snow, smoke-darkened planks half swallowed by the forest. A cabin. Cl drew his dagger. Bran followed suit. They approached from the blind side, moving silent as ghosts. Cl reached the door, a heavy curtain of cured hide ear, and listened. Silence. Cl nodded to Bran. He swept the hide aside, and they went in. The cabin stood empty. A low fire pit set in the center of the dirt floor, an iron cooking pot hanging above it. The ash beneath had settled flat and cold. Cl stepped inside. He slid the dagger back into its sheath, the motion practiced and quiet. Bones covered the ground. Cracked thigh bones, splintered ribs, skulls stacked against the wall like bundled firewood. The bones all belonged to the same kind. Human. Cl leaned over the pot. A frozen layer of congealed fat sealed the bottom, trapping chunks of gray meat beneath. Along the walls, strips of flesh hung from hooks and rough nails, stiffened by smoke and cold. Cut clean, spaced evenly, set to keep. Cl straightened. Bran had seen it too. Neither of them needed words. Claw's eyes moved once more across the bones and the hanging meat. So he hadn't been lying. He really did eat people. Bran stared at the bones, then let out a breath. Hell, Captain. The stories talk about ogres in the forest. Looks like they were right. Cl took in the cabin at a glance. Valuables lay tossed aside among the remains. His eyes moved from the coins to the bones, then to the meat on the wall. This wasn't done for gain. Something's wrong with him. He turned back to the door. Let's go. We regroup. Cl and Bren returned to the rendezvous point beneath the ridge. Griggs and Jer were already there, crouching in the snow. Between them, a crude grid had been carved into the white with the tip of a dagger. Boxes linked by straight lines. Stones and small bone chips sat on the marks like pieces on a board. Jer moved one with a gloved finger. Griggs frowned, then shifted his own piece. Slow and deliberate. Boots crunched nearby. They looked up at the same time, swept the pieces aside, and stood. Griggs spoke first. We took the west line. There's a short cliff and no way through. Jer nodded. Checked the edges and the drop. Nothing else out there. Cl gave a brief nod and looked around. Where are Kogan and Silas? Griggs glanced up at the sky, then back toward the tree line where Kogan and Silas had taken their route. They should have returned before the sun climbed that far. Cl glanced down at the snow ahead. Heavy boot prints cut a clear path through it, the trail still fresh. Kogan's line, we follow. He stepped onto the tracks at once and led them forward, moving fast along the route Kogan and Silas had taken. They climbed the rise at a jog. A voice carried up from beyond the crest, a hoarse, strained, unfamiliar. I swear. The words broke apart in panic, the cadence unmistakable. Pleading. Cl pushed the last few steps and cleared the rise. Below them lay a small clearing. Kogan was there. The massive former centurion was standing in the middle of the snow, his back to Cl. Silas stood next to him, shoulders loose, a faint grin on his face as he watched. Kogan held the man off the ground with one hand. He hung a few feet off the ground, boots twitching in the air. Rags barely covered him. Gray hair stuck to his scalp, beard thick with grime. Please, the man wailed, his voice cracking with terror. I don't know anything. I'm just a woodcutter. Please, master, don't kill me. A woodcutter? Kogan roared, shaking him once, hard. Then why are you here alone? Where are the others? I don't know. I live alone. Please. The man sobbed, tears streaming down his dirt-streaked face. He clasped his hands together in a begging gesture. I have a daughter? Please. Griggs hesitated, eyes flicking once to Cl, then broke from his side and walked toward them, boots crunching through the snow. Kogan, he called out. Maybe he's telling the truth. He slowed several paces short, stopping well clear of Kogan's reach. Look at him, Griggs added. He's just a starving old man. Kogan's grip tightened. He ignored Griggs entirely, eyes locked on the man kicking in his grasp, anger hard and unmoving. Nothing you've said holds, he growled. No woodcutter walks this far in. He leaned in just enough for the man to see his face. Do I have to start working on you before the truth comes out? Enough. Kl's voice cut in, flat and controlled. Let him go. Kogan hesitated for a fraction of a second, then released his grip. The man collapsed into the snow, coughing, hands scrambling for balance. Cl walked up and stopped directly in front of him. He crouched just enough to bring himself level with the man's face, studying it in silence. Been a long time. Do you remember me? The man stared up at him, breath hitching in the cold air. His eyes darted across Kl's face, ear searching, desperate, failing to settle on any feature that might tell him who this was. I don't know, he stammered, voice trembling. Who are you? His confusion seemed genuine, or perhaps fear had simply wiped his memory clean. Cl studied him in silence for a long moment. 3 months ago. That night. That man in the iron Chilavadea. You really don't remember? The man's eyes widened, genuine confusion flooding his face. I don't know what you're talking about. I swear, sir, I don't. His reaction didn't look fake. The fear was real. The confusion was real. Cl watched him carefully. Do you have a twin brother? No, I'm an only child. Yeah. Then tell me, Cl said, his voice quiet. Why would a farmers go so deep into the forest? Why not stay near the edge where it's safe? The man's breath came in ragged gasps. I was starving. There's nothing left out there. Nothing. I had to. You went in with a hand axe. My long axe. The man's voice cracked. It was stolen. Bandits took it 2 weeks ago. I only had the small one left. Yeah. Cl held his gaze. The man stared back, Trembling, desperate, leaned in slightly, breathing in. The smell was still their sour sweat, damp wool, heavy earth and pig manure. The same scent as before. The red nose was still the two, running in the cold. Nothing had changed. But that feeling, that unnerving stillness beneath the surface, like deep water hiding something twisted underneath, it was gone. Completely gone. He looked at the man one more time. "You really don't remember me, do you?" "I don't." The man's voice broke. "I swear, my lord, I truly don't know you." "Please. Please just let me go." Cole straightened slowly. "Silas, tie him up." Silas moved forward without a word. His hands worked quickly, efficiently, a rope appearing from his pack as if he'd done this 100 times before. As he bound the man's wrists, his fingers brushed along the woodcutter's belt, checking for hidden pockets. A moment later, a small skinning knife appeared in Silas's hand, tucked inside the inner lining of the man's coat, easy to miss in a quick search. He pocketed it without a word. Cole watched in silence. This guy. No wonder he had the nerve to steal from a mage right under their nose. They started back the way they came. The sun hung directly overhead, cold and white through the skeletal canopy. It gave light without warmth. Long shadows stretched across the snow, sharp and black, cutting the forest floor into jagged patterns of white and dark. The only sounds were the crunch of boots on snow and the occasional whimper from the bound man stumbling between them. Griggs walked alongside Silas, his breath misting in the frigid air. His gaze dropped to the farmer's hands. They were purple. "Was that really necessary?" Griggs muttered, nodding toward the ropes. "Look at his hands." "You've wrapped him like a damn corpse for burial." Silas glanced at him, then looked toward Cole. Cole said nothing. He walked ahead, eyes fixed on the path, his shadow stretching long behind him. Silas muttered something under his breath, something about softness and mercy getting people killed, but he stopped walking. He yanked the farmer to a halt and began loosening the ropes with sharp, irritated movements. "There." "Happy?" The man gasped as blood flow returned to his hands. His fingers twitched, flexing slowly. Griggs shook his head and kept walking. Kogan took the rope from Silas without a word, looping it once around his fist. The prisoner stumbled as the slack was pulled taut. The prisoner stumbled along behind them, head down, breathing raggedly. For a while, there was only the sound of boots on snow. Then, slowly, the sobbing stopped. The silence that replaced it felt wrong. Cole's steps slowed, though he didn't know why. Something in the air had shifted. The forest seemed to hold its breath. Even the faint whisper of wind through bare branches had died. Behind him, a voice began to whisper. "1." It was barely audible, flat, rhythmic. Kogan's head snapped around. He frowned, yanking the rope. "Shut up." 2. 3. The trembling was gone. The fear was gone. The voice was mechanical now, lifeless, like a child reciting numbers by rote. 4. 5. Cole stopped. The hair on the back of his neck stood up. He turned around slowly. The prisoner had stopped walking. He lifted his head. The tears were gone. His face was slack, empty, eyes wide and unblinking, staring at nothing, at everything. 6. The word hung in the cold air, clear and sharp. Then, a sound leaked from his throat. A high, wet giggle. "Hey! Hey!" Silas's hand went to his dagger. Griggs took a step back, his grip tightening on the spear shaft. Kogan's grip tightened on the rope. What fear! The rope behind the man's back went taut. Crack! The wet, sickening pop of a joint dislocating. The man pulled. He yanked his right hand straight out of the tight loops. The rough hemp stripped the skin from his wrist and hand in a bloody sleeve, tearing flesh from his knuckles as the hand came free. Blood dripped onto the snow in fat, dark drops. His arm hung at a grotesque angle, the shoulder wrenched from its socket. Kogan stumbled backward. Holia! With a sickening crunch, the man slammed his shoulder against his own jaw, snapping the joint back into place. He rolled his shoulder once, twice. Then he smiled. It was the same smile, the same empty, broken thing Cole had seen 3 months ago. The stillness was back, and beneath it, something twisted writhed. Cole's hand moved to his sword. "Everyone back." "Now." The man's head tilted slowly, like a puppet testing new strings. His eyes swept across the metal. Kogan, Silas, Griggs, Bren. His smile widened. 7. Kogan roared. Too late. The farmer moved. He exploded from a standstill. He dropped low, spinning under Kogan's reach, and slammed his shoulder into the giant's center of gravity. Kogan, a man who could wrestle a bear, was lifted off his feet. He hit the snow hard, air driven from his lungs. Griggs stepped in, shield raised, shouting a warning. The farmer punched. A bare, bloody fist hammered into the center of the iron shield. Dong. A crack. Two sounds rang out at once. The temple bell clang of metal warping, and the sharp, wet crunch of bone shattering inside his hand. A deep, fist-sized dent appeared in the iron. Griggs cried out as the impact jarred his arm to the bone, sending him stumbling back, defense broken. The farmer's knuckles were ruined, fingers bent at wrong angles, but he moved as if the hand still worked. Jack had the bow up. He drew. The farmer was already there. He moved on all fours like a spider, scrambling over the snow. He snatched the boa and Jack's armor in one bloody grip and heaved. Jack was ragdolled, thrown 5 meters into a pine tree with a bone-shaking thud. The boat spun through the air and landed in the snow. Forgotten. Now, Cl shouted. He and Bren lunged. Claw's long sword flashed, aiming for a disabling thrust to the leg. Bren's dagger went for the neck. The farmer stepped into the blade. Shlook. The steel pierced his side, sliding between ribs. His face remained blank. His muscles clamped down on the blade, trapping it. Claw felt the resistance. He released the hilt and stepped back. At the same moment, the farmer's left hander still trailing the rope he snapped up. He caught Bren's dagger. The blade itself, edge cutting deep into his palm. Blood sprayed from his grip, but his fingers held firm. His right foot lashed out. Thud. The kick slammed into Bren's stomach, lifting him off his feet. Bren flew backward, gasping, hitting the snow hard 3 meters away. The farmer held the stolen dagger, blood dripping from his fist. He looked at Cl, that empty smile widening. Silas was moving in from the blind spot, his own knives drawn. The farmer flicked his left wrist. The trailing hem rope lashed out like a whip. The heavy knot at the end curled around Silas's neck. Die! Kogan roared. The former centurion had recovered. He charged, his massive warram raised high. It came down with a brutal howl, air screaming as the head tore through it. The farmer yanked the rope. He pulled Silas toward him, off balance, and kicked off the ground at the same time. He spun through the air, a blur of rags and blood, hauling Silas beneath him as he vaulted over, twisting violently to redirect his momentum. As Silas was dragged beneath him, the blade flashed a shluka as steel buried itself into the back of Silas's left shoulder. Kogan's hammer came down. Seeing Silas in the killing line, he forced his weight sideways, shoving the fall of the blow off course as it committed. The hammerhead grazed Silas's hip, tearing fabric and drawing blood. Silas cried out and tumbled across the snow. The farmer hit the ground hard and stayed upright. For a heartbeat, the three of them held a Silas down to the right, Kogan close on the left. The farmer's hand went to his side. His fingers closed around the hilt buried there. Fun, he whispered, voice shaking with excitement. This is fun. His eyes were bloodshot, red-rimmed and wide, the grin on his face trembling as if his whole body couldn't contain it. His ruined right hand closed on the hilt to 3 fingers only. The dead middle finger curled uselessly as he tore the blade from his side. Then he stepped back, clearing space. Kogan was already facing him. They stood opposite each other now. Kogan shifted his weight, hammer rising. The farmer grinned, blood running dark from the wound in his side. His grip tightened on Claw's sword, still slick with blood. Then something cold crawled up his spine. Instinct. He twisted round. 2 black circles stared back at him, sawed-off barrels, jagged and brutal. They didn't look like eyes. They didn't look like any weapon he knew. 3 meters to his left, Claw stood motionless, holding a weapon of wood and darkened steel. The farmer frowned. Confusion flickered across his face. Boom! The silence of the forest was shattered by thunder. Smoke drifted from the barrels, curling in the cold air. The farmer staggered. He took 2 unsteady steps back, as if trying to understand what had just happened, and collapsed into the snow. Blood poured from his chest in dark, uneven bursts. Each breath dragged it out of him, bubbling, wet. The white ground beneath him turned black-red, spreading fast. Cl moved. He crossed the distance without haste and stopped in front of the dying man. "Do you remember me now?" he asked. The farmer tried to answer. All that came out was blood. He coughed, spat, choked, lungs ruined, breath broken before it could form words. Cl lowered the gun. He stepped in, reached down, and took his sword back from the farmer's slackening grip. Then he drove it straight through the man's chest. The blade punched through the heart. The body jerked once, a sharp breath escaping her, then went still as blood spilled dark and fast into the snow. Ether +5. Ether, 17.5. Only then did Cl look away. The gun no longer had the length it once did. The barrels were cut short, the stock gone near compact enough now. He slid it back into the lining beneath his armor, fitting it tight against his side. Then he wiped the sword once, brisk and practiced, and returned it to the scabbard at his waist. Only after that did his hand leave the hilt. "Check Silas," Cl said, his voice ringing in the quiet. Now, meanwhile, a different fire burned low, sheltered from the wind. "You're certain?" one voice asked. "Calm, measured." "He's under Valen now," another replied, standing in the shadows. "Directly." A brief pause. The first said, tapping a gloved finger on his knee. "That makes things a broken bar inconvenient." Silence followed. The fire cracked once. "Do we proceed?" "Yes," came the answer. "But carefully." The gunshot still rang in Kogan's ears. The echo faded slowly, swallowed by the forest. Smoke drifted from where Cl stood. The sawed-off weapon already vanished back into his coat. Kogan blinked once, then snapped into motion. He dropped to his knees beside Silas, massive hands pressing down hard around the embedded blade. "Hold on, little rat." Kogan's voice was rough. "Keep still." Silas hissed through his teeth, face drained of color. "Get off or broken bar, you heavy ox. Our broken bar, you're crushing it. Our broken bar." "Move." Bren stepped in, nudging Kogan aside with his hip. His face had gone pale as he clutched his stomach, still winded from the kick, but his other hand was already pulling supplies from his belt. "You're trying to stop the blood by squeezing the last drop out of him." Bren breathed carefully. He knelt in the snow. His movements changed. The hand that had just wielded a dagger with deadly intent was now steady and precise. He gripped the hilt of the embedded blade, braced his other hand against Silas's shoulder, and pulled. The steel came free with a wet sound. Blood welled immediately. Bren pulled a small roll of linen and a flask of strong alcohol from his belt. "This will sting." He poured the alcohol directly into the wound. Silas arched his back, a strangled cry escaping his throat. Bren kept pouring. He cleaned the edges with quick, efficient swipes, then packed it tight with a wad of clean cloth and began to bind it. Shoulder blade took the worst of it. Bren worked as he spoke. "Bone is chipped, muscle torn, but the lung is intact. You're lucky. Any lower and you'd be drowning in your own blood." He tied the final knot and patted Silas on the good shoulder. "Done." "You'll live to steal another day." Bren sat back on his heels, wincing as he pressed a hand to his own stomach. "That bastard had legs like iron. Thought he was going to crack my ribs when he kicked me." Silas let out a shaky breath, then looked at Griggs. His eyes were hard. "Why is it me?" he hissed through his teeth. "I'm a thief. A God's damned thief. I should be picking locks, keeping watch from the back. Getting stabbed is your job." Griggs looked away, his face tight with guilt. "I told you to loosen the ropes." "If I'd kept quieter." "Yeah." Silas spat. "If you'd kept quiet." Silence fell heavy between them. Griggs's jaw worked. He looked down at his hands. Farmer's hands, once. Now scarred from holding a shield. He'd only been through 2 real battles. Both times, the enemy had been clear, different races, hostile, armed. He knew what to do with those. But this? A man who looked like a victim one moment and a monster the next? He'd thought he was being kind. "Next time I'll keep my mouth shut." Griggs's voice was quiet. Silas glanced at him, then away. He said nothing. Jack watched from the side, nursing his own bruised arm where he'd been thrown into the tree. He looked at Bren with a new expression. "You really are an all-rounder." "I thought Kogan was just blowing hot air when he said you could do everything." Bren wiped the blood from his hands onto the snow, looking up with a bright, friendly grin despite the pain in his ribs. "That's a must. Walking the path of life, you gotta have a few tricks in the bag, right? You need to know how to break things and fix them too." or who's gonna fix me? He stood up, dusting off his knees as if he'd just finished gardening instead of battlefield surgery. Cl watched Bren for a second longer than necessary. The man was too perfect, too adaptable. But for now, he was useful. Jack finally broke the silence, his voice still shaky. Captain. What was that weapon? Griggs looked up, eyes wide. I told all of you. Cl has a thunderstick. Sword barrels, fire's lead. I thought you were drunk, Kogan muttered, or making up stories. Told you then, you all laughed. Jack stared at the blood spray painted across the snow. I'm sorry I laughed. Kogan grunted. Yeah, me too. Silas, pale and sweating, managed a weak grin. So what you're saying is, Griggs was right about something. Write that down. Historic moment. Fuck off, Silas. But the humor died quickly. The reality of what they just seen or what that weapon had only settled over them like a weight. Bren, check the body. Bren blinked, then looked over at the corpse. Captain, he's dead. Very dead. I can confirm that from here. I want to know what made him like that. Check him. Bren's grin faded. He walked over to the body and crouched, cutting through what remained of the blood-matted wool tunic. The others moved closer. The farmer's torso was exposed. Pale skin, streaked with dirt and blood. But beneath that, look at this. Brent traced a finger along the man's ribcage. There was nothing extra on him, just skin stretched tight over bone and sinew. The muscle was drawn thin and hard, corded and lean. Arms, chest, core, everything pared down to pure function. This body belongs to a fighter, someone who's survived through conditioning, through repetition. This is what's left when everything else gets burned away. Kogan grunted. Explains the strength. Strength is one thing. But did you see how he moved? That speed, that reaction time? Jack's voice shook. When he dropped to all fours and came at me like a mad dog, he swallowed hard. I froze. Just a broken bar froze. Forgot the bow was even in my hands. Coordination. Griggs stared at the corpse. He spun midair while pulling Silas under him and still had the control to stab him in the back. That's inhuman. Silas finished, his voice bitter. That's what that was. Claw's eyes narrowed. He was docile before, terrified, broken. And then he changed. Kogan's voice was flat. Bren continued his examination, peeling back more fabric. Then he paused. Here, on the man's left forearm, partially hidden by dried blood, was a tattoo. Precise, deliberate. A circle, bisected by a vertical line, with strange markings radiating outward like the spokes of a wheel. Anyone recognize this? Kogan leaned in. Silence. Griggs shook his head. Jack frowned, squinting at the symbol. Some kind of cult marking? Jack offered. Maybe. Bren's fingers moved to the man's neck, then his wrists. He frowned. There's more. Look at the veins here. See how they're darker? Almost black under the skin. He pressed down gently on the man's forearm. Then he froze. The muscle is twitching. Everyone went still. What? Kogan's hand went to his hammer. The muscle. Bren's voice was steady, but his eyes were wide. It's still moving, under the skin. Cl felt it then. Something wrong. His instincts screamed. The same feeling he'd had in the alley before the ambush. The same crawling sense of danger that had kept him alive when others died. Cut the markings off him. All of them. Bren looked up sharply. Captain, do it. Now. And take the head. Steel moved. Bren's knife worked methodically, peeling the tattooed skin from the forearm in a single, clean strip. The flesh came away like wet parchment, dark veins still visible beneath. He moved to the other symbol, so one on the chest, another at the base of the neck. Then he took the head, the blade cut clean. When it was done, Bren slid the head into the burlap sack he carried and cinched it shut. The strips of marked skin went into a smaller pouch. Silence fell over the group. Cole stared down at what remained of the body, his expression unreadable. Valen's orders had been simple. Bring back a body. Anybody. Someone to pin the blame on, someone to show the nobles. But Cl had wanted more. He'd wanted the truth. Wanted to interrogate the man, get answers. He'd thought capturing him alive was the smart play. He'd been wrong. Silas had nearly died for that mistake. His jaw tightened. Next time, steel first, questions later. If they're breathing and they're a threat, they won't be for long. He looked toward Blackstone Keep. We're done here. Move out, Captain. Kogan gestured at the headless corpse. "What about the rest?" "Leave it. We have what we need." Cole started walking. "We've wasted enough time." Silas struggled to his feet, Brent supporting him on one side. He looked back at the blood-stained snow where he'd nearly died. "Next time I'm staying at the back." "Way at the back." His teeth clenched, upper body held rigid, afraid to move even an inch for fear of tearing the wound in his shoulder blade. Griggs walked beside them, jaw tight, hands clenched. The forest was silent. The sun, cold and white through the bare branches, gave light but offered nothing else. They walked. Behind them, the headless body lay in the snow, forgotten. Ahead, in the burlap sack Bren carried, something moved. Just once. The severed head's eyelid twitched. Then was still. Blackstone Keep, Captain Vallon's office. The guards at the gate stepped aside quickly when they saw the squad return. The squad crossed the courtyard without a word. One man carried a clean bandage at his shoulder, the others bore no sign of injury. Bren approached Cole as they crossed the courtyard, holding out the burlap sack. The fabric was stained dark at the bottom. "Captain." Bren's voice was low. Cole took the sack without a word. He looked at his squad. "Wait here. Get cleaned up. I'll handle the report." Cole stood before Vallon's desk alone. The office was warm, a fire crackling in the hearth. Maps and reports covered the walls. Vallon sat behind his desk, fingers steepled, watching Cole with the same cold calculation he always did. "Captain." Cole saluted. Vallon gestured to a chair. "Sit." "Report." Cole remained standing. "Mission complete. The killer is dead." "Show me." Cole set the burlap sack on the edge of the desk and loosened the cord just enough to open the mouth. Vallon leaned forward and looked inside. He reached in and drew out the strips of tattooed skin, laying them flat on the desk. The markings were intact, the lines clean and unmistakable. His fingers traced the edge of one of the skin strips of the largest one, taken from the forearm. The tattoo was intricate, precise. A circle bisected by a vertical line, strange markings radiating outward like spokes on a wheel. He was silent for a long moment. "I've never seen this before." Vallon's voice was measured, controlled. He picked up another strip, holding it to the light. "This marking. It's deliberate. Ritual." He set it down and looked at Cole. "Is this the body you're using for the report? Or is this the actual killer?" Cole met his gaze without hesitation. "The killer. He was docile when we found him, terrified. Then he changed. Attacked us mid-transport. Silas took a blade to the shoulder before we put him down." Vallon's eyes narrowed slightly. "Changed how?" "Unstable," Cole said. "Fast, stronger but not controlled. He rushed, overcommitted, took wounds he shouldn't have. No fear, no hesitation. But every strike was deliberate. He knew where to hit." Vallon studied Cole's face for another beat, then nodded slowly. "Good work." Vallon opened a drawer and produced a leather pouch. He set it down between them. It clinked with weight. "Take this." Cole took the pouch. He felt the weight more than he expected. "And one more thing." Vallon leaned back in his chair. "The breathing manual. If you run into something you can't make sense of, come find me." Cole paused. "Understood." Vallon waved a hand toward the door. "Take the head with you. Dispose of it properly. The skin stays here." Cole put the head back in the sack and cinched it shut. He saluted once more and turned to leave. As the door closed behind him, Vallon picked up the largest strip of tattooed skin and held it up to the firelight. His expression was unreadable. He reached for a blank sheet of parchment, dipped his quill in ink, and began to sketch. The training grounds, Sector 4. The training ground was empty when Cole's squad arrived. Cole entered the squad room. The others were already there, scattered around the space, waiting. He stopped near the center, the leather pouch still in his hand. Silas sat on a low bench, pale, jaw tight, his shoulder wrapped and held immobile. Griggs was nearby, bare-armed. His shield lay propped against the wall, firelight catching the shallow fist dents pressed into its surface. Kogan, Jack, and Bren were already back on their feet. Whatever injuries they'd taken had been minor bruises and aches, nothing that lingered. The room was quiet, the kind that settled after action, when everyone was waiting to see what came next. Cole opened the pouch and dumped the coins onto a flat stone. Silver gleamed in the firelight. "Split it evenly." Cole's voice was flat. 6 shares. Bren blinked once, then let out a low, surprised sound. "Oh?" He leaned forward slightly, eyes flicking to the silver. "Captain, You're generous today. We get paid for jobs like this now? Across from him, Silas straightened. The strain in his face ceased, the pain forgotten as his gaze fixed on the coins, sharp and hungry. Griggs frowned, glancing from the pile to Cl, not quite understanding. Kogan said nothing, his brow tightening as he watched, confusion plain on his bruised face. Jack shifted his weight, eyes narrowing, trying to read what he'd missed. No one touched the silver. They all waited. Cla's gaze stayed on the silver. Valen gave it to me. Kogan blinked. Captain, you're taking the same cut as us? We all bled. We all earned it. Silas reached out at once, fingers closing around his share as he began to count. He let out a low whistle. That's a broken bar generous. It's fair. Cl looked at each of them in turn. And it's the last time we'll be this lucky. The mood shifted. Cl let the silence sit for a moment, then continued. We made mistakes today. Fatal mistakes. If we make them again, we'll die. So we're going to talk about them now. He turned to Griggs first. You told Silas to loosen the ropes. Griggs's jaw tightened. He said nothing. You were being kind. Compassionate. I understand that. You're a farmer. You see a man in pain. You want to help. Cla's voice was cold. But kindness on a mission gets people killed. That man wasn't a victim. He was a threat. Your mercy almost cost Silas his life. Griggs looked down. I know. Do you? Cl stepped closer. Because next time, it might cost you yours, or mine, or Kogan's. Compassion is a luxury we can't afford in the middle of an operation. Save it for after. Griggs nodded slowly, fists clenched. Cl turned to Kogan. You were the first to notice something was wrong. You heard him counting. You felt the shift. But you hesitated. Kogan's face darkened. Yeah, you waited for confirmation. You wanted to be sure before you acted. That hesitation gave him the opening he needed. Cla's eyes were hard. Trust your instincts. If something feels wrong, it is wrong. React first. Apologize later if you're wrong. Better to overreact and look foolish than to hesitate and die. Kogan grunted. Understood. Cl turned to Jack. You froze. After he threw you into the tree, you stayed down. Jack flushed. I was dazed, Captain. Yeah, you were shaken. I get it. But shaken or not, you're still armed. You still have a knife. You can still move. Staying down makes you a liability. If you can move, you move. If you can fight, you fight. There's no time to recover in the middle of a fight. Jack swallowed hard and nodded. Looked at Silas. You did your job. You moved when I called for it. You took the opening. But next time, use your own judgment. Silas grimaced. Yeah. Learned that the hard way. Good. Remember it. Finally, Cl looked at Bren. You adapted well. You did well. No mistakes. Bren broke into a grin and gave a quick nod. Of course. Cl turned to face them all. And me. I made the worst mistake of all. I wanted him alive. I thought we could interrogate him. Get answers. I prioritized information over safety, and Silas paid for it. He let that sink in. I'm the captain. I give the orders. If my orders get you killed, that's on me. So I'm telling you now and next time. If I make a call that puts you in danger for no good reason, you tell me. Question me, push back. I'd rather have you alive and argumentative than dead and obedient. Silence. Looked at him. We survived because he wasn't at his peak anymore. 3 months ago, when I saw him, he was solid. He wasn't this gaunt. He didn't look weak. This was our first operation. We survived. We learned. We got paid. He reached down and picked up his share of the silver, pocketing it. Now we're going to the tavern. We're going to drink. We're going to celebrate the fact that we're still alive. We rest today. The room broke at once. Laughter rose, rough and relieved, voices overlapping as the tension finally bled out of them. Grins spread around the squad, some tired, some sharp, or real. Cl let the moment stand, allowing himself the faintest trace of a smile. Move out. They filed out together, boots crunching over stone and packed snow. Jack fell into step beside Cl after a few paces. Captain, he said, head tilting slightly. That weapon you used back there, was it a magic item? Cl kept walking, eyes on the path. Alchemy, Cl said without looking at him. A prototype. Jack frowned, glancing at the empty space at Cla's waist. I've never seen anything hit that hard. How far does it reach? Not far, Cl replied. 10 paces. Maybe 20. Anything beyond that, and the power disperses. Jer nodded slowly. That made sense. It explained why Kl had walked right up to the madman before firing. But the impact, Jer murmured. It tore him apart. It's a trade-off, Kl said, his voice flat. Range for ruin. And it's not cheap. Every shot costs more than your monthly wage. In refined materials. He glanced at Jer. Don't rely on it. It's a tool for ending fights, not starting them. Jer fell silent, digesting the lie. It sounded reasonable enough for powerful, expensive, and limited. Understood, Jer said, satisfied for now, and let the question drop. Silas snorted and ended up at the back as the others poured out. Hey, wait up. Don't walk so damn fast. The tavern was warm, loud, and smelled of roasted meat and unwashed bodies. To the captain, Bren roared, raising a wooden tankard high. And to the poor bastard who tried to eat us. To the silver, Silas added, clinking his mug against Griggs's. Ale splashed over the rims, soaking the wooden table. The squad laughed, the sound rough and genuine. Even Kogan had a faint smirk buried in his beard as he drained his drink in one long pull. Kl sat at the head of the table. He held his own tankard, staring at the frothy, pale liquid inside. He took a sip. It was bitter, watery. It tasted like fermented grain that had gone bad halfway through the process. He set it down. Around him, the conversation shifted quickly. The tension of death was gone, replaced by the primal need for life's distractions. Did you see the barmaid? Jer leaned in, grinning. The one with the red bodice. She looked at me twice. She was looking at your coin pouch, you idiot. Bren laughed, tearing into a loaf of bread. Women like that look at knights, the ones with real coin. Well, I've got silver now, don't I? Silas chimed in. That makes me tall, handsome, and charming. They laughed again. A shadow fell across the table. Kl looked up. A woman stood there, young, with dark hair pinned loosely at the back of her neck. Her dress was simple but clean, cinched at the waist. She held a tray against her hip, but her eyes were on Kl. Another round for your table, sir? Her voice was soft, practiced, but her gaze lingered a little too long. We're fine. Kl's tone was flat. She hesitated, then smiled. You're new here. I haven't seen you before. I come and go. Perhaps. She shifted her weight slightly, the tray tilting. Perhaps you'd like company later? After your men retire for the night? The table went quiet. Bren grinned. Silas elbowed Jer. Kogan raised an eyebrow. Kl looked at her. His expression didn't change. Number. The word was simple, final. The woman blinked, caught off guard. She opened her mouth as if to say something, then closed it. Her smile faltered. Of course. My apologies, sir. She dipped her head and stepped back, disappearing into the crowd. The table erupted. By the gods, Captain. Bren slapped the table. She was practically throwing herself at you. And you just... No. Silas mimicked Kl's flat tone, then burst into laughter. Like she asked if you wanted stale bread. Jer shook his head, grinning. I would have said yes in a heartbeat. You would have said yes to a tree stump if it smiled at you. Griggs muttered. Kogan leaned back, arms crossed, studying Kl with a faint smirk. You're a strange one, Captain. Kl said nothing. He picked up his tankard and took another sip, ignoring the laughter around him. He sat in silence and watched them. He saw the relief on their faces, the small wants laid bare. A warm bed, a woman's touch, a full belly. He was there with them, yet apart. Moments like this never held. They flared, then passed. He knew that by morning, it would be gone, and the knowing left a quiet hollow where the warmth should have been. Kl tried to listen. He tried to find a thread he could pull on, a way to join in. But most of his life had been spent as a servant, hands buried in muck, shoveling horse dung from dawn to dusk. These conversations are easy laughter, idle wants had never been meant for him. The words passed by, familiar in sound, empty of purchase. The noise grated on him. The smell of the cheap ale made his stomach turn. And beneath the laughter, the feeling was still there. That cold, crawling sensation on the back of his neck. The intuition that had screamed at him in the forest. The farmer was dead, but the shadow hadn't lifted. It was heavier. Kl stood up. The table went quiet instantly. 5 pairs of eyes looked up at him. Captain? Kogan asked, wiping foam from his beard. Leaving already? I have reports to finish. Kl reached into his pouch and dropped a silver coin onto the wet table. It spun and settled with a ring. Drink my share. Don't cause trouble. You sure, Captain?" Bren asked. "The night is young. The red bodice might look at you instead of Jack, or maybe that barmaid will come back. Enjoy it." "That's an order." He turned and walked out. As the door closed behind him, cutting off the warmth and noise, he let out a breath he didn't know he was holding. The cold night air felt better. Cleaner. Squad barracks, captain's quarters. His room was small, a perk of his new rank. A single bed, a desk, a heavy door that locked. Cl lit the oil lamp. The flame flickered, casting long, dancing shadows against the stone walls. He sat at the desk and pulled out the book Valen had given him. Breathing a basic. The cover was worn leather, the pages thick parchment. Cl opened it. His eyes scanned the text, devouring the information. It was a matter of the body. The manual detailed a precise rhythm of inhalation and exhalation, paired with controlled contractions of the diaphragm and abdominal muscles. Compress the stomach lining. Accelerate peristalsis. Force the breakdown of nutrients. Close the book after 20 minutes. He understood it completely. It was a technique to supercharge digestion, to make the stomach churn like a millstone, extracting every ounce of energy from food in a fraction of the time. It allowed a knight to eat massive amounts, recover stamina quickly, and build dense muscle. Useful, Cl murmured. He placed a hand on his stomach and tried the rhythm. Inhale, hold, compress, exhale. He felt his gut tighten. A faint gurgle echoed in the quiet room. He could feel the heat rising in his core. It worked. But Cl frowned. He felt the energy trickle in. It was steady, reliable. But it was additive. His body, infused with ether, already did this. The ether naturally enhanced his metabolism, his recovery, his strength. Adding this breathing technique was just adding 1 to 1. It was 2. What he wanted was a qualitative leap, not incremental gain. The sense of impending danger never left him, hanging over his thoughts no matter how far he pushed it aside. Too slow, Cl whispered. According to the manual, mastering the first layer took 3 months. Mastery took 3 years. Time was shorter, measured in weeks, months at best. What he needed was immediate power. A surge, a spike. Cl lay back on the bed and closed his eyes. Ether. The white interface flickered into existence against the darkness of his eyelids. Current ether, 17.5. He looked at the number. Killing the farmer had brought him to this point. He still remembered the ether he had taken on the battlefield back then, had accumulated to 15 within his body. At that threshold, every movement felt weighed down, flesh lagging behind intent, as if his frame struggled to keep pace with the energy threaded through it. Now the flow had deepened to 17.5. The pressure was gone. The ether spread through muscle and bone with ease, seeping in rather than bearing down. Its nourishing effect had grown stronger, more efficient. As his physique hardened, his body bore the ether more naturally. Flesh and bone grew more capable, giving the energy room to settle without strain. He felt light. His vessel had adapted. The previous limit was now his baseline. The burden was gone, replaced by a hunger. His body was screaming for more to fuel its rapid evolution. 17.5. Cl thought it was enough. He didn't hesitate. The reality of this world of the monsters, the wars, the missions Aeda demanded he be stronger. Ether, 17.5. World, none. Identity, none. Ability, none. He remembered the first time. 5 points. 1 into the world. 1 into identity. 3 into ability. When he arrived, he had nothing. No equipment. No supplies. No weapons. Just his body, and a strip of cloth around his waist. He had stayed in that world for only a few days before being killed and returned to the main world. Over the next 3 months, through repeated recollection and thought, a pattern began to form. From that, he began to piece things together. The world itself set a limit on individual strength. Once a body approached that limit, further growth became constrained by the world rather than the individual. 1 point invested into the world. 3 into ability. Enough to reach the ceiling, enough to stand at the edge of it. The identity result fit the same pattern. 1 point had gone into identity. 3 into ability. The outcome had been a wanted man. No position, no resources, no equipment. It aligned. Identity determined starting resources, so wealth, equipment, status. A low identity score meant arriving with nothing, regardless of ability. The conclusion made sense, but it remained a conclusion only. He couldn't be certain yet. It would take more trials to know for sure. For now, testing could wait. Survival came first. He needed strength. Immediate, overwhelming strength. Ether, 0. World, 5. Identity, 5. Ability, 7.5. Confirm. Meanwhile, a rented room above the tavern. The room was dark, the air thick with smoke and stale ale. Firelight from below leaked through the floorboards in dull pulses. Two men stood near the back wall, voices kept low. "It's done." One of them spoke quietly. "The right people have been paid." The other gave a short nod. "Then all that's left is to wait." He glanced toward the narrow window, where the noise of the tavern drifted up in broken bursts of laughter. "Wait for their next assignment." The second man hesitated, then frowned. "Why deal with them later?" he asked. "They're drinking tonight." Loose. Distracted. "We could end it clean." The first man took his time answering. "I heard about the weapon Cl was carrying." "What kind it is?" "No one seems to know." "Alchemy, magic, something else?" He shook his head once. "Either way, I'm not interested in finding out how powerful it really is." A pause. "And the man himself?" The first man's voice dropped lower. "Did you see him down there?" A woman approached him. Young, pretty enough, offered herself, and he refused. Flat, cold. Like she was asking him to eat rotten meat. The second man frowned. So he's either a monk with a vow of chastity, or he has no taste for distractions." The first man turned away from the window. "A man who can walk away from a warm bed the night after a fight already has discipline." He paused. "And that's after spending most of his life as a servant." "People like that don't indulge easily. They watch, they measure." His mouth curved slightly. "Discipline, or paranoia. Either way, it makes him dangerous." He crossed his arms. And he left early, alone. While his men drank and celebrated, he walked out. "I didn't like that." The second man's expression tightened. He exhaled slowly. "So we wait?" "Yes," the first man replied. "Let them drink. Let them laugh." He moved to the window, looking down at the tavern below. Firelight spilled through the open door, catching raised mugs and loose laughter as the squad drank on, unaware. The second man joined him, following his gaze to where the soldiers celebrated their survival. After a moment, the first man stepped back. "Next time they go out, they won't be relaxed." The window was quietly shut. "And neither will we." The moon was full. Its light spilled across the dirt road in pale silver, bright enough to see every stone, every rut worn into the earth by wagon wheels. The forest pressed close on either side, dark and silent, but the road ahead was clear. Cl walked alone. He carried no torch. He needed none. The moonlight was enough. His boots scrunched softly against the gravel. The air was cool, carrying the faint scent of pine and distant train. The road stretched on. Ahead, through a gap in the trees, something appeared. A temple. Old, crumbling. The roof had collapsed in places, exposing blackened beams to the sky. Moss clung to the stone walls, and the wooden door hung crooked on rusted hinges. Cole stopped at the entrance and looked inside. Empty. Dry. The floor was laid with blue-gray stone slabs, worn smooth and slightly sunken, their seams darkened by age. The hall held a deep, settled silence. A stone altar sat at the far end, cracked down the middle. Offerings had been left there on seer foods, incense, prayers. Now there was only dust. The surface of the altar was bare except for a single sculpture placed at its heart. The sculpture was squat and heavy, carved from stone, its contours softened by years of dust. It depicted a fierce guardian figure, eyes wide, mouth fixed in a rigid smile, both hands gripping a broadsword held across its body. The statue faced the entrance directly, as if its gaze had been set there from the moment it was carved. He stepped inside. The air was still. Quiet. The smell of old stone and damp earth filled his lungs. Cl moved to the corner farthest from the door, away from the moonlight. He sat down, back against the wall, and closed his eyes. His hand rested on the hilt of his long blade. He waited. Time passed. Then, voices. Cla's eyes opened. Footsteps approached from the road, multiple sets, uneven and heavy. The creak of wooden wheels. The low murmur of conversation. A group entered the temple. 5 of them. 4 men and a woman, all dressed in worn traveling clothes. They carried packs and bundles, tools hanging from their belts. Merchants, or perhaps traders. One of them pushed a small handcart loaded with crates. The first man stepped through the doorway, holding a lantern. The light swung across the interior. It landed on Kl. The man froze. His breath hitched. His hand jerked toward the knife at his belt. "God, sir." He stumbled back a step. "There's someone here." The others crowded behind him, peering into the darkness. Kl sat perfectly still. His eyes reflected the lantern light, pale and unblinking. "Hello?" one of the men called out, his voice wavering. We mean no harm. Just travelers, same as you." Kl said nothing. The silence stretched. The woman whispered something to the man beside her. He shook his head. "Strange one, isn't he?" The first man muttered. He lowered the lantern slowly. "Sitting in the dark like that. No fire, no light." "Maybe he's a monk," another suggested. "Some of them take vows of silence." "Whoever heard of a monk with a full head of long hair?" someone else said. "Or he's just unfriendly." They hesitated at the threshold, uncertain. Finally, the first man sighed. "Well, we're not sleeping out in the open. Come on. We'll set up on the other side." "Give him space." They filed in, keeping a wide berth around Kl. They moved to the opposite corner, near the broken altar, and began unpacking their things. One of them started building a fire. He struck a fire starter. A tongue of flame touched the dry tinder. The flames caught quickly, crackling to life. The warmth spread through the temple. Shadows danced across the walls. The group settled in. One pulled out a pot and began filling it with water from a leather skin. Another unwrapped strips of dried meat and hard bread. The woman sat close to the fire, rubbing her hands together. They spoke in low voices, glancing occasionally at Kl. He remained motionless, eyes half closed, listening. Outside, the wind picked up. A gust swept through the open doorway, scattering ash from the fire. The flames flickered. Then, the first drops fell. Rain. It started soft, a gentle patter against the stone roof. Then it grew heavier, drumming against the tiles, pouring through the gaps where the roof had collapsed. The moonlight vanished. The temple was dark now, lit only by the firelight. One of the men looked toward the door, watching the rain pour down in thick sheets. "Good timing," he muttered. "Another few minutes and we'd have been soaked." "Lucky we found this place," the woman agreed, stirring the pot over the fire. The first man leaned back against his pack, chewing on a piece of bread. "You hear about the village up ahead?" The others looked at him. "What about it?" one asked. "There's something there. Yamo one, they say, been killing people. Hunters, soldiers, anyone who tries to deal with it." The woman frowned. "How many?" "Enough that the local lord put out a bounty." "Big one, too." "But everyone who's gone after it." He drew a finger across his throat. "Dead." "What kind of Yamo?" "They call it." He paused, searching for the name. "The Pale Bride." Silence fell over the group. The woman shivered, pulling her cloak tighter. "I've heard that name before. They say she appears at night, dressed in white. Beautiful, until you get close. And then you're dead." The fire crackled. Kl sat in the shadows, listening. His eyes were open now, fixed on the flames. "The Pale Bride." One of the men laughed nervously. "Well, we're not hunting Yamo. We'll pass through in the morning, sell our goods, and leave." "Simple as that, assuming she lets us," the woman muttered. "Don't say that." The wind howled outside, driving the rain harder against the stone. Then, something changed. The air grew colder. The fire dimmed slightly, the flames shrinking as if pulled down by an unseen weight. One of the men sat up, frowning. "Did the fire just Fog rolled in through the doorway, thick, white. It crept across the floor like something alive, curling around the edges of the firelight. The group went silent. The woman stood up slowly, staring at the fog. What is that?" The fog spread. It filled the temple, swallowing the corners, the altar, the walls. The firelight barely cut through it now. Kl's hand tightened on the hilt of his blade. And somewhere, deep in the fog, something moved. The fog thickened. It pressed against the firelight, swallowing the edges of the room. The air grew heavy, cold enough to see breath. Then, through the mist, a figure appeared. A woman. She stood in the doorway, framed by the rain and fog. Her hair was long, dark, clinging to her face and shoulders in wet strands. Her dress was white, soaked through, the fabric clinging to her slender frame. She was beautiful. Delicate features, pale skin, large, dark eyes that glistened with unshed tears. She looked at the group by the fire, her expression fragile, pleading. "May I come in? I got caught in the rain. I'm so cold." Her voice was soft, trembling. "Please." The men stared. One of them stood up immediately, his face flushed. "Of course. Come in, come in." "You'll freeze out there." "Poor thing," the woman murmured, already moving toward the fire. "Come, warm yourself." The others nodded eagerly, making space near the flames. Their eyes were glazed, unfocused, as if seeing something that wasn't quite there. The woman in white stepped forward. Her bare feet crossed the threshold. The firelight caught her face. She smiled, soft and grateful. Cla's eyes dropped to the floor. No water. Her dress was soaked. Her hair dripped. But where her feet touched the floor, there was nothing. No puddles, no wet prints. Dry. His hand moved. The sword left its sheath in a single, fluid motion. The blade was longer than a standard long sword, broader at the base and tapering to a sharp point. It was double-edged, forged for both cutting and thrusting. The entire weapon was black as ink, the metal drinking in the firelight rather than reflecting it. Cla's left hand joined his right on the hilt. He inhaled. His diaphragm compressed. His core tightened. Heat flooded his stomach, spreading outward. The heat continued. It refined. It condensed. It moved. Chi. It flowed up from his core, through his meridians, into his arms. The energy was warmer, burning, almost yang energy, pure, bright. The kind that drove back shadows and shattered illusions. The air around the black blade began to warp. Heat trickled along the blade, warping the air above it like a bonfire. Raindrops blowing in from the door struck the steel and hissed, flashing into white steam. The woman in white stopped. Her smile faltered. Cl moved one step forward. His body coiled. The blade rose high, both hands gripping the hilt. Then he brought it down. The strike was clean, vertical, absolute. The glowing edge split the air with a sound like tearing silk. It cut through the woman from crown to waist. Her eyes went wide. Her mouth opened in a scream, a high, piercing, inhuman, her exclamation mark. The sound shattered the temple's stillness. The fire roared, flaring bright as the scream echoed off the stone walls. Then she was gone. The figure dissolved. White fabric turned to smoke. Pale flesh became mist. The scream faded into nothing, swallowed by the fog. Silence. The men by the fire blinked. One of them shook his head violently, as if waking from a dream. What was he? Gods. Another stumbled back, eyes wide. What did I just The woman clutched her head, gasping. I almost. They all turned to Kl. He stood in the center of the temple, sword still raised, heat fading from the blade. The first man's face went pale. You saved us. Thank you, the woman breathed, her voice shaking. We almost let it get behind me. Kl's voice cut through their words. Flat, cold. They froze. Now the group scrambled to their feet and moved. They pressed against the back wall, huddling together behind Kl. He stood between them and the doorway, sword held low, both hands on the hilt. His eyes were fixed on the fog outside. Something was coming. The mist churned, thickened. Shapes moved within it, formless and shifting. Then, a sound. Heavy, rhythmic. Footsteps. But wrong. Too large. Too slow. Thud, thud, thud. The fog parted. A shape emerged. It was massive. A tiger. But twisted. Wrong. Its body was 3 times the size of any natural beast. Muscles rippled beneath striped fur, each limb thick as a tree trunk. Its paws were the size of shields, claws like curved daggers scraping against the stone. But its eyes, they were human, intelligent, cold, calculating. It stepped into the doorway, filling it completely. The firelight reflected in its eyes, casting them in amber and gold. The tiger looked at Kl. Then it spoke. Its voice was deep, resonant, like grinding stones. You see clearly. The group behind Kl gasped. The beast's lips pulled back, revealing fangs the length of daggers. I will let you walk away. The tiger's gaze didn't waver. Leave now. The others stay. Silence. Kl didn't move, didn't speak. He simply stared back. The tiger's eyes narrowed. You would die for them? Fools who couldn't even see the trap. Its voice rumbled, almost curious. You owe them nothing. Still, Cole said nothing. His grip on the sword tightened. The tiger's expression shifted. Annoyance flickered across its two human eyes. Stubborn. It exhaled slowly. Then you are a fool as well. The air exploded. A surge of energy burst from the tiger's body. Cold, rotten, suffocating. The temperature plummeted. The fire dimmed, the flames shrinking to embers. Gui-chi. 1. The tiger's body rippled. Its fur split. The flesh beneath tore open, bloodless and wrong. From within, shapes emerged. Figures. Human-shaped, but translucent, flickering like smoke. Their faces were twisted in agony, mouths open in silent screams. Dozens of female men, women, children, all pale, all dead. Ghosts. They poured out of the tiger's body like water from a broken dam, spilling into the temple in a wailing tide. The sound hit first. A chorus of screams, high, broken, despairing. The voices overlapped, layering into a cacophony of grief and rage. The ghosts surged forward. Their forms flickered and shifted as they moved, trailing wisps of black smoke. Their hands reached out, fingers like claws, eyes hollow and burning with unnatural light. They rushed toward Cl and the group behind him. The air filled with their wailing. Claw's jaw tightened. His fingers closed around the hilt, knuckles whitening as he tightened his grip. He raised the sword. Heat flared again, a denser this time, pushing the cold back by force. The air trembled. The ghosts came. Claw's eyes snapped open. He gasped, chest heaving, cold, sweat running down his face. His hand shot to his side, reaching for the sword. Nothing. He blinked, vision adjusting. The room was small. Wooden beams crossed overhead, darkened by years of smoke. The walls were earthen, packed hard and smooth, with cracks running along the edges where age had worn them down. A single small window let in pale morning light. The paper screen yellowed and torn in places. The air smelled of straw and old wood. He was lying on a rough mat, a thin blanket draped over him. To his left, a low table. To his right, a simple cabinet, its doors hanging slightly ajar. This was a farmhouse. Rural. Poor. You're awake, young man. Cole's head turned sharply. An old man sat near the door, his back against the wall. His hair was white, tied back loosely. His face was lined with deep wrinkles, the kind earned through decades of labor under the sun. He wore simple robes, patched in several places, and his hands were gnarled, fingers bent from a lifetime of work. He looked at Cole with calm, knowing eyes. A nightmare. The old man's voice was gentle, unhurried. Cole sat up slowly. His body felt heavy, sluggish. He looked down at his hands. They were trembling slightly. The old man stood with a soft grunt and walked to the table. He picked up a wooden bowl and brought it over. Here, drink. Cole took the bowl without thinking. The water was warm, plain. He drank it down in a few gulps. The old man watched him quietly. Hungry? Cole paused, then nodded. Good. I'll make something. The old man moved to the small stove in the corner. He knelt down and began arranging kindling, striking flint to start a fire. The flames caught quickly, crackling to life. From a clay jar, he pulled out a handful of millet and a few dried vegetables. They looked old, as shriveled, discolored. The kind of food stored for months, rationed carefully. He poured water into a pot and set it over the fire. Cole watched in silence. The old man stirred the pot slowly, adding the millet and vegetables. The smell of cooking grain filled the room. It was plain, almost tasteless, but warm. After a time, the old man ladled the porridge into 2 bowls and brought one to Cole. They ate together. The old man sat across from him, chewing slowly, his expression peaceful. Cole ate without speaking. The food was bland, thin, but it was warm. The old man set his bowl down and looked at Cole. You're a traveler, aren't you? Cole glanced at him, then nodded. Thought so. The old man smiled faintly. You've got that look. The kind that comes from walking long roads and sleeping under strange roofs. For a while, neither of them spoke. Outside, the wind brushed against the walls, stirring dust and dry straw. You look weighed down. The old man's voice was quiet, thoughtful. He stood and began rinsing the bowls with slow, practiced motions. Dreams like that usually have a root, something the mind hasn't put down yet. Things left unfinished. Moments you keep turning over. He set the bowls upside down to dry. The road can carry a man far, but what he holds on to walks with him. He glanced at Cole, letting the words settle. You're still young. Don't end up like me, stuck in one place your whole life. Cole stood. The blanket folded neatly, the mat smoothed. He checked his belongings. A simple few. He moved toward the door. His eye caught something on the low table. A book. Old, the cover faded leather, spine cracked, pages yellowed and frayed at the edges. Cole's gaze lingered on it. The old man followed his look. His expression shifted just for a moment. Something distant entered his eyes. Ah, that. He walked over slowly, picked it up, and brushed dust from the cover with a care that spoke of habit. A traveler left it behind, long time ago now. He held it out, but his fingers lingered on the spine before letting go. Take it, if you'd like. Cole hesitated. The way the old man held the book like something he'd read many times but could no longer bear to open. Are you sure? The old man smiled faintly, a sad smile. I've read it enough. Maybe it's time someone else carried it. His gaze drifted to the window, where morning light filtered through the torn paper screen. Besides, I'm done walking roads. Cole accepted the book. The leather was worn smooth, not from age alone, but from being held often. Thank you. The old man waved a hand, turning away. But Cole caught it the way his fingers brushed the edge of the table where the book had sat, like saying goodbye to an old companion. Cole tucked the book into his pack. He glanced around the small room one last time, then bowed a brief, respectful, safe travels, young man. Cole turned and walked to the door. As he stepped outside into the morning light, he paused. His hand slipped into his pouch and pulled out a few silver coins. Not much, but enough. He stepped back inside, quiet, and set them on the windowsill, half hidden behind the torn paper screen. The old man would find them. Eventually, the road stretched ahead, empty and quiet. Cole walked alone, the book resting in his pack. 3 days. He had been in this world for 3 days. Every night, the dream came. The same nightmare. The 5 figures. The ghost. The tiger. And the final image, cut off mid-scene. Every morning, Cole woke gasping, hands trembling, reaching for a sword that was no longer there. 3 days ago, he had woken in a brothel. Silk curtains, incense smoke. The scent of perfume and wine thick in the air. He had opened his eyes to find himself lying on a wide bed, surrounded by women, 3 of them, still asleep, draped in thin robes. His body had been his own. His face, his hands. But the memories flooding his mind were foreign. Ba'an sect, once prestigious, now fallen. And Hiluzawana was the chief disciple of the Ba'an sect. The memories came in fragments, disjointed but vivid. His master, the sect leader, an aging man with gray hair and tired eyes, still clinging to the remnants of glory. 2 junior disciples, twins, a boy and a girl, no older than 14. 4 people. That was all that remained of Ba'an sect. In Luzawan's memories, the sect had been in decline for decades. But before that, it had stood at its peak, one of the strongest powers in the region. Now, it was forgotten, ignored. Cole shook his head, pushing the lingering thoughts aside. He had been on the road west for 3 days now, according to the fragments left in his memory, and the rumors whispered along the road. So the west was where chaos pooled, where Yomo roamed freely, where the law thinned, and the wicked survived longer than they should. It was also where ether was easiest to come by. So he headed west, away from the sect, away from the remnants of Luzawan's former life, toward the places where Yomo and desperate men gathered in numbers. The road grew emptier with each passing mile. Villages thinned. Watchfires vanished. The land itself felt rougher, less tended. He looked down at the book in his pack as he walked. Boa Ray middle dot on chivalry. He pulled it out, flipping it open. The pages were old, the ink faded in places. The handwriting was careful, deliberate. A story, he read as he walked. A wanderer once asked an old man, "What is courage? What is wisdom? What is chivalry?" The old man gave no answer. He rose, took out an old painting, and slowly unrolled it. In the painting was a Yomo massive as a mountain, fangs protruding, eyes burning red. "This is called boa. To face the boa and stand your ground, that is courage. To face the boa and walk away, knowing you cannot win, that is wisdom. As for chivalry," he paused, shook his head. "I cannot say." The wanderer sat in silence for a long time, then stood and bowed in thanks. That night, the wanderer lay awake. At dawn, he left the village and continued his journey. On the mountain road, the smell of blood hit him. Ahead stood the boa, 8 feet tall, gnawing on bones. The wanderer understood immediately this fight would kill him. He turned to flee, but in that instant, he saw the village behind him. Morning mist, quiet houses, smoke about to rise. The wanderer stopped. The page ended there. Cl turned it. The next page was torn, ripped clean from the binding, leaving a jagged edge of paper. He stared at the tear. The wanderer stopped. And then, he closed the book slowly and tucked it back into his pack. The road ahead narrowed. The trees grew dense, their branches weaving a canopy that blocked the sun. Shadows pooled across the path. Cl walked on. Movement flickered in the brush. He stopped. 4 figures emerged from the shadows, stepping onto the road. They blocked his path. They held weapons: a rusted sickle, a woodcutting axe, 2 sharpened bamboo spears. Cl looked at them. Men, once. Now they were husks. Their clothes hung in tatters, grey rags failing to cover their frames. Ribs pressed against taut, yellowed skin. Cheeks hollow, eyes sunken deep, burning with feverish desperation. Starvation. They looked like walking corpses driven by one need: to eat. The one with the sickle stepped forward. His hand shook, metal rattling against wood. The pack, he rasped. His voice was thin, dry as dead leaves. Leave it. And the clothes. Cl stood motionless. He felt no threat. The bandit mistook his silence for fear. I said leave it. The man's scream made a high, cracking sound meant to summon courage. He lacked. He lunged. The sickle swung in a clumsy, desperate arc toward Kl's neck. Kl moved. Luzawan's body moved before thought could form. Years of training, of repetition, of instinct honed sharp. He shifted a fraction of an inch. The sickle passed through empty air. His hand rose, palm open, fingers together. He struck the man's temple. A single blow. Clean. Crack. The sound of bone giving way. The chi surged through the strike. The skull collapsed inward. The brain turned to pulp in an instant. Red mist sprayed across Kl's face and chest. Everything above the lower jaw was simply gone and collapsed into the dust. Blood pumped from the neck stump in thick, rhythmic spurts, soaking into the dry earth. Kl stood still. He wiped the blood from his eyes with the back of his hand. The remaining 3 bandits froze. They stared at the corpse, then at Kl. Their eyes weren't wide. Hunger vanished, replaced by raw terror. One whispered. 2 of them broke. They turned and ran, scrambling up the embankment, clawing at dirt, desperate to escape the man who had exploded their companion's skull with a palm strike. Kl watched them go. They will starve, or they will kill someone else. He moved. Distance collapsed. He was there, behind them, before they'd climbed 3 meters. He struck twice. 2 sharp blows to the back of the neck, angled precisely to sever the spine at the base of the skull. Snap, snap. The men went limp. Their bodies slid back down the embankment and came to rest in a tangle of limbs. Kl turned. The last bandit remained on the road. He had dropped his spear. He knelt, forehead pressed to the dirt, body shaking so violently the ground beneath him trembled. Mercy, mercy, Lord. The man sobbed, voice muffled by earth. I was blind. I was wrong. I thought you were just another traveler. Please. Kl walked back slowly. His boots left prints in the blood-soaked dirt. He stopped in front of the kneeling man. Why? The man kept his head down. Tears cut pale tracks through the dirt on his face. The village was raided. Bandits. His voice cracked. They took everything. Grain, animals, tools. What we couldn't carry, they burned. He gasped for air, choking on his own words. We ran with nothing. We haven't eaten properly for a long time. A pause. People started collapsing. Children first. He pressed his forehead to the ground. Please, he broken bar. I just wanted to live. Kl looked down at him. Where is the village? The man flinched, then answered quickly, afraid to hesitate. This road, he said, pointing with a shaking hand. Keep going. You'll see it, Lord. The man's hands were bone-thin. His wrists were sticks wrapped in loose skin. The smell coming off him was sour rot and desperation. Bandits. Always the same story. The strong devoured the weak. The survivors turned on each other. The cycle continued, grinding everyone down until only the desperate remained. This man was already dead. He just hadn't stopped moving yet. If Kl let him go, he would attack the next traveler, or he would starve in 3 days, or he would wander into another village and spread the terror he carried. There was no mercy here, only degrees of cruelty. Kl let out a slow breath. I understand. The bandit looked up. Hope flickered in his sunken eyes, a desperate, fragile hope that someone had finally heard him. Thank ya. Cle's hand moved. He gripped the man's chin with his left hand and the back of his skull with his right. He twisted. Sharp, clean, efficient. The cervical vertebrae separated with a muffled crunch. The spinal cord severed. The man's eyes went wide for a fraction of a second, then the light faded. Cle held him for a moment longer. The body was still warm, the skin still soft, the jaw still slack in his grip. He let go. The corpse slumped forward and toppled sideways into the dirt. Cle stood there, looking down at the body. The man's eyes were still open, staring at nothing. Cle reached down and closed them. He straightened. 4 bodies. The first lay in a pool of blood, skull shattered, brain matter scattered across the road. The other 2 were crumpled at the base of the embankment, necks broken, faces pressed into the dirt. The last lay at his feet, eyes closed, expression almost peaceful. Cle looked at his hands. Blood on his palms, dirt under his nails, a smear of something wet across his knuckles. He wiped them on his pants. The smell hit him, the copper and shit. The dead always voided their bowels. It mixed with the scent of sweat and fear and unwashed bodies. Cle turned away. He felt the familiar sensation, warmth spreading through his core. Chi drawn from the lives just extinguished, condensing into something he could measure. Ether. Plus 0.4. He glanced at the notification, then dismissed it. 4 lives. Less than half a point. The wind was light. The branches stirred. On the ground, their shadows shifted in silence. Cle adjusted his pack and continued west. Flies were already gathering on the corpses. By nightfall, animals would come. Wolves, foxes, carrion birds. The road stretched on. The trees leaned in from both sides, their branches weaving shadows across the path. Cle walked alone. His stride was steady. His hands were still. Behind him, the bodies cooled in the afternoon heat. The sun hung low on the horizon, bleeding red across the western sky. Cle stopped on the ridge and looked out. The light was warm, golden at the edges, deepening to crimson at the center. Clouds stretched across the heavens in long, ragged strips, painted orange and pink and violet by the dying sun. They moved slowly, drifting east, casting shadows that slid across the hills like living things. It was beautiful. For a moment, Cle just stood there, watching the sky burn. Then he lowered his gaze. The road ahead cut through fields, terraced plots that had once been cultivated, now overgrown with weeds. The irrigation channels were dry, cracked mud running through them like scars. Wooden poles stood crooked in the earth, remnants of fences long abandoned. Beyond the fields lay the village. Small, maybe 30 houses, clustered together around a central square. Thatched roofs, mud brick walls, a well in the center. Cle walked forward. The fields gave way to the village outskirts. The first body appeared 20 paces from the nearest house. See an old woman, face down in the dirt, one arm outstretched toward the village, the other twisted beneath her. Her back was torn open, slashed with deep wounds that had bled her dry. Cle stepped past her. More bodies littered the ground. A man slumped against a doorway, throat cut ear to ear. 2 children huddled together near the well, their small bodies hacked apart. A middle-aged woman sprawled across the threshold of a house, stomach opened, intestines spilling onto the ground. The village was silent. No wind, no birds, no movement, just the dead. Cle walked through the square, his boots crunching on something. He looked down at bone fragments, small ones, fingers maybe, or toes. He kept walking. The smell was thick here, rot and decay sweetened by the sun. Flies swarmed in black clouds, lifting and settling as he passed. Cle scanned the houses. Doors broken inward, windows shattered, blood smeared across walls and dried to rust brown in the heat. Furniture overturned, belongings scattered. They had looted everything. He stopped in the center of the square and looked around. No survivors. No one left. Just silence. Cle turned toward the forest. The trees stood dark against the fading light, a wall of shadow rising beyond the village. If the bandits had a camp, it would be there. He started toward the tree line. He made it 3 steps. Sound, hooves, multiple, coming from the west road. Cle stopped and turned. A group emerged from the dying light. Riders, 7 of them, mounted on horses. They moved slowly, laughing, passing a flask between them. Behind them, dragged by ropes tied to the saddles, were bodies. 4 corpses of villagers, by their clothes. Farmers. A woman, an old man. 2 younger men, bound at the wrists, pulled face down through the dirt, their clothes torn, skin scraped raw from the road. Blood painted a trail behind them. The riders were loud, drunk, celebrating. One of them kicked his horse forward, yanking the rope. The corpse behind him jerked and tumbled, limbs flopping. The others laughed. Then they saw. The laughter died. They slowed, then stopped. For a moment, no one moved. Kl stood in the center of the square, surrounded by the dead. The riders sat on their horses at the village entrance, silhouetted against the red sky. One of them, a thin man with a patchy beard, leaned over and spat. "Oi, who the fuck are you?" Kl said nothing. Another rider, younger, grinned. "Maybe he's from the village. Maybe we missed one." The others laughed. Then one of them dismounted. He was broad-shouldered, wearing mismatched pieces of armor, a leather, iron. A sword hung at his hip, sheathed in dark leather, too finely stitched for the rest of his gear. The hilt was wrapped in clean cord, the guard unscarred, the pommel engraved with deliberate care. It did not belong on him. His face was scarred, features uneven from old injuries. His eyes were cold, flat. He walked forward, boots heavy on the packed earth. The other riders dismounted behind him, fanning out. They carried weapons, axes, spears, cudgels. Their movements were loose, confident, predators who'd never met resistance. The leader stopped 10 paces from Kl. He looked at the bodies scattered across the square, then at Kl. Then he smiled. "You here to complain?" His voice was rough, mocking. "You got a problem with how we run things?" Kl's gaze swept over them. 7 men, armed. The leader's chi was visibly faint, but present. Third rate. The others were weaker, barely trained. Kl's voice was flat. "You did this?" The leader laughed. "Yeah, we did." He spread his arms. "Whole village. Took everything worth taking. Killed everyone worth killing." He grinned wider. "And you know what? No one's gonna stop us." One of the riders behind him sniggered. "The Empire's too busy fighting itself. The sects don't care about mud farmers. We do what we want." The leader's hand drifted to his sword. "So I'll ask again. You got a problem?" Kl looked at him, then started walking forward. The leader's grin faltered. "Oi, I'm talking to you." Kl kept walking. "I said stop." The leader drew his sword and lunged. It was fast. Practiced years of killing weak men had honed his instincts. The blade came in high, aimed for Kl's neck, a clean decapitation strike. Kl didn't break stride. His right hand rose, 2 fingers extended. The blade met them. Clang! The sword stopped dead. The leader's eyes went wide. Kl held the blade between his index and middle finger, the edge pressed against his skin. Chi flowed through his fingers, coating them, turning flesh harder than steel. It didn't cut. The leader stared. He pulled, trying to wrench the blade free. It didn't move. Kl's voice was quiet, cold. "A sword isn't meant to be forced." He looked at the man's grip. "You're holding it too tight. Your wrist is locked. Your shoulders are tense. The cut has no flow, no intention. You're just swinging steel." He twisted his fingers slightly. The sword bent. The leader gasped, muscles straining. Kl continued, tone flat, like lecturing a child. "The sword is meant to glide, to follow the body's momentum. The edge leads, the body follows. You cut with the entire form, not just the arm." He released the blade. The leader stumbled back, gasping. Kl looked at him. "That's not how you use a blade." Silence. The other bandits stood frozen, staring. The leader looked at his sword. The edge was bent, warped where Kl's fingers had gripped it. His hand shook. "You. What are you?" Kl took a step forward. The leader flinched. "First rate," Kl said quietly. The words hung in the air. The bandits' faces went pale. First rate. To them, it was a myth, a story told in taverns. Was warriors, who could kill with a touch, move faster than sight, project their chi like weapons. Gods among men. The leader's sword fell from his hand, hitting the ground with a dull clang. "Run," Kl said. No one moved. "I said run." The youngest bandit broke first, turning and bolting toward the horses. The others followed, scrambling, shouting, desperate to escape. The leader stood frozen, staring at Kl. Kl's gaze was empty, cold. "You have 3 seconds." The man turned and ran. Kl watched them mount their horses, yanking the ropes free, abandoning the corpses. They kicked their heels into the horses' flanks, riding east in a chaotic scramble. Cole stood still. He counted 1, 2, 3. Then he moved. She drove down into his legs, flooding his feet with force. The distance between him and the fleeing bandits vanished almost at once. He reached the first rider in 2 breaths, closing the gap as if the ground itself had shortened beneath his feet. The man didn't even see him coming. Cole's hand lashed out, gripping the back of the rider's neck. He yanked, and the man flew from the saddle and slammed into the ground with a bone-breaking crunch. Cole was already moving to the next. A spear thrust toward him. Cole sidestepped, caught the shaft, and snapped it with his bare hands. He drove the broken end into the rider's throat. Blood sprayed. The man toppled. The third rider drew a bow. The arrow loosed. Cole tilted his head as the arrow passed by, so close it grazed his hair. He closed the distance. His palm struck the rider's chest. Chi surged. Ribs shattered. The heart stopped. The man was dead before he hit the ground. Ether, plus 0.94 left. Cole blurred. He appeared beside the fourth rider with a single chop to the base of the skull. The neck snapped. The body slumped. 3. The fifth swung an axe. Cole caught the handle mid-swing, twisted, and drove the axe into the rider's own stomach. The man screamed. Cole silenced him with a strike to the temple. 2. The sixth abandoned his horse and ran on foot. Cole walked after him, casual, unhurried. The man glanced back, saw Cole approaching, and screamed. Cole's hand shot forward. He gripped the man's head and twisted. The body dropped. 1. The leader was still riding, whipping his horse desperately, trying to reach the tree line. Cole walked. The leader glanced back, and his eyes met Cole's, and he understood there was no escape. Cole accelerated. The gap closed in seconds. The leader threw himself from the saddle, rolling across the ground. He came up on his knees, hands raised. Please, please, I'll leave. I'll never come back. I swear. Cole stopped in front of him. You killed them all. The leader sobbed. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I was just following orders. The bosser he made you, sir. Oh? Cole said. Where is he? The man froze, then answered too quickly. In the forest. Deeper in. He swallowed. There are 14 more. His voice dropped. I'm third. The second and the first are there both second-rate was. He rushed the words out, afraid of the silence that followed. I can take you there. I can lead the way. No need. The man's face crumpled. Tears streamed down his cheeks. Please. I have a family. I have you. Cole's hand moved. He gripped the man's head and drove it into the ground. Once, twice, 3 times. The skull cracked. The sobbing stopped. Cole stood. 7 bodies. He looked back at the village. The sun had set. Darkness had fallen. The dead remained. He bent, picked up the sword and its sheath, tested its weight once, then let it hang loose at his side. Cole wiped the blood from his hands and walked back toward the square. Ether, plus 1.08 third rate was. Ether, 3.2. He glanced at the notification. 7 lives. Stronger than the starving bandits on the road, but still barely worth the effort. Cole reached the square and looked around one last time. Then he turned toward the forest. The second-rate was were waiting for him. Cole walked into the forest. The trees closed in, swallowing the last of the daylight. Shadows lay thick between the trunks. The air smelled of moss and damp earth. His pace stayed even and unbroken. Hoof prints, boot marks, broken branches of the trail cut straight through the undergrowth, recent and unhidden. Cole followed it head-on, boots crushing leaves and twigs underfoot. The forest grew denser. The canopy overhead knitted tight, shutting out the sky. Pale fragments of light filtered down, turning the ground a dull gray. Cole's hand rested on the long blade. The tracks led deeper. The forest thinned. Firelight flickered ahead. Voices carried between the trees. He found it after an hour. A fortified settlement carved into the hillside. Crude walls of sharpened logs, watchtowers cobbled together from stolen lumber, a gate reinforced with iron plates. Torchlight flickered between the gaps. Voices carried on the wind, rough laughter and shouting. Cole stopped at the tree line and observed. The gate stood open. Guards lounged on either side, passing a bottle between them. Beyond the entrance, he could see crude buildings as storage sheds, a longhouse, what looked like a barracks. Smoke rose from multiple fires. The leader had lied. There were more than 14. Cole counted the visible figures. 8 in the open. More would be inside. He stepped into the clearing. The guards saw him immediately. One straightened, squinting into the darkness. "Oi, Hozza!" His voice died as Kl walked into the torchlight. Covered in blood, eyes cold, empty. The guard's hand went to his weapon. "Fuck!" Sound fear. Kl closed the distance in 2 steps. His palm struck the man's chest. Ribs shattered. The guard flew backward and crashed through the gate. The second guard drew his sword. Kl's hand lashed out, gripped the blade, and wrenched it from his grasp. He drove the pommel into the man's temple. The body dropped. Shouts erupted from inside the stronghold. Kl walked through the gate. The courtyard erupted into chaos. Bandits poured from the buildings, some armed, some still grabbing weapons as they ran. They saw him and froze for half a breath, then charged. The first 3 came at him together. An axe, a spear, a cudgel. Kl sidestepped the axe, caught the spear shaft mid-thrust, and snapped it. He drove the broken end through the spearman's throat, then pivoted and caught the cudgel swing with his forearm. The wood splintered against his chi-reinforced flesh. He gripped the wielder's wrist and twisted. Bone cracked. The man screamed. Kl silenced him with a strike to the base of the skull. The axeman swung again. Kl ducked under it, stepped inside his guard, and delivered an open palm strike to the sternum. The man's chest caved in. He collapsed, blood foaming at his lips. 4 more rushed him from the right. Kl blurred into motion. His hand shot out and crushed one man's windpipe. He spun, deflected a sword strike, and broke the attacker's arm at the elbow. A kick sent another sprawling. The 4th tried to run. Kl grabbed the back of his neck and slammed his face into the ground. The courtyard fell silent except for the crackling fires and labored breathing. Bodies littered the ground. 9 dead in less than a minute. Those who had come out to see what the noise was stood frozen, none of them daring to move. Then footsteps approached, steady and unhurried. Kl turned. 2 men emerged from the longhouse. Both wore better armor, leather reinforced with metal plates, weapons that looked maintained rather than looted. They moved with confidence, with purpose. The first was lean, scarred, with a long saber at his hip. His chi radiated clearly, a second-rate, stable and controlled. The second was broader and younger, carrying a heavy saber. His chi was rough, but still second-rate, just barely. The lean one smiled. "You killed our boys." He gestured at the bodies. "Impressive." "Second-rate?" Kl said nothing. The man's smile widened. "Strong and silent." "I like that." He drew his saber, the blade singing as it left the scabbard. "But you picked the wrong stronghold to raid, friend." The younger one cracked his knuckles. "Let's see how second-rate dies." They attacked. The lean one came in fast, his saber cutting in a tight arc aimed at Kl's throat. The younger one circled left, waiting for an opening. Coordinated, practiced. Kl raised his sword and parried. The impact sent a shockwave through the courtyard, scattering dust and leaves. The lean bandit's eyes widened. He'd expected to overpower Kl's guard. Instead, his blade had barely moved Kl's. First-rate. His pupils trembled. Kl pressed forward. His sword moved in a simple thrust, no flourish, no wasted motion. The lean bandit barely deflected it, stumbling back. The younger one struck from behind, his saber coming down in a heavy overhead chop. "Waiter!" The older man shouted, lunging forward. Too late. Kl twisted, caught the blade on his sword's guard, and redirected it into the ground. Before the man could recover, Kl's free hand shot out and gripped his throat. Chi surged. His fingers closed around the man's throat and tightened. There was a wet crack. He tore. Cartilage and blood came free in his hand. The man collapsed instantly, convulsed once, then lay still. The lean bandit's eyes went red. "You killed my brother. Pay with your life." He roared and lunged forward. His saber erupted into a flurry of strikes, a high, low, thrust, slash. Faster than before. Harder. His movements burst past restraint, drawing out speed and strength he hadn't shown a moment earlier. It changed nothing. Kl parried each blow with minimal movement, reading the attacks before they came, Luzawan's muscle memory guiding his responses. The bandit roared as he attacked, raw and continuous, spit flying from his mouth with every breath. Kl's brow tightened. He shifted aside no more than a half step. The blade missed him by a finger's width. In the same motion, his sword went forward. There was a dull, wet sound. The bandit's eyes went wide. Then his movements stopped. Kl withdrew the blade and let the body fall. Only then did the blood well, spreading across the ground, and the wound reveal itself as his heart pierced clean through. Silence. Cl swept his gaze across the courtyard. Some of the bandits were still standing at a distance, frozen. Others were already running, disappearing between the buildings and into the trees beyond. The runners first. Cl wiped his sword clean and walked toward the buildings. Ether, 21. A decent haul. The lean one gave 7. The younger gave 5. Most of the others gave very little, around 0.3. A few near 1 skewed the average upward, including those on the road earlier. 27 in total. Cl started searching the surrounding structures first. He kicked open storage chests, overturned grates, and checked the corners for anything worth taking: a dried grain, cured meat, spare weapons. Most of it had already been consumed or hidden in haste. What remained, he set aside. Only one structure remained unsearched: the longhouse. It was larger than the others, built from thick timber logs darkened by smoke and weather. The roof sagged slightly in the middle, patched with mismatched planks and hides. Crude trophies hung along the outer wall: broken shields, rusted blades, animal skulls nailed in uneven rows. It was meant to look rough, intimidating. Cl stepped inside. The difference was immediate. The interior was orderly. Weapons were racked in straight lines. Supplies were stacked and tied properly. The floor had been swept clean. Even the table at the center stood aligned with care. In a locked chest beneath the central table, Cl found a wrapped bundle of oilcloth. Inside was a manual. The cover was plain. No sect mark, no lineage seal, just a stamped title. Field Conditioning Method, a 3rd Battalion issue. He flipped it open. It was not refined. No complex meridian theory, no esoteric diagrams. The instructions were blunter: circulation routes meant to thicken the breath, harden muscle, and reinforce bone. Repetition over elegance. Endurance over speed. A soldier's method. It would not make a man swift. It would make him last. Cl skimmed a few more lines. Practical. Direct. Good enough. A foundation method for his men. He closed the manual, wrapped it back in oilcloth, and took it. A faint sound came from behind the longhousey movement, low and uneven. Cl turned toward it and walked around the structure. There, partly masked by tangled roots and deliberately stacked brush, he found the cave. The smell hit him immediately: a rot, filth, and the sour tang of sweat left too long in darkness, and something worse. He knew that scent. Fear. His eyes adjusted to the darkness. 3 people, chained to the wall. Iron manacles around their wrists and ankles, bolted to the stone. The chains were short, barely allowing them to sit. A woman, slumped against the wall, her head hanging forward. Her hair was matted with dirt and blood, clothes torn and filthy. Her wrists were raw, skin rubbed away by the manacles. A boy, curled into a ball beside her, rocking back and forth, whispering something too quiet to hear, just a constant, breathless murmur. An old man, lying on his side, breathing shallow and wet. Blood stained his shirt, dark and thick. His eyes were half closed. Cl stepped forward. The boy's head snapped up, eyes wide, pupils dilated. His mouth opened and he screamed. No, no, please, not again. He thrashed against the chains, pulling so hard the manacles cut deeper into his wrists. Blood welled up, dripping onto the stone. Please, I'll be good. I'll be quiet. Please don't. The woman's head lifted slowly. Her eyes were empty, hollow. She looked at Cl, but there was no recognition, no fear, no hope. Just nothing. Cl stopped and looked down at himself. Blood, dried and dark, smeared across his chest and arms. Dirt, grime to them. He looked the same as the bandits. He lowered his sword and raised his hand slowly, palms out. I'm here to help. The boy kept screaming. Cl stepped closer. I killed the bandits. They're gone. You're safe. The boy scrambled backward, pressing himself against the wall. Liar, liar. You're lying. Cla's gaze turned cold. Be quiet. The boy's frantic shouting cut off at once. He went rigid, staring at Cl. Cl reached for the manacle on the boy's wrist. The boy bit him, teeth clamping down hard on his hand. Cl withdrew it. The boy's teeth had failed to break the skin. He looked at the boy. Cl sighed and gripped the chain and pulled. The iron snapped like dry wood. The boy froze, staring at the broken chain. Cla's expression did not change. In the next instant, his hand shot forward and closed around the boy's face, fingers digging into bone and jaw. He lifted him off the ground with one hand. Cl turned and walked out of the cave, the boy still clamped in his grip. Once outside, he swung his arm and hurled him down. The boy's body hit the Pack-Turth's shoulder first, then rolled onto his back. Dust burst up around him. The impact knocked the breath from his lungs in a harsh gasp. Cl stepped forward and looked down at him. "Now," he said evenly, "do you understand when someone speaks?" The boy lay there, chest heaving. The wildness in his eyes drained away. He nodded. "Stay there. Don't move." He turned and walked back into the cave, moved to the woman and broke her chains next. She slumped forward, limp. He caught her before she hit the ground. Then he turned to the old man. The old man's eyes were open now, watching him. Cl knelt beside him and broke the chains. The old man coughed, blood bubbling at his lips. "Thank you." A broken bar. His voice was a whisper, barely audible. Cl pressed his hand to the old man's chest. The heartbeat was faint, irregular, fading. He tried to channel his chi. Lu Siwan's memories held fragments of healing techniques, methods used by was to mend wounds, stabilize injuries. But Cl didn't know how. The chi flowed through his hand, but it had nowhere to go, no direction, no purpose. It just dissipated. The old man's breathing slowed. His eyes met Cl's. A faint smile touched his lips. "No need." Then his chest went still. Cl sat back. The old man was dead. Cl looked at his hands. He had killed 27 men today, effortlessly, without hesitation. But he couldn't save one old man. His methods were direct, efficient, destructive. Too narrow. He needed more than ways to kill. He stood and turned to the woman and the boy. The woman was unconscious, slumped against the cave wall. The boy had stopped screaming. Cl had freed them. But they were broken. A voice rang through the forest. "Ha! What a beautiful night for justice." Cl turned sharply. Footsteps approached the cave entrance, light and quick. A figure appeared, silhouetted against the moonlight. A man, younger, maybe 25. He wore a simple robe, worn but clean, tied with a frayed sash. A sword hung at his hip, the scabbard battered but well maintained. A pack sat on his back, bulging with supplies. His face was open, friendly, with a wide grin and bright eyes that swept across the cave in an instant. He saw the chains, the bodies, covered in blood. The grin vanished. "Those bandits outside here broken bar. Did you do that?" Cl nodded. "All of them?" "Yes." The man's grin returned, wider than before. "Wow. Then you're at least first rate, aren't you?" He gave Cl a quick look up and down. "That's impressive, brother." "First rate at your age?" He stepped into the cave, dropped his pack, and immediately knelt beside the woman. "Don't just stand there. Help me." Cl blinked. "What?" The man was already pulling supplies from his pack. Bandages, a clay jar of salve, dried meat wrapped in cloth, a water skin. "She's dehydrated, malnourished. Look at her wrists. Those need cleaning before infection sets in." He glanced toward the boy outside the cave. "And that one's in shock. We need to get him warm, get some food in him." He looked up at Cl, eyes sharp despite his grin. "You killed the bandits. Good. Now help me save the victims." Cl stood frozen. The man sighed. "You've got chi, right? Channel some into her. Warm her up. Stabilize her." "I don't know how." The man paused and looked at Cl, really looked at him. Then he laughed. "You're first rate, aren't you?" "Maybe higher." "And you don't know basic healing techniques?" He shook his head, still grinning. "What kind of was are you?" Cl remained silent. The man turned back to the woman. "All right. Watch and learn." He placed his hand on her chest, just below the collarbone. His eyes closed. His breathing slowed. A steady warmth spread from his palm, subtle but present, sinking into her body rather than flaring outward. Chi flows like water. You don't force it. You guide it. Think of it as warmth, life. You're giving her a piece of yours to help hers recover. The glow intensified slightly. The woman's breathing deepened. Color began to return to her face. The man opened his eyes and pulled back, then grabbed the water skin and carefully tilted it to her lips. "Small sips." "Don't rush." The woman coughed, then swallowed. Her eyes fluttered open. The man smiled at her. "You're safe now. The bad men are gone." She stared at him. There was no panic in her eyes now. No tears. Just a hollow resignation, as if something inside her had already given up. The man rested a hand on her shoulder. "It's all right," he said quietly. He stood and moved to the boy. The boy flinched. The man crouched down, keeping his distance. "Hey, I'm not going to hurt you. I'm here to help." The boy stared. The man reached into his pack and pulled out a piece of dried fruit, holding it out. "Hungry?" The boy's eyes flicked to the fruit, then back to the man's face. The man smiled. "It's yours. No tricks, no cost, just food." Slowly, the boy reached out and took it. The man's grin widened. "There we go." He stood and dusted off his hands, then turned to Kl. "Now, let's get them out of this cave and somewhere warm." They carried the woman and led the boy back to the stronghold courtyard. The Mana he still hadn't given his name Mia built a fire with practiced ease, carefully positioning it away from the bodies. He set up bedrolls, prepared a simple stew from the supplies in his pack, and tended to the woman's wounds with careful hands. Kl watched in silence. The man worked quickly, efficiently, but there was no coldness to it, no detachment. He smiled, talked to them gently, reassuring them, making small jokes to ease the tension. The woman ate slowly. The boy sat close to the fire, clutching his bowl. The man sat back and sighed, satisfied, then looked at Kl. The man stood and walked over, clapping Kl on the shoulder. "I'm Liang Hong, wandering swordsman, self-proclaimed hero of justice." He grinned. "And you?" "Lu Zuan." "That's strange," Liang Hong said, frowning. "I know the names of most first-rate fighters in the Jianghu. Or is it that you don't want to give your real name, brother?" He didn't wait for Kl to respond, simply studying him for a brief moment before continuing on his own. "Well, Lu Zuan, I can see you've got a sense of justice." He glanced back at the woman and the boy. "But you're not used to what comes after." He looked at Kl again, grin returning. "We could travel together for a while, walk the path of Xia side by side. What do you say?" Kl said nothing. Liang Hong tilted his head, studying him for a moment. "I have a unique technique," he said lightly. "Not something you'll find in manuals." He smiled again. "Travel with me, and I'll teach it to you along the way." Kl looked at him. "What technique?" Liang Hong's grin widened. "A secret." Kl turned his head and looked at the fire. "No need," he said evenly. "And I have no intention of walking that path." He turned toward the exit. "I leave at dawn." Liang Hong opened his mouth, whatever he had been about to say catching in his throat. Kl walked out and returned to the longhouse. He chose a corner, set his sword within reach, and sat down to rest. Kl woke in the darkness before dawn. The longhouse was silent. He sat up, checked his sword, and listened. Outside, the courtyard fire had burned down to ash. The woman, the boy, and Liang Hong would be in one of the smaller buildings by now, asleep. He stood and walked to the storage room. The bandits had left dried meat, hard flatbread, and 2 water skins. Kl methodically, chewing the tough meat until it softened, washing it down with water. He filled 1 water skin, tied it to his belt, and wrapped the remaining food in cloth. The sky outside showed the first gray hints of dawn. Kl stepped into the courtyard. The bodies from yesterday still lay where they had fallen. He walked past them, through the gate, and onto the road heading west. He looked back once. The stronghold sat dark and quiet. Then he turned and kept walking. The road stretched ahead, empty and uneven. Kl walked at a steady pace, scanning the trees on either side. An hour in, he stopped. A small bird perched on a low branch, pecking at the bark. Kl crouched and picked up a smooth stone from the roadside. He weighed it in his palm, then flicked his wrist. The stone shot forward. It struck the bird's wing. The bird tumbled from the branch and hit the ground, flapping weakly. Kl walked over and picked it up. One wing had a clean hole torn through it. The bird struggled in his hand, its heart racing against his palm. He placed his other hand over the injury. Chi flowed from his core, down through his arm, into his fingers. He guided it the way Liang Hong had, a slow, deliberate, like pouring warm water into a cup. The chi sank into the bird's body. Kl focused. The broken bone, the torn muscle. He imagined the chi moving there, settling around the injury. Heat, not fire, just warmth, steady and constant. The principle was simple. Cells needed chi to repair themselves. Blood carried nutrients. Chi accelerated motor, pushing the blood faster, flooding the damaged tissue with what it needed to rebuild. Not magic, just the body's natural healing, pushed beyond its normal speed. Kl held the focus for 30 seconds. Then he opened his hand. The bird's wing shifted. The angle corrected. It flapped once, twice, then launched itself into the air and disappeared into the trees. Cl watched it go. The technique worked. He stood and continued walking. The days passed. The landscape changed. Green fields turned brown. Rivers shrank to muddy trickles. Trees stood bare leaves scattered and dry. Cl passed abandoned farmsteads, doors left open, tools lying in the dirt, crops rotting in the fields. He hunted as he walked. Rabbits, squirrels. Once, a deer. The animals grew scarcer each day. The water skin he refilled from streams now took longer to fill each time. After 1 week, the road crested a hill. Cl stopped. Below, stretching across the valley, a black mass moved. People, hundreds of them, maybe 1,000. A river of bodies flowing east, away from the west. Cl descended the hill. He reached the edge of the crowd and stopped. They shuffled past him, heads down, feet dragging. Their clothes hung loose, caked with dirt and sweat. Faces were gaunt, cheekbones sharp beneath thin skin. Eyes stared forward, empty and glassy. A woman pushed a wooden cart, its wheels creaking. An old man lay inside, eyes half closed. A young girl walked beside the cart, one hand on the edge to steady herself. Her lips were cracked and bleeding. A family of 4 moved together: a father, mother, 2 children. The father carried a sack over one shoulder. The mother held the younger child's hand. The older child, a boy maybe 10 years old, walked behind them, staring at the ground. Someone collapsed. A middle-aged man, halfway through a step. He crumpled forward and lay still. The people behind him stepped around the body and kept walking. One woman glanced down, then away. The crowd flowed on. The procession maintained a loose order. No one ran. No one shouted. They just moved, slow and mechanical, like a machine winding down. Cl walked alongside the crowd, eyes scanning. Near the center, a group of men moved together, broader shoulders, harder eyes. One carried a wooden staff, another had a rusted sword at his hip. Cl stepped in front of them. The group stopped. The man with the staff, older, maybe 50, with gray streaks in his beard, looked at Cl. His eyes narrowed. Kl's hand went to the man's collar. He gripped it and pulled him forward, out of the group. What happened? The man's hands came up, then dropped. He looked at Kl's face, at the sword at his waist, and his jaw tightened. Yomo. The border wall collapsed. Soldiers turned into bandits. His voice was hoarse, worn thin from hunger and too much dust. Drought took the crops. We've walked 100 miles already. Ate everything on the way. Bark, roots, grass. Where are you going? East. Away. Anywhere that still has water. Cl released him. The man stumbled back, rubbing his throat. The group stared at Cl, waiting. Cl stepped aside. They moved past him, merging back into the crowd. Cl stood there, watching the river of people flow around him. A child cried somewhere in the mass, a weak, breathless sound that faded quickly. He turned west, toward the disaster. The crowd thinned behind him. The road ahead grew quieter. The landscape turned worse. Fields were cracked and gray. Trees stood blackened and twisted. The air smelled of dust and rot. Cl walked for another day. Then he saw the village. Small, maybe 20 houses clustered around a dirt square. Half the roofs had collapsed. Walls leaned at crooked angles. Smoke rose from a single chimney. Cl entered the square. A group of 7 people stood in a loose circle near the well. They faced inward, silent, staring at something on the ground. Cl walked closer. A woman sat in the center of the circle. She cradled something in her arms, a bundle of torn cloth and straw, wrapped tight. She rocked it gently, back and forth, humming a tuneless melody. Her hair hung in dry, brittle strands around her face. Her clothes were stained, ripped at the sleeves. Her feet were bare and bloody. She smiled down at the bundle. There, sleep now. When you wake, Mama will have food for you. I promise. She shifted the bundle to one arm and reached for a wooden bowl beside her. Empty. She picked up a spoon and dipped it into the empty bowl, then brought it to the bundle's edge. Open wide. It's soft. I made it soft for you. She tilted the spoon toward the cloth. Good boy. Such a good boy. A rat squeaked somewhere to the left. The woman's body went rigid. Her head snapped toward the sound. Eyes wide, pupils shrinking to pinpoints. She clutched the bundle tighter, pressing it against her chest with both arms. Her body curled forward, hunching over it like a shield. No, her voice tore out of her throat. raw and animal. Stay away. Don't you dare. Don't touch him. She grabbed a rock from the ground with one hand, the other still locked around the bundle, and hurled it toward the sound. The rock bounced off a wooden post. She grabbed another, threw it, then another. Get out. Get out. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. Her voice cracked. Tears streamed down her face. The squeaking stopped. She froze, panting, eyes darting across the shadows. Silence. Slowly, her grip on the bundle loosened. She looked down at it, smoothed the cloth with trembling fingers. It's all right, she whispered. Mama's here. They're gone now. You're safe. She started rocking again. The humming resumed. Cole's chest tightened. A weight pressed down on his ribs, heavy and cold. He looked at the villagers. An old man stood closest. His face was lined, weathered, his hands gnarled and rough. Cole walked over. What happened to her? The old man flinched. His eyes stayed on the woman, but his face twisted like Cole had just pressed on a wound. He opened his mouth, closed it, swallowed hard. That's Widow Chen. His voice cracked on the name. Her man died at the border. We got the news 2 months back. He rubbed his face with both hands. She had a baby, little thing, maybe 8 months. He stopped. His hands dropped to his sides. She came to my door 3-4 days ago. I don't. He shook his head, asked if I had food. His voice turned defensive, rushed. I didn't have any. I swear I didn't. Everyone's starving. What was I supposed to do? He looked at Cole as if needing confirmation, then looked away. She just nodded, walked away. Didn't even know. He stopped. I should have. I don't know. Given her something. Anything. His fingers curled into fists. Next morning, she came back. Had these rats, dried, strung together. His jaw clenched. I knew. We all knew. Where else would a woman get food like that? He couldn't meet Cole's eyes. She asked to borrow my pot. The big one. To boil water. He gestured vaguely toward one of the houses. I gave it to her. Least I could do. Told her to keep it long as she needed. Another pause. His throat bobbed. Then she went for firewood. I saw her carrying sticks. The baby was. He swallowed. The baby was alone in the house. His voice dropped to almost a whisper. I thought about checking on it. I did. But I didn't want to. He trailed off, shaking his head. Maybe an hour later, I heard her come back. Heard the door close. I thought it was fine. She'd feed the child. That'd be it. He rubbed his eyes with the heel of his palm. Then the screaming started. His hand fell. I ran. Others too. Door was wide open. She was on her knees, just screaming. No words, just screaming. The old man's lips pressed into a thin line. The pot was spilled. Water everywhere. Baby on the mat. She had the spoon in her hand, shaking. His voice went hollow. And the rat, it crawled out. Right out of the baby's mouth. He stopped, pressed his fist to his mouth, shook his head violently. It got in while she was gone. Must have. Baby was too weak. Couldn't fight. Couldn't even cry. His fist dropped. She tried to grab my knife. Here I had it on my belt. Tried to cut her throat right there. We wrestled her down, held her until she stopped. His eyes were red now. But when we let go, she didn't cry, didn't scream, just picked up that cloth, started rocking it, talking to it. He looked at Cl, expression raw and pleading. We buried the child that same day. She didn't notice, didn't even look, just kept rocking. His voice broke. What else could we do? What else? He stopped, swallowed. She's been like this since. Cl stood still. The woman rocked the bundle, whispering to straw and cloth. He turned toward the old man again. Are the Yomo nearby? Bandits. The old man blinked, pulled from his thoughts. He pointed toward the edge of the village. There. The dead forest beyond the hill. Ghouls come out at night. They eat corpses. Sometimes they take the living. Looked where he pointed. A line of blackened trees stood against the gray sky, twisted and skeletal. We stay inside after dark, lock the doors, pray they pass us by. Cl nodded. He walked to the edge of the square and found a low wall. He sat down, set his sword across his lap, and waited. The sun crawled across the sky. The woman kept rocking, kept humming. Cl watched the western horizon. The light faded. Shadows stretched across the village. The villagers retreated to their homes one by one. Doors closed, shutters latched. The woman remained in the square, alone, whispering to her phantom child. Cl stood. The last light disappeared. Darkness fell, and from the dead forest, Something stirred. Shadows stretched across the village square, long and dark. The temperature dropped fast. The air was dry and brittle, carrying dust even at night. Cl remained on the low wall, sword across his lap. He watched the dead forest to the west. The blackened trees stood motionless, skeletal branches reaching toward the darkening sky. The villagers had retreated into their homes. Doors closed, shutters latched. The square emptied, except for the woman. She sat in the center, still rocking the bundle of cloth and straw. Still humming. Footsteps approached from behind. Cl glanced back. The old man walked over, slower now, favoring his left leg. He carried a clay jug in one hand and 2 wooden cups in the other. He stopped a few paces away. "Mind if I sit?" Cl gestured to the space beside him. The old man lowered himself onto the wall with a grunt. He set the cups down and poured from the jug. The liquid looked dark, almost black in the fading light. He pushed one cup toward Cl. "Rice wine. Weak. But it's something." Cl took the cup and drank. The taste was bitter, watered down. He could barely feel the alcohol. The old man drank from his own cup, then refilled it. They sat in silence for a while. Then the old man spoke. "You're going out there tonight?" Cl nodded. "You ever hear the story about how the ghouls started?" Cl turned his head slightly. "Number." The old man stared into his cup, swirling the liquid. "There was a hunter. Good man. Strong. Took care of his father. Old. Couldn't work anymore. Just the 2 of them." He paused, took another drink. "One day, they went up the mountain together. Hunt was bad that season. They had to go deeper, further than usual." His voice dropped. "Got lost." The old man's fingers tightened around the cup. "Night came, fast. They couldn't find the trail back. The father was tired, couldn't walk much longer. Then they saw a temple, old, half collapsed, but it had a roof." He drank again. "They went inside, lit a small fire. The father said he'd rest a bit, then they'd keep going at first light." The old man's throat worked. "But the father, he didn't wake up." Silence. Heart gave out. Just like that. The hunter checked. No breath, no pulse. Dead. The old man set his cup down. His hands shook slightly. So the hunter sat there, next to his father's body, waiting for dawn. He didn't know what else to do. He rubbed his face. Then he heard it. Crying. Someone weeping outside the temple. The old man's voice grew quieter. He looked out. Saw a shape, tall, taller than any man. Its hair hung down all the way to its feet, covering everything. He couldn't see a face. No eyes, no mouth. Nothing. His breathing turned shallow. And then it spoke. Called the hunter by name. The old man stopped, swallowed. How did it know his name? He'd never seen it before. Never heard of anything like it. He picked up his cup again but didn't drink. It came closer. The hunter backed away. He was terrified. But it kept talking. Gentle, soft. "I came to comfort you," it kept repeating. "Don't be afraid. I'm here to help." The old man's hands trembled. The hunter wanted to run. But his father's body was there. He couldn't just leave it. So he stood his ground, grabbed a stick from the fire, only weapon he had. He paused. The thing walked past him, sat down right next to the father's head. And then it started crying again. Loud, wailing. It bent forward, pressed its face where its face should have been, against the father's face. The old man's voice cracked. The hunter saw the skin split, peel away, like something was sucking it off. The father's cheek tore open. Then his forehead, his jaw. The flesh just came apart. Underneath, bone, white and clean. He closed his eyes. The hunter tried to stop it. Swung the burning stick, but it didn't react. Didn't pull away. Just kept crying. Kept pressing its face against the corpse. The old man opened his eyes. They were red. By the time the sun rose, the father's body was nothing but bones. All the skin, all the meat gone. And the thing. It stood up, turned around, and walked back into the forest. He drained his cup in one gulp. The hunter ran, left everything behind, made it back to his village and told everyone what he'd seen. The old man refilled his cup with shaking hands. A week later, people started disappearing. Hunters going into the forest and not coming back. Bodies found with the flesh stripped off. And sometimes, at night, People heard crying in the woods. He looked at Kl. That's how it started. Or so they say. Kl stared at the dead forest. You believe it? The old man laughed, a bitter and dry. I don't know. I used to think it was just a story. Something to scare children. He gestured toward the forest. But then the ghouls started showing up here, and people started dying. He drank again. Real or not, something's out there, and it eats the dead. Kl set his cup down and stood. The old man looked up at him. You really going out there? Kl drew his sword. The blade caught the last traces of twilight. Yes. The old man nodded slowly. He poured himself another cup. Then good luck, and if you see one of those things. He trailed off, staring into his drink. Kill it fast. Kl walked toward the forest. Behind him, the woman's humming continued, soft and endless. The dead forest waited. Kl stepped between the first trees. The ground crunched under his boots. Dry leaves, brittle twigs, cracked earth. The air smelled of rot and char. The trees were blackened, their bark peeling away in long strips. Branches hung at broken angles, some touching the ground. No leaves, no grass, just skeletal wood and bare dirt. Kl moved deeper. The darkness thickened. Moonlight filtered through the gaps above, pale and weak. Shadows pulled between the trunks. He walked for 10 minutes, 20. Then he heard voices, faint, scattered, coming from ahead. Kl slowed. He shifted his weight to the balls of his feet, reducing the sound of his steps. His hand tightened on the sword's grip. The voices grew clearer, laughter, low and hoarse. Someone coughing. The wet sound of chewing. Kl crouched and moved forward, using the trees for cover. A clearing opened ahead. Firelight flickered in the center. A small pit, embers glowing red. Around it, shapes moved. Kl stopped behind a thick trunk and looked. 7 figures, maybe 8, hunched over something on the ground. They wore rags of torn cloth wrapped around their bodies, barely covering them. Their hair was long, matted, filthy. Their skin was pale, stretched tight over bones. One of them tore at something with his hands. The sound was wet, tearing. He brought a piece to his mouth and bit down. Blood dripped from his chin. Another figure crouched beside him, reaching for the same thing. They fought over it briefly, snarling. Then one yanked it free and crawled away to eat alone. Kl's eyes adjusted. The thing on the ground was a body. Human. Dead. The limbs had been pulled apart. The chest cavity was open, ribs cracked and spread. One of the figures had his hands inside, pulling out something dark and glistening. Kl's jaw tightened. These weren't ghouls. These were people, starving, desperate, insane. They had given up everything to survive, and now they fed on corpses. One of them stood and turned toward the forest. Kl saw his face, sunken cheeks, eyes too wide, teeth stained red. The man sniffed the air, then turned back to the body. Kl stepped out from behind the tree. The group froze. They looked at him. Firelight reflected in their eyes, yellow and feral. One of them hissed. Kl walked forward. The nearest one scrambled to his feet, clutching something in his hand, a bone, stripped clean. He raised it like a club. Kl's sword flicked out. The man's head separated from his shoulders. The body crumpled. Blood sprayed across the dirt. The others screamed and charged. Kl moved. His blade cut through the first one's throat. The second lunged at him from the side. Kl sidestepped and drove the sword through his ribs. The third tried to tackle him. Kl kicked him in the chest, caved in his sternum, then brought the blade down on his neck. 4 left. They scattered, running in different directions. Kl pursued the closest. The man stumbled over roots, gasping, clawing at the ground. Kl caught him in 3 strides. 1 slash across the back. The spine severed. The body dropped. 3. The next tried to climb a tree. Kl grabbed his ankle and pulled him down. The man hit the ground hard, ribs snapping. Kl finished him with a thrust through the heart. 2. The remaining pair ran together, deeper into the forest. Kl chased them. They were slow, weakened by starvation. He closed the distance in seconds. One turned to fight, swinging a jagged rock. Kl blocked with the flat of his blade, then cut upward. The man's arm came off at the elbow. He screamed. Kl silenced him with a strike to the skull. The last one fell to his knees, hands raised. Please, please. I had to. There's no food. Please. Kl looked down at him. The man's face was hollow. His eyes were wet, desperate. His hands shook. Kl's sword came down. The man's begging stopped. Silence. Kl stood alone in the forest, surrounded by bodies, blood soaked into the dirt. The fire in the clearing still burned, casting shifting shadows across the trees. He let out a slow breath, wiped his blade clean, and sheathed it. Ether, plus 0.9. Barely anything. They were too weak, too broken. Cl turned and walked back toward the village. He would rest, then tell the villagers the truth that the ghouls were nothing more than starving men driven past reason. He walked the narrow path toward the village, boots grinding against dry soil. As he drew closer, he saw them. Crows circling low against the dark sky. Others perched along the bare branches near the outskirts, their silhouettes jagged against the fading light. They called to one another sharp, rasping cries that carried too clearly in the cold air. The raucous cries of crows tore through the silence. A sudden sense of unease tightened in his chest. He quickened his pace. The cawing grew louder as he neared the village edge. He walked faster, then faster still, until the stride broke into a run. The smell hit him before he reached the square. Blood, fresh, heavy in the air. Cl stopped at the edge of the forest. His hand went to his sword. The village was silent. Darkness, stillness. He stepped forward slowly, eyes scanning the darkness. The square came into view. Bodies, 7 of them. The villagers who had stayed, torn apart, limbs scattered. Blood pooled across the dirt, black in the moonlight. In the center, something crouched, huge, taller than any ordinary man, even hunched. Its body was draped in long, matted hair, dark and heavy, hanging in thick ropes down its back and shoulders. The strands veiled most of its form, but not completely. Through the gaps, pale flesh showed movement. It held something in its hands. A torso. One of the villagers. It lifted the body. The hair parted as its head tilted back, revealing the warped outline of its face beneath. A face emerged, but nothing aligned correctly. The mouth sat too high, nearly level with the nose. The nose itself was flattened, split at the bridge as if something had pressed it inward. One eye was larger than the other, both pale, unfocused, the pupils thin and vertical like a goat's. The skin was stretched tight across the skull, slick and gray, as though it had been soaked and dried too many times. The jaw unhinged when it moved, sideways, unhinged, sliding out of place before locking again. When it blinked, the lids closed in sequence. One eye shut first, the other remained open, watching. Its teeth were human, but there were too many of them, packed tight, layered in rows. Rip. The sound was wet. Crack. Bone split. Krch. Krch. It chewed slowly, methodically. Then it paused. Its head tilted slightly. It was looking at something. Cl followed its gaze. The woman. She sat a few paces away, still rocking the bundle, still humming. The creature stared at her. It lowered the torso, holding it in one hand. Its head tilted the other way, like a dog trying to understand something. The woman kept her eyes on the bundle. She rocked. She hummed. The creature leaned forward slightly. The curtain of hair shifted aside. It made a sound. Low, rumbling. Almost curious. The woman kept rocking. The creature straightened. It took a step toward her. Cl drew his sword. The steel cleared the scabbard in a single, practiced motion. His grip settled firm, controlled. The blade angled low, point tracking the creature's center mass. He shifted his weight to the balls of his feet. Reversal steps. Ready to pivot. The creature's head snapped toward him. It rose to its full height, nearly 9 feet tall, a tower of warped flesh and matted hair. Its shadow swallowed Cl. The shoulders were narrow, but the arms hung long, knuckles brushing the dirt. Fingers twitched, jointed wrong, bending too far back. Where its face had been moments ago, the features had already shifted. The larger eye drifted to the center. The mouth slid lower, as if its face couldn't decide on a shape. For a moment, the thought of retreat crossed his mind. Run? It dropped the torso. The body hit the ground with a wet thud. The creature's jaw shifted sideways with a soft click. The larger eye focused on him first. The smaller followed a beat later. Its lips peeled back, not quite a smile. Warm, it rasped. The voice came out layered, as if two throats were speaking slightly out of sync. You are warm. Its head leaned further, vertebrae cracking softly. Why? Then it moved fast. The creature crossed the distance in 2 strides, each step cratering the packed earth. Its hand lashed out, fingers spread wide, reaching for Kl's head. Kl shifted away. He shifted a half a step to the left, weight pivoting on his rear foot. Reversal steps. The talons passed a hand's width from his face. The creature's momentum carried it forward. It stumbled, catching itself with one hand. Claw's blade came around in a tight arc, cutting toward the exposed wrist. The steel bit into flesh. Blood welled a black, thick. The creature jerked its hand back and made a sound, a high-pitched, almost a whine. Claw's chest tightened. That sound, like a child. Behind him, 7 bodies. The old man's torso split open like firewood. And this thing whined like it was the one being wronged. It clutched the wounded wrist to its chest, hunching over it. The misaligned eyes stared at the cut, then at Claw. "Hurts," it whispered. "Why? Hurts?" Claw reset his stance, blade angled forward. Watching. The creature took a step back, then another. Its breathing changed faster, uneven. Then it shrieked. The sound was piercing, inhuman. It lunged forward again, both hands sweeping in wide arcs. No technique, just raw fury. Claw sidestepped the first swing. The talons tore through the air where he'd been standing and smashed into the side of a house. Wood splintered. The wall caved inward with a deafening crack. Planks exploded outward in a spray of splinters. The creature charged forward. Its other hand came around low, raking across the ground. Claw pivoted backward, letting the strike pass. Dirt and stone erupted from the impact, scattering across the square. The creature turned toward him, breathing hard. Its face kept shifting, a mouth sliding up and down, eyes drifting. It charged. This time Claw moved forward. Reversal sword. The first strike exploratory. He cut upward, blade tracking the creature's leading arm. The creature pulled back instinctively, flinching from the steel. Claw followed. Second strike guiding. He angled the blade toward the creature's knee, forcing it to shift weight. The creature stepped aside, balance disrupted. Third strike. Claw's sword flashed across, cutting deep into the creature's thigh. The creature screamed. Its leg buckled. It swung wildly, claws tearing through the air. Claw was already gone. He pivoted to the side, 3 steps back, resetting. The creature fell to one knee. Blood poured from the leg wound. It pressed a hand over the gash, whimpering, "Stop. Stop hurting." Its voice cracked, childlike. It looked up at Claw, eyes wet. "Why?" Claw's grip tightened on the sword. The creature's face twisted. The whimper turned into a snarl. It launched itself forward, lunging on all fours like an animal. Faster than before. Desperate. Its claws dug into the ground with each stride, leaving deep gouges in the earth. Claw held his ground. The creature closed the distance. Its hand shot out, aiming for his chest. Claw shifted right. The talons grazed his shoulder, tearing cloth but missing flesh. He brought his left palm up and drove it into the creature's ribs. Tied subduing palm. First strike, a crash. The impact landed with a dull thud. The creature's breath hitched. Claw felt it. The creature's flesh was hard as iron, but beneath it, the chi was chaotic, a storm of rot. He struck again. Second palm press. Same spot, heavier. The creature screamed, a sound of pure confusion. Third palm seal. Claw drove his full weight into the strike. His chi flooded outward, searing, violent. It didn't stop the monster, but it disrupted the flow. The creature gagged. Its muscles spasmed. The chaotic chi backfired, locking its limbs for a crucial heartbeat. Now Claw stepped back and swung his sword in a wide horizontal arc. The blade cut across the creature's neck, halfway through a muscle and bone by thick muscle and bone, but deep enough. The creature staggered. Blood poured from the wound, black and viscous. It reached up with both hands, clutching at its throat. It fell to its knees. "Hurts," it whispered. "Hurts so much." Its hands trembled. The blood kept flowing. Claw circled behind it. He raised his sword and brought it down on the back of the creature's neck. Once, the blade sank deeper. Twice, bone cracked. 3 times, the head came free. The body collapsed forward. Blood pooled beneath it, spreading across the dirt. Claw stood over the corpse, breathing steadily. Aside from the cloth at his shoulder being torn open, he was unharmed. Only the hem of his garment was lightly stained. He looked at the ruined house. The wall caved in, the roof sagging. Deep gouges scarred the square where the creature had torn through the earth. Ether, +12. He stared at the notification. 12, more than all the starving cannibals combined. This thing was real. A true Yomo. Looked around the square. 7 dead villagers. The old man was among them, his body torn in half, and the woman. She sat in the same spot, rocking the bundle, humming. The creature had killed everyone. Everyone except her. Sheathed his sword and walked toward her. She kept rocking. He crouched down in front of her. "You need to leave." No response. Just the humming. Reached out and touched her shoulder gently. She flinched. Her eyes flicked to his face, then away. "It's not safe here. You need to go." She looked down at the bundle in her arms. "He's sleeping," she whispered. "He needs to sleep." Stepped behind her. He raised the sword and set the edge lightly against the side of her neck. She kept rocking, humming to the bundle in her arms. His eyes lowered. "She would not feel pain. I would end it for her." The blade rested there for a long moment. His grip tightened, then eased. The edge lifted away. He lowered the sword and slid it back into the scabbard. He stepped back, left the rest of his food behind. There was nothing he could do. He turned and walked toward the edge of the village. Behind him, the woman's humming continued, soft, endless, empty. Stopped walking. The forest path stretched ahead, narrow and overgrown. Roots crossed the dirt like veins. Above, the sky showed in fragments through the canopy, dark and starless. He'd been walking for several hours since leaving the village. He looked around. Trees, underbrush, silence. Let out a slow breath. He was tired. The kind of tired that settled into bones and stayed there. His legs felt heavy. His sword felt heavier. He stepped off the path and pushed through the brush until he found a small clearing. Flat ground, a fallen log. Good enough. Dropped his pack and sat down. The moment his weight left his legs, his shoulders sagged. His head drooped forward. He stared at the dirt between his boots. Too much had happened in too few days. Pressed his palms against his face. He wanted the thoughts to stop. They did not. "There's nothing I can do." Exhaled slowly and leaned back against the log. The bark dug into his spine. The forest smelled like damp earth and rotting leaves. He looked up at the canopy. "I need to sleep, but I need somewhere decent. Somewhere dry, somewhere with a roof. If only I could go back, just for one night, just to sleep in an actual bed." The thought came unbidden, quiet and desperate. Almost laughed at himself. Wishful thinking. Pointless. Going back? That would mean The air shifted. Froze. His vision blurred for a heartbeat. White text appeared in front of him. "Return to main world?" "Yes, no." Stared. His breath caught. The interface hung in the air, crisp and clear against the gray forest. What? So he didn't have to die to go back. Heart pounded. He reached out slowly, as if the text might disappear if he moved too fast. His finger hovered over. "Yes." "Can I really?" He thought about the barracks, the bed, the locked door, the stone walls that kept the world out. Yes. The world dissolved, smooth, seamless. The forest folded away like paper. The trees, the sky, the dirt beneath him, all that collapsed inward, bending toward a point that existed somewhere behind his sternum. His stomach dropped. His vision whited out. For a single, stretched moment there was nothing. Light air rushed into his lungs. Different air. Cleaner. Carrying the faint scent of stone and oil. He was lying on his back, on something soft. Fabric beneath his fingers. A pillow under his head. Opened his eyes. Morning light filled the room. Not harsh or steady, pale, filtering through the narrow window. Dust drifted in the beam. He turned his head. The outline of the desk, the chair, the oil lamp sitting cold and unused. Sat up. He was in his bed. His quarters. The barracks. He looked around. Everything was exactly where he had left it. The breathing manual Valen had given him sat beside the lamp. His spare boots rested in the corner. The heavy door was shut, the iron bolt drawn. So he had returned. He exhaled once and sat back down on the mattress. The straw stuffing shifted under his weight. The blanket lay folded at the foot of the bed. Morning. Stone walls. Daylight. Just stone walls and daylight. Lay there for a while longer. Then he pushed himself up. He stood and stretched, flexed his fingers, rolled his shoulders, shifted his weight from foot to foot. Everything felt tight, responsive. He walked to the window and looked out. The sun was high, higher than it should be. The training yard below was active. Men moving through drills. The sound of wood striking wood drifted up faintly. Mid-morning, maybe later. He turned back to the room. He walked to the mirror, a small, tarnished piece of polished metal hanging on the wall. His reflection stared back. Same face, same eyes. He looked sharper, clearer, like wiped away a layer of grime. He had been there all along, was there. His skin had a faint glow to it, healthy, vital. This was ether. He walked back to the bed and sat on the edge. The ether interface appeared unbidden. Ether, 33.9. Cole stared. 33.9. So he'd been right. Going all in on the transfer had been the correct choice. The return was substantial. Cole exhaled slowly. He felt it. The ether. It hummed beneath his skin, warm and steady, woven through muscle and bone. His body had changed while he slept. Adapted, evolved. His stomach growled. Loud, insistent. Cole stood and walked to the door. He drew the bolt and opened it a crack. The hallway was empty. Most of the squad would be training or on duty. He stepped out and made his way to the mess hall. The hall was nearly empty. A few off-duty soldiers sat scattered at the long tables, eating late breakfast. Cole walked to the serving counter. The cook, a heavy-set man with a perpetual scowl, looked up. Late today, Captain. Cole grunted. What's left? Porridge, bread, some salted pork. All of it. The cook raised an eyebrow but said nothing. He ladled a massive portion of porridge into a wooden bowl, added 4 thick slices of bread, and piled strips of pork on a plate. Cole took the food to an empty table and sat down. He ate, fast, methodical. The porridge disappeared first, then the bread, then the pork. He went back for more, another bowl of porridge. More bread. The cook watched him with a bemused expression but served without comment. Cole ate that too. By the time he finished, he'd eaten 2 full pots of porridge, an entire loaf of bread, half a side of salted pork, enough to feed his entire squad. The cook stared at the empty dishes. You training for a siege, Captain? Cole wiped his mouth. Just hungry. Cole walked back to his quarters. He sat at the desk and called up the interface. World, the Dian Empire, a low-tier complete world. Identity, chief disciple of the Ba'an sect Elusiwan. Ether, 33.9. Abilities available for exchange. Internal art, a returning Yang True Artes cubed so ye Macron mastery. Cost, 15 ether. Sword art, a reversal sword, a ring ZD superscripto, a ring grandmaster. Cost, 4 ether. Movement art, a reversal steps, a ring ZD superscripto, Ashian grandmaster. Cost, 3 ether. Palm art, a tide subduing palm ash micro middle. Iso mastery. Cost, 7 ether. Items available for exchange. Fine forged longsword. Cost, 2 ether. Bow array middle. On chivalry. Incomplete. Cost, 0.1 ether. Field conditioning method, a 3rd battalion issue. Cost, 5 ether. Cole stared at the list. The abilities. Impressions from the other world. Techniques his body had known instinctively. Now they had definitions. He focused on the first entry. Returning Yang True Art. An internal cultivation method. It circulated qi through the body's central axis, reinforcing the core meridians. Yang energy pure, stable, resistant to corruption. The technique built enduring power. Constant reinforcement of flesh and bone. Mastery level meant full integration. The qi would flow naturally, constantly, without conscious effort. Cost, 15 ether. Cole moved to the next. Reversal sword. A sword art built on patience. The first strike tested. The second guided. The third guild. It thrived on precision, exploiting openings rather than forcing them. Grandmaster level meant muscle memory deeper than thought. The body would execute the forms instinctively, adapting to opponents in real time. Cost, 4 ether. Reversal steps. A movement art for close combat. Low center of gravity, rapid directional shifts, minimal wasted motion, stability over speed, control over distance. Grandmaster level meant perfect balance. The practitioner could shift position mid-stride without losing footing. Cost, 3 ether. Tide subduing palm. A palm technique targeting internal flow. 3 strikes. Probe, suppress, seal. It disrupted qi circulation, causing breathlessness, disorientation, internal hemorrhaging. Mastery level meant the ability to feel an opponent's energy and adjust strikes accordingly. Cost: 7 ether. Leaned back in the chair. 15 plus 4 plus 3 plus 7. 29 ether. He had 33.9. Enough. He glanced at the items briefly. The longsword, a well-forged steel, balanced, reliable. The book on chivalry, fragments of philosophy and combat theory. The field conditioning method, a standardized training regimen for endurance and discipline. Dismissed them. He selected the first ability. Exchange, returning Yang True Art. Mastery, cost: 15 ether. Confirm? Yes. Heat, immediate, overwhelming. It started in his chest, a point of searing warmth just below his sternum. Then it spread inward. The heat burrowed deep, threading through muscle and bone, wrapping around his spine, his ribs, his pelvis. Gasped. His body arched in the chair, but the sensation was electric, overwhelming, like every cell in his body was waking up. Like he'd been half asleep his entire life and only now opened his eyes. But it was presence. It was presence, a pure, overwhelming presence. Something vast settling into him, claiming space, rewriting pathways. His breathing changed, slower, deeper. His diaphragm expanded, pulling air down into his lower abdomen. The heat followed, pooling in his core. He felt his ki, his internal energy, begin to move. Smoothly, it rose along his spine, vertebra by vertebra, until it reached the base of his skull. Then it descended along his front, down his sternum, back to the core. A circuit. Complete, stable, self-sustaining. Kl's vision blurred. His awareness turned inward. He saw it. A golden thread of energy, cycling through his body. Warm, steady, alive. The sensation lasted seconds or minutes. He lost track. When it faded, Kl collapsed back into the chair, breathing hard. His chest rose and fell, but the rhythm was different now. Controlled, measured. He felt full, like his body had been a half-empty vessel his whole life, and now it brimmed. Kl waited only long enough to catch his breath. He selected the second ability. Exchange, reversal sword, Grandmaster, cost: 4 ether. Confirm? Yes. His hands moved on their own. They lifted from the armrests, fingers curling as if around a hilt. His wrists turned, elbows folded, shoulders aligned. Kl rose to his feet before he registered it. His body flowed through the sequence. First strike, an upward cut, measuring the angle. Second, a lateral, guiding the line. Third, a diagonal descent, the killing stroke. He executed the sequence 5 times. 10, 20. Each repetition carved itself deeper into his muscle memory. His tendons tightened, realigned. His joints smoothed. His bones settled into new positions, optimized for the angles and trajectories the sword demanded. By the 30th repetition, the movements felt natural. By the 50th, they felt inevitable. Kl's hands finally stilled. He stood in the middle of the room, breathing steadily, arms hanging at his sides. He flexed his fingers. They knew the grip, the angle, the pressure. If he held a sword right now, it would feel like part of his arm. Third ability. Exchange, reversal steps, Grandmaster, cost: 3 ether. Confirm? Yes. His legs shifted. Weight dropped low. Knees bent. Hips rotated. Kl stepped forward, then sideways, then back. His center of gravity stayed constant. His balance never wavered. The floor beneath him might as well have been a tightrope, and he walked it with absolute certainty. He felt the mechanics settle into his legs. The way his ankles flexed, the way his calves engaged, the way his thighs stabilized his core. He moved faster, half step, quarter turn, full pivot. His body responded instantly, smoothly, precisely. When he stopped, he stood exactly where he'd started. Perfect. Final ability. Exchange, tied subduing palm, mastery, cost: 7 ether. Confirm? Yes. His palms burned. With awareness, Kl raised his hands and stared at them. He could feel it. The flow of energy beneath his skin. The pulse of his own chi, circulating through his meridians. He pressed his palms together. The sensation sharpened. He could sense the points where his energy converged. The nodes where it gathered before dispersing. He separated his palms and struck forward a slow, controlled. The motion carried weight, energy. His chi surged through his arms, coiling in his palms, ready to release. He struck again, probe, then again, suppress, and once more, seal. Each strike felt different. The first light, exploratory. The second heavier, pressing down. The third absolute, final. Kl lowered his hands. His breathing had remained steady throughout. His chi moved cleanly, flowing where he directed it, smooth and obedient, like blood through open veins. Kl stood in the center of his quarters, arms at his sides. The interface flickered in his vision. Current ether, 4.9. He'd spent 29. 4.9 remained. Kl closed the interface. He looked down at his hands. They were steady, strong. He could feel the chi circulating through his body, warm and constant. The sword forms etched into his muscles. The footwork rooted in his legs. The palm strikes encoded in his nerves. Decades of training compressed into minutes. Kl exhaled slowly. He felt different, complete, like pieces of himself he'd been missing had finally slotted into place. He walked to the window and looked out at the training yard. Men moved through drills. Swords flashed in the sunlight. Orders barked across the space. Normal, familiar, safe. Kl's reflection appeared faintly in the glass. Same face, different A's. He turned away from the window and picked up his sword from the desk. The weight settled into his hand perfectly, like it had always belonged there. Kl smiled faintly. The edge of anxiety that had followed him for months had dulled. The training grounds, Sector 4. The yard was quiet when Kl arrived. Kogan was in the center of the yard, training alone. A sandbag rested across his shoulders as he moved through weighted squats. A steady descent, controlled rise. Bren sat on a low bench near the perimeter wall, a book open in his hands. He turned a page calmly. A whetstone and knife lay unused beside him. At the sound of approaching footsteps, he lifted his head. His eyes settled on Kl. His face split into a grin. "Captain." Bren stood and clapped Kl on the shoulder. "Thought you'd sleep all day." Kl raised an eyebrow. "Close enough." Bren laughed. "Good timing. You missed the worst of the hangovers." Kl glanced around the yard. "Where are the others?" Bren jerked his thumb toward the barracks. "Griggs and Jack are still dead to the world. Drank themselves stupid last night. I checked on them an hour ago, still breathing, barely moving." Kl grunted. "And Silas?" Bren's grin widened. "In the infirmary." "Captain, did you forget? He never had the wound treated yesterday and came drinking with us. Now the linen's stuck fast. They're probably cutting it out." Kl winced slightly. "He'll have fun with that." "His own fault." Bren shook his head. "Man's got the discipline of a drunk goat." Kogan walked over, the sandbag still across his shoulders. He lowered it to the ground and gave Kl a short nod. "Captain." Kl met his gaze. "What is it?" Kogan gestured toward the center of the yard. "Strength drills." "Join me." Bren closed his book and stood. "Count me in." Kl gave a short nod. "All right." The three of them moved toward the training ring. 1 week later. The week passed quickly. Kl trained every day. He pushed his body harder than before. The sword forms flowed through him like water. The footwork came as naturally as breathing. The palm strikes landed with precision he'd never had before. And his body responded. The chi circulating through him amplified everything. His muscles grew denser. His reflexes sharpened. His endurance deepened. He could feel the changes. Every morning, he woke stronger than the day before. Every night, he ate enough to feed 5 men, then 6, then 8. The cook had stopped commenting after the 3rd day. He just ladled the food and watched Kl consume it with the same bemused expression. Kogan noticed. "You're eating like a siege is coming," Kogan said one evening, watching Kl finish his 4th bowl of stew. Kl wiped his mouth. "I'm hungry." Kogan studied him for a moment. "Captain, a broken bar. Are you about to reach the transcendent?" Kl did not answer immediately. At the same table, Griggs and Jack continued eating. They barely reacted. By now, Kl's appetite no longer surprised them. One passed him the bread, the other nudged the stew pot closer. Kl set the empty bowl down. Soon, Kogan stood and crossed to the serving table, and returned with another plate. He placed it in front of Kl. Bren leaned back in his chair. "At this rate, we'll need to requisition livestock in bulk." A few of the men at nearby tables chuckled. By the end of the week, his appetite had become legendary. The men joked about it. The cook grumbled each time he saw Kl in line. Valen raised an eyebrow when word reached him, but said nothing of it. Kl kept eating. His body demanded it, and he gave it what it needed. Evening. The bathhouse. Cl finished his training late. The yard had emptied hours ago. The sun had set. The barracks were quiet. He walked to the bathhouse, his muscles aching pleasantly from the day's work. The room was empty when he entered. Steam rose from the large wooden tub in the center. Hot water, courtesy of the garrison's heating system, a luxury Cl had learned to appreciate. He stripped off his shirt and trousers, leaving only his undergarments, and stepped into the water. The heat sank into his muscles immediately. He exhaled slowly and leaned back against the edge of the tub. For a few minutes, he just sat there, eyes closed, breathing steady. The chi in his body circulated smoothly, warm and constant. He could feel it moving through his meridians, reinforcing his flesh, deepening his strength. After a while, he stood and stepped out of the tub. He dried himself with a rough towel and pulled on his trousers. His shirt hung over his shoulder as he walked barefoot down the hallway toward his quarters. The stone floor was cool beneath his feet. The corridor was dim, lit only by a few oil lamps mounted on the walls. Cl reached his door and stopped. Someone was standing there. A girl, young, maybe 16, 17 at most. She wore a winter mantle of deep blue wool, lined with pale fur at the collar and cuffs. The fabric was thick, finely woven, cut close to her frame, cleanly tailored. Beneath it, a fitted dress of dark velvet showed at the sleeves, layered for warmth but tailored with restraint. Leather gloves, soft and well-kept, covered her hands. Her hair was braided neatly and tucked close to keep the wind from tangling it. The cold had brushed a faint color into her cheeks. Cute, that was the word that came to mind. She stared at him. Her eyes flicked from his face to his bare chest, then back to his face. Her cheeks flushed red. Cl raised an eyebrow. "Can I help you?" The girl's mouth opened, closed, opened again. "Yeah," she swallowed. "Captain Valen sent me." Her voice was quiet, nervous. Cl waited. "He wants to see you," she continued, her eyes darting to his chest again before snapping back up. "In his office tonight." Cl nodded slowly. "Understood." The girl nodded quickly, her face still red. Then she turned and walked away, fast, almost running. Cl watched her disappear around the corner. He looked down at himself. Bare chest, wet hair, trousers slung low on his hips. He shook his head and pushed the door open. Inside, he drew a slow breath and let the chi circulate through his meridians. Heat rose beneath his skin, subtle but controlled. The moisture clinging to his body and hair thinned, then lifted as faint vapor. Within moments, his clothes and hair were completely dry. Valen wanted to see him. At night. That usually meant one of two things: a mission, or a problem. Cl buckled his sword belt and walked toward the door. Either way, he'd find out soon enough. Captain Valen's office. The office was warm when Cl entered. A fire crackled in the hearth, casting flickering light across the stone walls. Maps hung on every surface, tactical positions, patrol routes, supply lines. A large desk sat in the center, covered in reports and correspondence. Valen stood behind the desk, arms crossed, his expression unreadable. The girl from earlier stood near the window. She looked up as Cl entered. Their eyes met for a heartbeat, then she lowered her head quickly, her hands clasping together in front of her. Her ears turned red. Cl closed the door behind him and stepped forward. "Captain." Valen gestured to the chair across from him. "Sit." Cl sat. Valen remained standing, his gaze steady. He reached for a folded letter on the desk and held it up. "I forwarded your report on the rune markings to the capital. 3 days ago, I received a response." He set the letter down and leaned forward, palms flat on the desk. "They want the sample brought back. The head you recovered from the cannibal." Kl's expression remained neutral. "Understood." "When do they want it delivered?" Valen's jaw tightened slightly. "That's the problem." He straightened and crossed his arms. "The head is gone." Kl's eyes narrowed. "Gone." "Disappeared." "From the sealed storage room in the lower garrison." Kl's gaze sharpened. "Internal." Valen's expression remained steady. "The seal held." The lock sat as it was left. The hinges aligned. The room stood as it had been secured. A beat. The air carried nothing. No blood. No disturbed chi. Whoever took it left the space untouched. Valen's tone was flat, controlled, but Cl could hear the edge beneath it. "Someone took it, or something." Cl leaned back in the chair, processing. When did it disappear? 2 days ago. We discovered it missing yesterday morning. Valen walked to the map on the wall, a detailed layout of Blackstone Fortress and the surrounding region. He tapped a section marked with several red ink crosses. And there's more. He turned back to Kl. People have been disappearing, 5 in the past 2 weeks, all from the same area, a low market district, near the eastern gate. Kl's gaze flicked to the map, then back to Valen. Low market, slums. Mostly laborers, drifters. People who drift in and out are easy to miss when they're gone. Valen's expression darkened. But then a merchant's son went missing 3 days ago. That got attention. He walked back to the desk and picked up another report. Your earlier report mentioned that farmer are the one who turned cannibal. Valen set the report down and met Kl's eyes. I think we have another one. Possibly more. Kl's fingers drummed once against the armrest. You want me to investigate? Yes. Starting tomorrow. Take your squad. Discreet inquiries first to talk to the locals. Check the disappearance sites. See if there's a pattern. Valen leaned forward slightly. If you find another one of those things, bring it back alive if possible. If not, make sure you bring the whole body back this time. Kl gave a short nod. Understood. Valen straightened and exhaled slowly. The tension in his shoulders eased slightly. He studied him for a moment longer than necessary. He glanced toward the window, where the girl still stood. Good. Then his expression shifted just slightly, a faint curve at the corner of his mouth. Now, before you go, he gestured toward the girl. My niece. His eyes remained on Kl. Does she distract you? Kl blinked. The girl's head snapped up. Her eyes went wide. Unclear. Valen ignored her. His gaze remained fixed on Kl, waiting. Kl glanced at the girl. She stared at him, frozen. Her cheeks were already red, but now the color deepened, spreading down her neck. During the briefing, Kl had noticed her watching him. Small glances. Quick, nervous. Every time he shifted in his seat, her eyes followed. Now, with his attention fully on her, she looked like she wanted to disappear into the floor. Kl turned back to Valen. She's pretty. Her hands froze mid-motion. For a moment, she simply stopped, her mind blank, unable to speak. The flush surged across her face and down her neck in seconds, deepening until she looked like a ripened apple under heat. Valen's mouth twitched. Almost a smile. Good answer. Valen walked around the desk and leaned against the edge, arms crossed. His gaze settled on Keela, lingering, assessing. You've changed, he said quietly. This past week. Your movements are sharper. Your presence heavier. He paused. I've seen it before. In nights approaching their first real breakthrough. Kl remained still. Valen leaned forward slightly. Tell me, Kl, have you felt anything unusual? In your blood, specifically. Valen's tone was casual, but his eyes were sharp. A sensation, like you can feel it moving through your veins. Warm, pulsing, like it's waking up. Kl held his gaze. Not yet. Valen studied him for a moment. Then he nodded slowly. When you do and you will come find me immediately. He straightened and gestured toward the door. That's all. Get some rest. You leave at dawn. Kl stood and gave a short bow. Captain. He turned and walked toward the door. As his hand touched the handle, the girl's voice came from behind him. Gee, good night, Captain. Her voice was quiet, shaky. Kl glanced back. She was still standing by the window, hands clasped in front of her, head lowered. But her eyes peeked up at him through her lashes. Kl inclined his head slightly. Good night. He opened the door and stepped out into the hallway. Behind him, he heard Valen's low voice. You may leave. The girl's voice came, muffled behind her hands. I only delivered the message like you asked, and stood there staring at him the entire time. Uncle. The door closed, cutting off the rest. Kl walked down the corridor, his footsteps echoing softly against the stone. His mind was already moving. 5 disappearances, a stolen head, cannibals in Blackstone, and something or Sumionia taking bodies from sealed rooms. Kl's hand drifted to his sword hilt. Tomorrow, he'd find out what.